Thank you, and thank you for being here this early in the morning. So before we start, and before I introduce our first guest today, Takis and Søren are gonna treat us with some special start of the day activity. So please welcome them and give them a round of applause. They're gonna be very quick.
Hello. Yes. Good morning. So, welcome everyone. It's time to do something. I see Taco sitting there. I think he will know what will be happening right now. And that's warming up with you. So, everybody join in. We're at the roller coaster park. And join me with the roller coaster ride. So, please join in. So, follow my moves and gestures. We sit down, we grab the bar, pull it towards us, and we sit. And then the roller coaster starts to move. Okay, we're going upwards. Okay, we're climbing up, and then we go down again, and we go up again. Okay, we have a turn to the right. And we have to turn to the left, and we go up again. All right, expect one slide down, and now we have a looping. Whoa! Okay, and we roll. Okay, in the end, we always have a photo shoot. So everyone, if we go for the photo shoot, we always throw our arms in the air. So, okay, here the camera. Okay, photo, hey! And we go to the end. We stop. Lift the bar. And thank you, enjoy the day.
Thank you so much. Okay, now that everybody's up, our first talk for the day is called The Blind Guy Who Beat the Developer at His Own Game. And to give us this amazing talk, we have Lazar Bulatovic and Andrea Radojev. I hope I said that right. Lazar is the first and only blind public speaking coach in the world. He has his own agency, and he coaches people to grow their business and by public speaking, and assistive technology for the blind is in his blood. Andrea works with websites, video games. He's the founder of the video game studio Thunderstrike, and they met because they wanted to create a game that is accessible for everyone. Succeeded. So please allow me to welcome Lazar and Andrea to the stage. Please give them a round of applause. Welcome.
All right, so before we start, let's see. What was your experience with accessibility so far? Anyone? Do we have developers, designers, content writers? Okay. So, yeah, there are so many people taking care about accessibility, and even more definitions related to accessibility. But today, I'm not going to share any of them. You can Google that. Dear friends, today, I want to talk about something much more important than pure terms. You know, here, as I told you, and as you know, there are so many developers and designers. And you have a strong power to make and impact thousands of lives of people with disabilities, to help them buy things, work, travel, and overall lead more prosperous life. Truth be told, not so many developers and people think like that. And it's not because you are bad persons. No, not at all. It's because of the lack of education, causing lack of responsibilities. And now, here is my personal definition of accessibility. So, accessible website is a website that allows all people to use all of its features without any support except assistive technology devices that they use in everyday life and software solutions, such as magnifiers and speech programs. Of course, there are so many disabilities out there. And accessibility can be done across different types of disabilities. But today, we're going to focus exclusively on this, accessibility for screen reader users. In most cases, they are blind or visually impaired, although they are not the only users. So screen readers are used by people with different types of disabilities, such as like people with dyslexia. Now, let's see, what is the screen reader and how does it work? So the screen reader is actually a speech software. It converts text into speech. Now, many people don't know this, but screen readers are very powerful, very sophisticated programs. And they have a long history of development. They have been developing for more than 30 years. So they follow development of contemporary PC machines. Screen reader users can use normal machines with Windows, iOS, Android. However, on top of all programs that we usually use and that we all know about, they have installed those speech programs, those speech software. And although it's so powerful and sophisticated, it's not, well, it can't do anything. And it has some limits. And this is why we need you, developers, who can help us make the World Wide Web more accessible. Here are at least 3 reasons for which accessibility standards should be met. So the first one is obviously SEO. Google loves accessible web. And if the website is accessible, the ranking will be higher. Number 2, returning customers. When people with disabilities understand that the website they want to buy from is great and want to use, they will always come back. And number 3, brand reputation. You can stand out from competitors if you are sure that you are accessible. There are various ways to check accessibility. Some of them are useful. Some of them are much more useful. And one thing that you should remember is that you should never assume that something is accessible just because you think that it's accessible, especially if you have never had experience with that. Also, just because something works with the keyboard does not mean that it will be accessible to screen reader users. Andrea will cover this shortly, but what I can say is that you should always reach out to users and ask them if they are willing to test the website for you, do a quick report, and show you if the website is accessible or not, tell you what are some errors they detected, and what you should fix. Okay, but how the accessibility or inaccessibility affects daily life of the blind? Well, I wanted to open a bank account. And I completed all of the information that they required. First name, last name, whatever, date of birth. And then they said, okay, you can click here, we'll send you the SMS code, type here to verify, good. And then the last step that said, please agree with our terms and conditions, click submit, and your account will be created. The problem was the checkbox that I was expected to check that says, yes, I accept, was not accessible. And I couldn't check it. And I could not proceed with my account creation. And guess what I did? Well, I closed the website and I changed the bank. So they lost my money. What a silly. Now, the most popular website for job seekers in Serbia was not accessible. A few years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, I was looking for a job. And although all fields that were required were labeled correctly, I could not upload my CV there. And so I called them and said, hello, this is Lazar. So I'm trying to apply for XYZ position, but the problem is your platform is not accessible, so I cannot put my CV. And I said, oh, we're so sorry to hear about it. Let us reproduce it and we'll call you back. Shortly, they called me back and said, you're sorry for waiting. Yes, you are right. Unfortunately, we could reproduce your issue, and our platform is not accessible. And I said, okay, so what should I do now? And the guy said, look, until we fix it, which requires strong budget and time, I suggest you send me your application via email and I will upload this for you. Come on. Just a few months ago, my friend who is, by chance, well, nothing is by chance, but who was totally blind, called me up and said, hey, Lazar, you know what? I want to try to find a job, and do you know if that platform is accessible? Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I found a job in the meantime, and a lot of things happened, but as far as I know, they were not. They are expected to fix it. Let me check. So I checked, and guess what? It didn't work again. So I called them up and said basically the same thing. And the guy said, look, yes, we totally understand you, but the problem was that we had COVID, and this is why we had to restructure our budget. So unfortunately, we were not able to fix it yet. And then I said, look, if you do not fix it shortly, as soon as possible, I will publish this on LinkedIn. And I'll say that the most popular platform for job seekers is not available to people who lack jobs, who are actually, so to speak, disadvantaged group when it comes to finding a job. And in 2 days, that was Friday, I checked the platform on Monday, and that worked correctly. So changes are possible. But we need pressure. We need to put pressure. Now, I would just kindly ask my assistants to show the video that I prepared for you. You will be able to see what the inaccessible website looks like and what are some issues that blind people or screen users can have if the website does not work as expected.
This meeting.
All right, so now I will show you 2 inaccessible websites. When I say inaccessible, I mean unavailable for blind people and screen reader users. You will be able to experience what it looks like when you're blind and you want to get something, get the information, or book something, buy something from the website which is not accessible. Let's start with eDreams. For people who don't know, eDreams is the agency that allows you to book flights. So now I have this website up and running. Let me maximize the window so you can see it properly.
System menu. Your travel agent.
I will now press E key.
Where from? Edit.
Where from? I'll press enter.
Where from? Edit blank.
And let's say I want to fly from Belgrade.
B-E-L-G-R-A-D-E.
Okay. I will now press tab key.
Belgrade. Where to? Edit blank.
Where to? Let's go to Athens.
A-T-H-E-N-S.
Okay. I'll now press escape key to leave this edit field.
List with 6 items at Athens. Greece. Volny and Shiloh's. Volos. 164 km from Athens, Kafisha. On Athens. Volny, Greece. At Athens.
Okay, I can choose the airport.
Greece. Volny 100 on Athens. United States. AO Athens. On 100 Volny and Greece. Volny and Greece at Athens. Out of list blank. Where to? Edit departure. Edit read only. Where to? Edit Athens.
Okay, so I think I'm able to choose. I think I was able to choose the airport.
Departure. Edit read only.
But now I have to choose my departure date. I'll press enter here. But I already know that this won't be accessible because this is the read only field. And when you encounter this on a calendar, it's very difficult to do anything.
Your travel agency. Book cheap flights, eDreams.
Okay, so now I opened this field and now I'm going with my down arrow key, so below the picker, then to the left, I press my left arrow key, then I'll press my right arrow key, up, and it doesn't say a word. So it is not possible to pick the departure date. Let's go, let's see if I can choose the date, the return date.
Continue button. Return edit read only. Your travel
Return again. So I can't choose my return flight. Okay. So the date picker is not accessible, and people with disabilities, particularly blind people, are simply not able to book the flight throughout this agency. What a pity. Now, let's go to the other website. It is Tesco Supermarket. It is as far as I know, one of the biggest supermarket chains in the UK.
Out Tesco Supermarkets online. Go. Link
Okay,
skip.
so now I'm on the website. I'll press
System menu. What's for
Alt
lunch?
space
Tesco
and X to maximize the window, and then I will go down the page.
Link skip to main content.
Right down
Community
there.
Food Connection Scheme. We're working with Fair Share to save and donate surplus food from our stores. Find out more. Community Food Connection Scheme. We're working with Fair Share to
Here
save and
we
donate
are.
surplus food from our stores. Find out more. Community Food Connection Scheme. Find out more. Viewing free of free items. Link skip to footer. What's for lunch?
You see, this is the slider that is constantly
Community
appearing.
Food Connection Scheme. We're working with Fair Share to save and donate surplus food from our stores.
me
Find out more. Community
switch
Food Connection
off
Scheme.
my
We're working with
top.
Fair Share to speech mode off.
Let me switch off the screen mirror. So now the slider is here and it constantly speaks, which simply does not allow me to control my behavior on the website. Let me turn my screen mirror again.
Speech mode talk. Out of list dialog. We use cookies to improve your offline. Some functionality may be unavailable. Menu bar menu item button sign in. Community Food Connection Scheme. We're working with Fair Share to save and donate surplus food from our stores. Find out more. Community Food Connection Scheme. We're working with Fair Share to save and donate surplus food from our stores. Find out more. Community Food Connection Scheme. Find out more. Viewing free of free items. Community Food Connection Scheme. We're working with Fair Share to save and donate surplus food from our stores. Blank. Looking for a change? Mix up mealtimes with our range of covered staples and dinner kits. Shop now. Looking for a change? Mix up mealtimes with our range of covered staples and dinner kits. Shop now. Looking for a change? Viewing one of free items. Looking for a change? Mix up mealtime. Speech mode off.
Okay, so I think you got the idea of what it looks when the website is not accessible.
All right. Now the question for you all is, will you now start considering accessibility solutions and taking care about accessibility when you create websites? I hope yes. Hand over to my friend Andrea. Afterwards, we'll be available to all of your questions.
Hello, guys. My name is Andrea, and I'm a web developer. Lazar has just provided you the answer to the question how, And I am here to provide you with the answer to the question, why? Why we overlook website accessibility? First of all, I would like to ask the audience, how many of you are web developers, web designers, website builders? Could you please raise your hand? Us. And now, how many of you were doing accessibility testing using a screen reader? Please raise your hand. Less people. We are here to change that. So let us answer the question why we overlook website accessibility. There are many reasons, and they depend on a specific situation. But I would group them in 4 categories. You have budget and time frame, then generalized approach to website design, then the fact that website accessibility is a brand new area to explore, and finally, reliance on accessibility test tools. We are going to see in a bit why is that wrong. Let's talk first about budget and time frame. In many cases, accessibility is never mentioned in the project because you think about, oh, how many pages will this website have, how many products, let's define the content that goes in, let's define the time frame in which it will be delivered, let's make sure it complies with GDPR, etc., etc. And what we forget to mention accessibility. Sometimes clients think, hey, accessibility is included, right? And that's where the problems start when accessibility was enforced, and then customers can get fined for having an inaccessible website, and then they can sue the developer. Anyways, that's only one of the issues. The another issue that creates an inaccessible website is that time crunch can very often result in cutting corners. Basically, I'm not going to test the specific feature of the website correctly because I'm on a deadline and I need to finish project. That's obviously going to lead to accessibility issues. It can also be compromised by specific wishes of a customer. And in those cases, it's most likely, hey, I want a slider which has this animation. It looks cool on this website. I want it on my website. Then we have to develop it from scratch. And in that very moment, we forget to include accessibility. Also, unfortunately, even the basic user testing often gets skipped. Now, let's talk about generalized approach to website design. When I mean generalized approach to website design, I mean that when we start building a website, we start building it for a majority of users. And then we start developing the bits for a minority of users, which can obviously lead to issues, and the specific user groups are not included, resulting in accessibility issues. I also had experience with many of my customers that did not really understand website accessibility, and they were confusing it with, for instance, a responsive design. For instance, they said like, hey, my website is accessible, I can access it on my mobile phone, on my tablet. No, website accessibility is not just about the device you are accessing it, not just the browser. You have to include assistive technologies. You have to include specific behaviors of people. If you don't include that, you didn't make anything. You didn't make a website accessible. Also, as I mentioned before, many of us, when we want to make something cool, don't really think about website accessibility. And I can use Lazar's example that he could not open a bank account for a simple checkbox. I checked that website, and what I found out that the checkbox he was unable to click was actually composed from 2 divs, lots of styling, some JavaScript, and what happens when a web designer makes a checkbox like that? Well, input type checkbox element is automatically recognized by screen readers and is easily to check it without, and you don't have to put too much effort to make it accessible. If you develop something from scratch, you have to put lots of effort to make it accessible, and these guys were obviously oblivious to that fact. In general, I'm just saying, guys, if you don't have to, please do not reinvent the wheel. Now, let's talk about the website accessibility in general. It's a huge, huge area to explore, and we are barely scratching its surface. Many people feel intimidated by that. Thus, they revert to old habits, and sometimes they downright reject taking on a website accessibility project. They just say, hey, I'm going to develop you a website. However, if you want to make it accessible, hire a specialized developer or agency or something like that, which is a very bad approach. If we need to avoid this, how are we going to do that? We're going to do that by just saying to ourselves, like the great Greek philosopher Socrates, I know that I know nothing. Why is this important? Accessibility is a huge field, and we would spend years and years trying to figure out every single accessibility rule. But if we know that those rules exist, that those users exist, which technologies they use, how those technologies work, we are already on the right path. And basically, if you are not prepared to develop yourself further, to learn new things, then it's time for you to find another occupation, because web design does require continuous learning. Now, I'm going to talk about the most tricky of those reasons, and that is reliance on accessibility tools. Okay, I am using this tool, I'm using this tool, I'm using this plugin to make sure that my website is accessible, and it gives me information, I'm happy with that, I think my website is accessible. What's the problem here? The problem with this mindset is it's probably derived from website optimization. We like to tick checkboxes. We like to think, okay, if I do this, 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 and that, my website will be accessible. If I ensure that my website is ADA compliant, it's going to develop the best experience to the users. This is wrong. There is a big gap between theory and practice. And right now, at this very moment, user testers have no real alternative. Let me show you an example. How can we test out the website? Let's say we use an accessibility tool. I'm using Wave for this example. And I asked Lazar to give me one website which is fully accessible for him, and the other website which is not very accessible, and he had issues using it. What are we seeing here? We are seeing here that our accessibility test tool, and this is not the issue with the tool itself, but the way it was used, shows much more errors and notices and alerts to the website that is perfectly accessible to us. And why is that? Let's see. So this is the first website. It's called Blind Help Project. And as you can see, it has errors, contrast errors, etc., etc. Lots of things that can be improved. Yes, it does. However, for a screen reader user, this website is perfectly accessible. The issues this website has are more for the users that do not use a screen reader. For instance, contrast issues, text formatting, font families which use serif fonts. That is not a very pleasant experience. However, that does not mean that this website is inaccessible to others. And let's now try the Air Serbia website, which Lazar had issues using it. It has only a couple of errors, but there is one big issue. Can anybody from the audience tell me what's the issue with this test? You can't see the website? Yeah, correct. So I'm going to explain you what happened. When you visit this website, a DDoS check will fire. When DDoS check fires, it basically checks whether website is being abused or not, and it's like a fail-safe. The problem is when Wave access to the website, the DDoS check fired and completely hidden all the content. So you cannot see anything, and basically what is Wave testing? It is testing this black screen for DDoS check. But if we use Wave with a browser extension, which looks similarly, and wait for the DDoS check to pass, we are going to be able to see the real deal. Lots of errors, lots of contrast errors, lots of room for improvement. So you can see the issue is not with the accessibility tool. It's only an issue with the way it was used. Try understanding the way how website accessibility tools work, and base your results on that. And obviously, never ignore a screen reader user. If there is one key takeaway that I want you to bring home from this talk, it would be this. Regardless of your profession, always remember, it is our duty to make the internet a more accessible place. Thank you.
Few minutes for questions. If anybody has questions, we have mics lined up on both sides, and you can approach the mics, ask any questions. Thank you very much. That was an awesome talk and very eye-opening. I don't know if we have also questions from the live audience. I do have a question, though.
Yeah.
Because when we talk about accessibility and we are trying to introduce that and make that part of the project, unless somebody is fully aware of what it means and why it's so important, it's difficult to convince them that one of the excuses they say is like, yeah, but like most people can access it. Like they still, a lot of people still dismiss it. So I don't know if you have encountered tips and tricks on how to make people more aware of how important it is and who's left out.
You know, it's very difficult to convey this message to people who never heard about this, but that's why we had a strong and strict regulations. You can just say that people can easily get sued, and they will need to pay a huge amount of money. That always works.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I would just like to add that, first of all, that's an excellent question. And there are a couple of ways, a couple of strategies to persuade people. First of all, you're trying to convert a customer to, how to say, long-term customer. If you want to keep that customer, you need to make sure that customer gets the best out of the website. And the best way you can engage with that customer is do the homework, do the research, feel how their business works, see what are their business needs. And then you can present to them the numbers, the legislation trends which are coming, you know, for the EU law that comes in 2025, right? And obviously, it depends from the region to region. However, it is coming, and it is inevitable that websites will have to be accessible. Otherwise, there will be consequences. And not only that you're going to get a long-term client using this approach, but also you are going to avoid bad reputation. Even if you protect yourself perfectly from any legal implications, you're still going to have bad reputation. Hey, this guy developed me a website, but the website was not accessible, and I didn't read the contract correctly. I'm not going to hire this guy anymore. So you're losing a client, you're losing a customer, and if you're doing research carefully enough, you will see that depending on profession, there are lots of opportunities to gain extra profit for the business if your website is accessible. That's it for me about this question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we still have time. There are some questions. Go ahead.
Since I'm coming from the hosting industry, you know me from
Yeah.
earlier, and I want more money, of course. That is like the point of business. Have you ever tested cPanel, Plesk, and hosting dashboards and panels? How many of these are actually accessible?
Yes. So I tested Hostinger panel. This is the only thing that I had the opportunity to try out. That worked, but it was decently working. So this is what I can say. That's my personal opinion, but I could be wrong. Although it is not related to hosting, Gutenberg just doesn't work as expected.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Maybe, I think we have a question over there.
Hi. Okay, now the voice. Thanks for your talk, for a great, interesting talk at the first. I have a question because in 2025, as you already said, the European Accessibility Act come into force for a lot of companies. So not all the companies, but many large companies. How do you think, how will this influence the accessibility of websites in the real world? Because if I think about GDPR and the compliance there, we have laws into force, but even nowadays, a lot of websites are not compliant with the laws. And I think, what happens about accessibility, because it's some topic which is important for less people than GDPR compliance.
Yeah, the accessibility will come, although that will not be, it's the never-ending process. That's the thing. You never can say, yes, so we made the web fully accessible. Some companies will always try to avoid it. Some of them will do their best to fix those issues. So yeah, I don't live in a fallacy that one day every single website will be accessible to the fullest. No, unfortunately, we will never reach that goal. We have to be upfront with that. But it is on us, as Andrea said, we need to try this out. We need to push this forward. So yeah, I can assume that big companies will be, doing things towards accessibility. But let's see.
I'm just going to add to the question a bit of a technical side. I believe that website accessibility will rise gradually. However, the accessibility law that comes in 2025, I'm pretty sure that it's going to create a sort of panic. Hey, my website is not accessible, I need to get it accessible. So majority of companies would probably react in the very last time before the law comes to fruition. However, the thing is, even when the law comes, I think that it would mainly revolve around ADA compliance, and then there will be like special cases, etc., etc. We are not going to see a fully accessible, obviously we are not going to see fully accessible company websites because of that.
We have time for one more question. So I think from over here.
Do you want to go? Go ahead.
Or
Two more. Please let us have two more. Come on.
Go ahead. He conceded the
Okay.
question.
Mine's not so much screen reader related, but still accessible. There's a lot of contrast myths that exist. And I'd just like to hear your opinion on when a button fails a test for contrast, but user testing shows that the black on blue is not as easily to see as the white on blue, yet black passes, white fails. I'd just be interested to hear your opinion on myths versus the actual kind of user experience.
Actually, I had a similar question, so I can maybe piggyback on that. Thank you so much for your presentation. The question was, when you say that a site is accessible, how does somebody determine that threshold? Just like what the other questioner said, some of these decisions are based on how we perceive the contrast versus how the testing tool tells us. And what you demonstrated today is that the testing tools also are not very good. So
I will take your question after my friend because it's a contrast issue, but I will take yours.
go ahead. My question was
Andrea,
exactly,
maybe-
how do you figure that out?
Andrea, maybe you can go.
Yeah, of course. Very nice question, by the way. I would say that when I'm comparing tests from accessibility tools and tests from real-life users, the main thing that makes me find what is working the best is just interviewing the users, seeing how they use the website. And even if there is a contrast issue on the website, if users are, if multiple groups of users are not having the issue with that, that is fine. That's exactly actually what I mentioned on the last topic. And the thing is, when users are able to use the website and they do not have trouble with it, they can go through all the functions of the website, they can visit all the pages, they have access to all the content, the user experience is seamless. That is my goal to me. I'm not interested what testing tool will say to me. Testing tool is just like guidance. It can help me, but I'm also aware of that it works a specific way, which is not always going to work the best for my users. So the main thing to take away from this is to always go to user and ask them, hey, do you like this? Do you like that? Even if it's not within the rules of a specific tool or specific testing device, it can still be accessible and it can still provide amazing experience for the user.
How do we know that the website is accessible? So you raised the crucial question here, and that's why there are so many agencies around. So first things first, we have to separate user testing from accessibility auditing. User testing is a simple test. So a user in terms like a screen reader user, a user in question goes over the website, checks the issues, and tells their opinion. How do we know it's accessible? So there are accessibility standards that are internationally accepted. We have WCAG, WCEU, and then we have American Disabilities Act, then we have European Accessibility Act, but mostly people are following WCAG. And that is very comprehensive accessibility standard that covers all accessibility issues that you might think of. Screen reader issues, color contrasts, keyboard users issues. Then we have voice control issues. So a lot of things are covered by those standards, and they are revised as technology goes on. They are revised like every 2 years or every 3 years. Now we have WCAG 2.1, which is the standard that most agencies are following. And yeah, all accessibility issues are grouped into 3 categories. We have P1 issue. If the website has a P1 issue, it means
that there is no way that the user with disability, for example, today we're talking about screen reader user, let's stick with that. So if the website has a P1 issue, it means that the screen reader user has no way to access the certain feature and do the things they want. For example, choosing the right date is a P1 issue. It's a critical issue. Then we have P2 issues. Those are serious issues, which means that there are ways, if the screen reader is advanced user, there are ways that users can navigate the web and do the thing. And then we had P3 issues. Those are issues that exist, but they do not affect the entire experience. Now, the thing is that people or companies can get suited only for P1 and P2 issues. So this is how we know, if that answers the question.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Lara and Andrea.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep.
Okay, so now we have 15 minutes of break in between the talk, in between the sessions. The next one is at 10. And thank you very much for being here. I have a couple of announcements. If you haven't picked up your swag, please remember that we have the swag station in the information desk, the lost and found, if anybody has lost anything, in the middle of the sponsor area. There is also a game going on with postcards. The postcards are in your swag bag, and the cool thing is you get to swap them with people and collect them all. There's 8 in total to collect. Yesterday, there were 2 questions that were asked. If you don't know the questions, you can ask your colleagues so that socialize, meet somebody new. And if you go to the community booth, which is also in our sponsors area, in the middle of the area back there, you can get the new postcards. So start collecting and switching and trading. Okay, I'll be right back.
We're cut off at Good morning, I'm here with Katie Keith, who's the CEO of Barn2 Plugins. Morning, Katie.
Morning.
So first question, just tell us a bit of background about Barn2, what you do.
We're a WordPress plugin company. We've got 21 plugins currently. Most of them are WooCommerce, although we have a couple of non-WooCommerce plugins as well. For example, our best-selling plugin is a document library plugin called Document Library Pro.
Okay. And so you've got an interesting story, and one of the interesting bits is you went from agency to plugin company. So
That's
just tell
right.
us a bit about that, how that happened, that transition.
So we started off building WordPress websites for clients in 2009, 2010, and back then not many people specialized in WordPress, so we grew into a kind of distributed agency with freelancers all working together to build WordPress sites. But we always kind of had this vision that we wanted to sell products instead. We switched in 2016 to selling plugins. Started off quite simple with some very niche plugins around WooCommerce mostly, and that took off, which was great. So we stopped designing client sites a few months later.
Okay, so in terms of where you're based, how many people are you now?
We are spread all around the world. We're a UK company, but I live in Spain now. And we have 17 team members, including my husband and co-director, Andy, and myself. And they're in all sorts of countries, very spread out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're slightly unconventional in that you're a husband and wife team.
So tell us about how that works, some of the pressures around that.
Well,
Or
it's
not.
it's been a real opportunity actually, because a lot of new theme or plugin companies are one developer who has built a product and launched it, and they have to have all the hats. They have to be a business person, a marketing person, the developer, obviously, customer support. And so with Andy and I, we had different skills and backgrounds. So Andy's a software developer, and my background is project management and marketing. So we immediately had that sort of double skill set, which really helps even before we started building a team. But the other benefit in terms of the dynamic of the husband and wife team is that we're not necessarily working on the same things.
Okay.
There isn't so much overlap as you might expect, and we have our own areas that we don't have to step on each other's toes all the time, which helps.
Yeah, so you're sponsoring this event, your first time sponsoring, isn't it? So tell us a bit about that. How's that going?
Yeah, it's been amazing. So this is the first WordCamp we've sponsored. Last year at WordCamp Europe, it was the first time we've had team members other than the two of us to come and support us. And we thought, oh, actually, we could sponsor. There's enough of us now. We wouldn't be on our own. So there's 6 of the 17 of us here this year. And we have a sponsorship stand, and we've had like a rota to make sure it's manned at all times. And it was a lot more work than I expected preparing for it, with getting all the swag and making sure it was good quality. And we've done like a WordPress quiz, which is quite cool, that people can test their WordPress knowledge in return for better swag or all access pass for the ultimate winner. So that's been fun, and we've had well over 100 people already do the quiz, and we're only halfway through. So that's gone well. So it's a lot of work, but it's been a really great experience. I've talked to a lot more people than I would have done attending a WordCamp, not as a sponsor, because people are constantly coming up to us and just wanting to talk in general, asking about the products. They might know us already from something or not. So it's been really interesting seeing.
Do you get a sense of whether those, sorry to interrupt, those people are agencies or freelancers, or are they people coming to WordCamps just to learn about WordPress?
All of that. There's lots of freelancers, lots of agencies. So those are the 2 groups that would be most interested in our products. And then there's the other product company owners and people that work for other larger WordPress companies who are just interested in general and networking, possible collaboration opportunities. So all different groups, and it's all useful talking to any of them.
Okay, so I've seen a big change in terms of Barn 2 the last year, in terms of your social media presence, both on Twitter, you personally on Twitter, and YouTube. You're growing your YouTube channel. Just tell us a bit about strategically why you've started to go on Twitter and the YouTube stuff, and how that's working out.
Yeah, they're kind of 2 separate answers. So with the YouTube, I looked at the UTM codes which we had on our previous YouTube videos, and because we'd been doing YouTube for years, but just not that seriously, there was no real strategy around it. We just had a freelancer in the UK who did the odd video for us about particularly new plugins, and we'd always put UTM codes on to track the sales that we would get from those. And when I looked at them, I was quite amazed, and it was like enough to cover maybe half a salary or something from not really doing anything. So we've now invested in a full-time video producer to really push our channel to the next level and see how that goes. And
you on Twitter, that's going well, I think.
That's new as well, yeah. I only joined, well, we've been going for years as a company. I only joined in October last year, and that was largely because my husband Andy told me to. He was like, you're the face of Barn 2 and you should be on Twitter. And I was like, what's the point in Twitter? I'm no interest. I just thought it was people showing off or whatever. But I had a go and actually got really into it, and I've met some really great people. It's a bit like having a kind of a wider mastermind group of people to share your experiences and learn from, which has been really interesting.
Yeah, I think your Twitter personality is fantastic. Okay. Because you're very honest on Twitter. You're very natural. You're one of the most natural people on Twitter. Was that a deliberate attempt to be authentic, or was that just happened?
It's just me. I don't see the need to be private about certain things. So I do share stuff about like how business dilemmas, for example.
yeah.
If something's difficult, I might ask for advice.
Yeah.
And I've previously had a mastermind group of like-minded, well, I still do, plugin company owners. But I found that Twitter is actually spreading the word and getting advice more widely from people with an even greater breadth of experiences.
Yeah.
So I'm careful about what I share. If there's a problem with, I don't know, an individual team member or something that it wouldn't be appropriate to talk about on Twitter, then I don't.
Yeah.
If it's a more of a general business dilemma I'm having, I don't see a problem with sharing it. And I think people respect that rather than nobody expects everybody to be perfect.
You know, I think it's incredibly refreshing to see somebody that's successful that's actually posing questions and asking the community what they would do. So that's been fantastic. So in terms of Barn 2, what's the next steps? What's the next sort of year, 3 years looking like for you guys?
We've got a couple of major new plugins in the works. We've got a WooCommerce pricing plugin, which we'll be releasing sometime this year, and also a plugin to improve the WooCommerce checkout and add and edit checkout fields and that kind of thing. So, and once we launch those two plugins, we're going to step back and consolidate, because we've had a lot of growth recently. We've really expanded the development team, and that's we need to improve our processes and automations and testing and make sure that's all running smoothly. And we're also recruiting to our marketing team. We're looking for a SEO and marketing manager at the moment as well, and expanding that way.
So no AI projects in Barn 2 at the moment?
We haven't come up with the right fit yet for our specific product. So obviously it probably will happen in the future, but not for the sake of it. There needs to be a reason and a fit.
Yeah, final question then. And you're in Spain at the moment, in New York, I think.
Yeah.
Is that your long-term plan as a family now? You're going to stay out there?
I think my daughter's got 6 years more of school. We're planning to stay for that period because she's settled in her school there now. And
so
then
how old is she now?
She's coming up to 12.
Oh, wow.
Nearly 12.
Yeah.
So we'll stay for that time, and then after that, currently we quite like to do the digital nomad thing, a bit more traveling, because our work is flexible, but we are not that flexible as parents. So we've done one move, which is more interesting, move to Mallorca, and then longer term we might travel more.
And sorry, one more question. Do you view your life as unconventional?
Well, very few people I know outside of WordPress have started their own business, particularly in tech, and it does lead to a much more flexible lifestyle. So probably, but maybe not in a WordPress context, because lots of people have that story.
Cool. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. Welcome to all newcomers to session 2 on track 1 today. So we are going, they removed my cheat sheet guide, so sorry. We are gonna listen next to David Urbanski, and he's a raving fan of WordPress. And he was raised on PHP. He's a very active member of the community, and he's here to talk about Gutenberg collaborative editing experience. So please give a round of applause to David.
Thank you, thank you. Nice to see you all here. Second day morning, ready to continue. So let's talk Gutenberg and collaboration, these two things. Do we have a presentation already? Somewhere? Okay, we have to wait. But you can watch me at the, in the meantime. I will maybe start, since we have no slides yet. Do we? No. So why am I actually talking about this? There are two main reasons. First of all, I'm a huge fan of Gutenberg, the project Gutenberg, from the day one that it was created. And second of all, I was working as a JavaScript technical lead at CK Source, where I was heavily exposed to collaboration and collaborative editing in the web browser, in the JavaScript. Oh yeah, we have this. So it's me, I'm David Urbański, I'm a full-stack web developer, WordPress developer for many, many, many years, tech lead. I'm a huge fan of Gutenberg, React, TypeScript, JavaScript, everything web development related. And as I already told you, I love Gutenberg, and I worked as a JavaScript technical lead.
All right,
and I was
so
heavily
now I will
exposed
show you
to a collaborative editing experience in the web. Also, long-term roadmap for Gutenberg states 4 phases. First is the easier editing, which is the Gutenberg editor itself. Second one is the customization. It includes, for example, block patterns, block themes, block directory, and full-site editing. I had to check this out. Third phase is the collaboration. We will be just touching this a bit today. And phase 4 is my personal favorite, is a native support for multilingual in WordPress and Gutenberg. Phase 2 is still in progress. If you want to check what still needs to be done, you can check this issue on GitHub in the Gutenberg repository. And kind of unrelated, but one of the most favorite features of mine in this phase 2 Gutenberg is this command center feature, which is basically like a spotlight for Gutenberg and WordPress, so you can add stuff quickly and do stuff, or even in the WordPress admin eventually, just by hitting a shortcut and doing what you want. So let's first start with basics. So collaboration, what is actually collaboration? Collaboration is when multiple people are working together to achieve one goal. And what the goal is in context of Gutenberg. The goal is to create or produce content. So it could look like this. In like bigger companies producing content, it could look like this. We have editing part where multiple people are editing the content and they are creating it, editors. Then eventually they optionally may pass this to another stage like correction, and then maybe compliance to the legal team if we are working on, for example, terms of service page. And then maybe we have someone who can approve the changes. And once all of this is done, we have ready to publish page. So we can tell that all of these people have collaborated to create this publishable version of the page. Real-time collaboration, on the other hand, is just an extension of collaboration. It is the same thing, but allows you to do this simultaneously. In our case, a great place where we could put real-time collaboration is the editing part. So instead of people passing the document to each other so they can apply more changes, they can just do it simultaneously, which would be great, like Google Docs, wouldn't it? Basically, the idea is to just get rid of this post-lock model. Instead, we want to allow everyone in and enjoy editing the content at the same time. Still, there is no real-time collaboration without collaboration, so it would be great to have these flows of collaboration in Gutenberg before going real-time collaboration full. Now let's get into some specifics. These solutions for collaboration, they usually are network layer agnostic. But when you try to implement this in a real product, which Gutenberg is, you probably just stick to one of the connection methods. So we could use like one of these, short or long polling with traditional HTTP requests, similar to what Heartbeat API is doing in WordPress. We can open a WebSocket to the server, and we can use WebRTC to just connect people in a peer-to-peer network. Speaking of peer-to-peer, should we use server or peer-to-peer network? This illustrates the difference. So in peer-to-peer, obviously, we connect everyone directly to each other. This has an advantage because there's no server in the middle. But you might already tell that adding such a synchronization in such a decentralized network is probably a bit more difficult than normal. On the other hand, we have a central server in the middle, which really reduces the problem of synchronization because we have one central server, which is a single source of truth, but we now have a server. So now we also have to ask other questions like where this server should live. Should this live alongside with the website? If yes, it's probably have to be written in PHP, which is Trust me, not an easy task to create a webhook server with PHP. If not, alongside with the website, then when? Where? Maybe an external server or network of geolocalized servers hosted by someone like maybe Automatic or WordPress.org. But then we enter into a data privacy issues because all of the data is flowing through those external servers, so we need to probably have some encryption. Some advantages, again, some disadvantages. If we are working in a system where multiple machines are connected across the network, it's unavoidable to stumble across concurrency. So let's see this very simple diagram. We have two timelines and two nodes. Node A sends some information to node B, and node B sends some information to node A. Then they receive one and the another. And when we look at this from an external actor perspective, us, we know the absolute order of all of these events, the total order, because we see both of the timelines. We know that node A, the A1 happened first, then B1 happened second, A1 prim happened third, and the last one is B1 prim. But if we look only at the one node perspective, let's look at the node B, and let's think, only based on the information he has, can we figure out the whole order I just told you? If you know, probably you know, since I'm asking, the answer is no, and it is no, because if we look at this, and from the node B perspective, what is the difference between this, for him, and this? Node B timeline didn't even move. It's the same for him, and this is all the information he has. So going this and this changes nothing to him. So what we are saying that A1 and B1, these changes are incomparable, so therefore they are concurrent. So at this moment you might say, well, just use timestamps. Just send it when this happened. And I don't have time to enter into these timestamps and clocks in general, but if you want to get into this stuff, ask me about this in the QA session. But trust me if I'm saying if you have multiple machines, you cannot rely on the physical clock they are operating with. Also, there's this misconception that you can just avoid concurrency altogether by just using a server. And this is simply not true. Let's see the same exact example we had before. And what we just do, let's just change the labels. Let's say the top one is Jane, the editor, and the bottom one is the server. So as you can see, we have still the same situation. We still have concurrency. The only difference is that it's between the client and the server. And if you think about it for a second, it's great because we still, again, reduced the concurrency issue to only two actors. And you might also think, how is it even possible that the server has some concurrent changes to Jane's? Well, it could receive it from another node that is also connected to the server. And as a byproduct, we also have a single source of truth on the server about the total order of events. Because for the server, the order is basically whenever I received the event is the order of the operations. And this will be important later. For the comparison, this is the decentralized network example. We are sending all the information to all the nodes. We have only clients. There's no server now. And the sending part, by the way, it looks complicated, but it can be simply handled by WebRTC, for example, so it's not an issue. But the problem is the ordering of these events. How do you can ensure that all of the clients, all of the nodes, have the same content in the end? It's a difficult problem to solve, but we'll get to this. So handling concurrent editing ideally should have two main properties, which is strong eventual consistency. That basically means that at some point in time, in the future, all of the nodes that are connected, they end up with the same content. That's as simple as this. The second one is a bit more tricky to implement, which is intent preservation. So what we are saying is that when someone edits the content and someone else edits the content, when we merge those changes, we don't want to just merge them wherever. We want to have some intent preservation. So we have two words. We don't want these letters to interleave, for example, just creating gibberish. We want to have two words, one by one. Even if they are in the wrong order, that's still fine because it's easily fixable. But if the letters interleave, there's no intent preservation, and it's obviously bad. So are there any solutions already created by the people? And they are. Two types of solutions are OT and CRDT. If you don't know what it is, bear with me, I will explain this in a moment. So OT stands for operational transformation, and it's like super old piece of algorithms, ideas, software, and all the stuff around it. And most notably, it's being used by Google Docs, for example, and CK-Editor 5. So how does this actually work? Let's see this diagram, and let's imagine both of these nodes, they have some content in the editor, A, B, C, and D. Now, node 1 wants to insert X between C and D, and node B wants to remove B, basically. So now they end up with the content A, B, C, X, and D, and on the right, A, C, D. Now they exchange information, what I have done. And the first node says insert X at index 3, and the second node says delete B at index 1. Now when we received this operation, we pass it to some transformation function. This function is clever enough to know, oh, the B is still on the index 1, nothing had changed it, so just do nothing with this transformation. Do not do this operation. Do not transform it. And we end up with applying delete B at index 1 as is, and the result is A, C, X, and D. On the other hand, we have the same exact transformation function, but now it's clever enough again to know, oh, something had changed, and just basically we have to account for this change in our operation. So we transform it, and we say instead of insert X on index 3, we have to insert X on index 2, which ends up again with A, C, X, and D. There are multiple algorithms created for these OT solutions, but the truth to be told, as you can see, the OT is very old because it even have some stuff from 80s. But most of these have been proven to be just straight wrong for some situations, and the only two I know are correct are the ones highlighted on the slide, and they both use server in the middle, and the Jupyter one is used by Google Docs. So I already told you that order matters, but what if all operations are commutative? So what does it mean? In mathematics, it's very simple to explain. Commutative means no matter which order you apply the operations, the result is the same, basically. So we can shift operations and we have the same result. So let's see if our operational transformation is commutative. Imagine we are creating a title for this whole conference, and we start with the WordCamp word in the editor. I want to insert hello at the beginning, and you want to insert rules at the end. If we represent these changes as operations and then exchange them, now let's apply the first one, hello, insert hello at index 0. So index 0 is here at the beginning. We inserted hello WordCamp rules, all good. And now let's do the opposite one, and you probably see where this is going. The index 8 is now between O and R, and we end up with hello world rules or the camp, which is basically wrong. So both of these content diverged, and this is basically like a critical error of the system, and they will never get back. They will never converge. So what we are saying that these two operations are not commutative. We cannot apply them in any order because the result will be different. And that's the main reason why we need these transformation functions in the first place. And just to say also about these transformation functions, this is the main criticism of OT, because those transformation functions are very complex. They are full of magic, indirection, because what they do is they transform operations against another operation. So you have often like a chains, transform operation, then transform operation, then transform this operation, then transform this operation, and we have like very long chains that nobody is able to debug or even understand the code that is creating these transformations, and also to foresee the result of this code, which is pretty bad. If they would be commutative, it would be more like this. We start with the same state, an empty document. We have 3 operations. We shuffle them, doesn't matter the order, and then we end up with the same result. If they also are idempotent, which is a big word, but it's pretty simple. It means that no matter how many times we apply the operation, we end up with the same result. So multiplying by 1 is idempotent operation because we can multiply by 100,000 times and we have the same result. In our operational transformation world, or CRDTs, if we have operations like this and we somehow receive the same operation twice, exactly the same, we only apply it once, and we have one paragraph with text hello in this example. So if we would have a system where we have operations that are commutative, both commutative and idempotent, we have a very simple way to synchronization. Because think of this. If I can send anything in any order to anyone and they receive it, and we don't even care if they received it multiple times, it would be pretty simple, yeah? I mean, here we enter CRDTs, which stands for conflict-free replicated data types, also known as commutative replicated data types or convergent replicated data types. This one is the most popular. And CRDTs are just set of data structures and also algorithms and, again, stuff around this to basically enable this commutative, idempotent, everything is going, merging itself, hence conflict-free. Some advantages of this are, for example, you can create a software that is ready for offline editing, aka local first apps. So you can have two different editors that are completely offline. I do changes, you do changes, and then once we are online, somehow it magically merges. It supports both operation-based and state-based things, so we can both use the normal operations as I showed you in the operational transformation, or we can just send the whole state of the application, and they will be getting merged. This is obviously more expensive payload-wise, but it's also an option. And there is no need for the server because we don't care about the order of operations, so we can send it to anyone at will. Some of the solutions and algorithms for CRDTs are listed here. These are the ones that I know. And I'm not going to go into details about this, but the WOOD, the first one, is pretty funny because it stands, this abbreviation stands for without operational transformation. So you can see that this has been created just to kill the operational transformation. And it's like a new and more fancy way of doing collaboration these days. So how actually these CRDTs work? Because you might think it's kind of difficult, like I sent any order, any duplications, and it still somehow works. So how actually does this work? I will give you an example of one of the algorithms. There are multiple ways of doing this, but this one is the simplest one to explain, so I will get this one. In CRDTs, if we have, again, the same content A, B, C, and D, we, instead of working and operating on indexes, which may shift, we operate on IDs, on unique IDs. So in this case, I made these IDs 1, 2, 3, and 4. So now, well, if I want to insert X between C and D, well, there's no ID there because it's 3 and 4. What do? You just create a new ID in the middle, 3.5. And now you might think, okay, but if two people want to insert between C and D, they both have ID 3.5, which is bad. We don't want this. And yes, you would be true, because it's not that simple. I will explain this on this example. Let's say we have a collaborative session between John and Jane, and John have created some content first, A, B, C, and D. And now you can see, instead of just adding ID as a number, what we are doing is we have an array of tuples. Tuple is basically two-value array, let's say, two-value data structure. So we now have ID of like index or ID of this element, and also an ID of who actually created this. So in this case, I'm using emojis because it's shorter. But we know that index 1 created, ID 1 created by John, ID 2 created by John, 3 created by John, and 4 created by John. And now, if Jane wants to insert something between C and D, she's not longer need to shift and do stuff with indexes. What she does is she takes whatever was before, 3 by John, and now she appends it. And she says, this is 3 by John followed by 1 by me. And now let's go even deeper. Like now we're removing B, the same situation we had before. Removing B, and now John wants at the same time insert Y and Z between X and D. So what do? We just remove the 2 by John, and the John inserts after X, so it takes whatever was there, and it adds Y and Z, adding 1 and 2 by him at the end. So this way, we have like conflict-free merging of the letters. There's also one. And by the way, these fraction numbers I just showed, like 3.5, they are actually created by taking all of these numbers in the ID. So it's 3.1.1 for the Y letter, and therefore we can order all of this based on these values. There's also one edge case for this. Let's imagine I removed C as a John, and I added D also as a John. So we would have, again, the same situation, but different letter, and this would be bad. So what we are doing, we are just using something called logical clock, or just counter, basically. And every time we do any operation, we bump the counter, which is kind of like a timestamp for us. And the whole thing, the whole row is actually the ID. The whole row is the ID of the letter. The two main known libraries or software that is actively using in real projects CRDTs is AutoMerge and YJS. And now, you can just Google this and find this on GitHub. Now let's go, we talked basics. We talked how collaboration actually works. Now let's talk Gutenberg. If we look at this issue, it's actually from 2017. So it's 6 years ago already, and people were discussing collaboration. And if you look closely here, we also have a mention of operational transforms. It's also sometimes called like this, and CRDTs. And they also say peer-to-peer, by the way. It's 6 years ago already. And it's by Chris Blower from Automatic. He's still working there, legend. Then, around the same time, a guy called Abhishek Galot, back then working at Automatic, he created this proof of concept using WebRTC, and then it was taken also by Grzegorz Żółkowski from Automatic and put into the WordPress repository to WordPress issues, and it was, at some point it was closed, but it was nice proof of concept. Then, the guy who created YJS, which his name is Kevin Jans, he actually took YJS, which is exactly what they do. They take YJS and put it into all of the editors, WYSIWYG editors. And he took YJS and said, okay, if I can add this to any editor, I can also add this to Gutenberg. And he created this proof of concept. And if you are paying attention, there's a link here. And it's live. It's still live. It's 2019, but it's still live. You can go there and you can check collaboration in Gutenberg right now if you want. In 2020, this is the latest take on collaboration. As you can see, something is going on, although we don't have the phase 3 yet. This is the latest take. It's created by Enrique Piqueiras, who back then worked at Automatic, now he works at Google. But I took this GIF, by the way, excuse me the quality, because it was just downloaded from the comment on the pull request. But you can see how does this work on this pull request, and it's kind of impressive. You type something, other person sees this, you can comment on stuff, etc. And this is using also YJS, so it's using CRDTs. It's kind of superseded the previous pull request I told you from the YJS creator. There's also this AsBlocks.com created by Riyad Benguela, who also works at Automatic. And this is not embedded in WordPress, but he took just the Gutenberg and created this nice piece of software when you can create a session, you can share it, you can visit the link in another browser, and suddenly you have collaborative editing enabled in both of these Gutenberg editors. Until now, I was talking only about like text editing, mostly because it was simple enough to explain. But it's nice to know that CRDTs also can handle like all of the different types of data. For example, this is showing the offline capabilities on a to-do app, which is probably just a JSON under the hood. It's just sharing the state and merging it somehow auto-magically after they change the toggle to online from offline, which is super cool. So, exciting times ahead of us, amazing times ahead of us. I truly believe that adding collaboration, real-time collaboration to Gutenberg is going to be the biggest milestone that WordPress had to face and will actually achieve since the creation of Gutenberg itself. Oh, you got a problem? But the next slide is thank you. Yeah, something popped up here. But the next slide is thank you, so that's it from me.
Thank you, David. That was an awesome talk.
Thank you.
If anybody has questions, again, we have the mics in the aisles. If you want to ask a question, just please proceed to either of the two sides. This was very exciting to watch, especially the last GIF showing how it could work. I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait too. I mean, it will be awesome.
Yes, yes. I think we have a question over there.
Hello. Thank you for your talk. I have a question. How will this influence database and also revisions?
Oh, yeah. So
Thanks.
it's a good point. It's a good point. So it has to, you probably know what you're talking about. Yeah, it obviously has to be integrated somehow with revision history and what was the first one? Can you? Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know answer to this, to be honest. I'm not working at Automatic. I did my due diligence, and I spoke to people working at Automatic. Thank you, by the way, thank you, Adam Sieniński. But I don't know, I don't have answers to like all of this because I'm not like very close to this development cycle of Gutenberg. But I can check this one, and I know there's like a revision history feature and all of the other features like suggestions, like content locking. So it should also work with like locking the templates and everything. So some people can edit some stuff, some people can't. So this also should be aware of all of this, which is not an easy task. That's why we only have proof of concepts. We don't have the real thing yet. But hopefully at some point in the future we will get this. Also, I know from the inside that, to be absolutely honest, I'm not representing Automatic, but I know that the real-time collaboration is not like super main priority. The async flows for content teams is kind of like more important thing for Automatic for the collaboration part because they don't specify real-time collaboration. They are working on it, looking at it, but the async collaboration is the main priority because now the bigger content teams, they are using external tools, they create content there, and they just move it to the WordPress in the end, which is not ideal. So yeah.
Any more questions from the audience? It looks like, okay. Thank you very much, David. That was amazing. Please, everybody give it up for David. This is for you. Yes, okay. Okay, so we all have a few minutes before the next session, so I have notes because you can move around, you can go explore. Please remember to visit our sponsors. They are the ones who make this possible, these amazing things happen. My name is Maria, by the way. I forgot to say that, but, well, I'll repeat that sometime today. Woo! We have a community booth also, and I have a question for you. You can still move around, but remember that postcard game I told you about? Yesterday there were 2 questions. Today you'll get the other 2. The question is, when and where was the first WordCamp ever? So if you know the answer to that, please go to the community booth and get your extra postcard. And don't forget to grab your swag. You have also postcards there to swap with your friends or any new networking that you do. I have a couple of announcements to say. Remember that we all have to follow the code of conduct. You can find that on the europe.wordcamp.org website. We also have a contributing area in the Trianti balcony. You can go there if you want to maybe work with your colleagues or continue something from the contribution day. There is a wellness track, if you don't know, that's on level 1. And if you want to leave feedback about any of the sessions, you can go to europe.wordcamp.org/2023/feedback and let us know what you think about these sessions, any other tracks. And I will stop for a minute Until the next session.
Hello, WordCamp Europe, armchair WordCampers. How's it going? My name is Angela Jin, and I am joined here today by Sam. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, yeah, I'm Sam Waynes. I work for Barn2 Plugins doing their YouTube channel. And it's my first WordCamp. I think that's what we're here to talk about.
Woo! First WordCamp. That's excellent. How has your experience been so far?
Well, first of all, I got in on Monday, and we had 3 glorious days exploring Athens and getting out on a boat with the team, which was awesome, and going up the Acropolis, getting photos, videos, museum. Everything's been excellent. And the food has been divine.
Ooh,
really
okay.
good.
Well, so for those who are not here with us in Athens, tell us more about the food, because I adore Greek food.
I grew up thinking, oh, I don't really like Greek food because of olives and stuff. But honestly, since, I don't know, something changed in my palate or whatever, but I've been loving all even like the Greek salad with feta, but my favorite is the moussaka.
Yes!
It's like a combination of shepherd's pie and lasagna. And Italians and Brits are probably going to kill me for saying that, but I think it's great. I think it's great.
Thank you. Moussaka is like my favorite, and I have just been eating as much of it as I can here. And okay, there's something about that palate, because I hated eggplant as a child, but love it here. So yes.
Maybe they just grow better versions of it here.
Quite possible.
Yeah.
So, first time at WordCamp, and you are diving into the deep end with our biggest WordCamp. How has it been so far?
Oh, well, first of all, the venue has been really cool. I love getting around on the metro, not having to worry about getting taxis and stuff. Super cheap, super like reliable and everything. And the venue itself, beautiful, huge.
Nice.
I was getting around with my GoPro and camera because I'm trying to film something for a video.
Cool.
And today I'm entering all the competitions, hoping to win some headphones or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going to the talks as well. I've got a few lined up today and some yesterday. And the auditoriums are really good for, audio viewing, everything.
Great, good. Well, I'm glad to hear that that experience is going well, and you are sponsoring, so thank you. And how have your conversations with the community members gone?
Well, it's really cool. So we're one of the smaller sponsors, but we've got a competition running with a little quiz, so people can pop in and do the quiz on their phone. The winners get an all-access pass for all of our plugins. And anyone who plays gets some of our cooler swag, you know.
Ooh,
and I think my boss, Katie, did a great job organizing all of that. I just sat in the background and said, yes, that sounds like a great idea.
Nice.
Our conversations with people have been excellent. I've been able to talk about the plugins in a way that I was only doing on the YouTube channel before. But now it's great to talk to the actual customers of our products, as well as potential customers, people who might be interested. And they've got a lot of great questions, and sometimes I'm able to answer, sometimes I defer to the experts.
Wonderful. And you said you've been attending some of the sessions. Were there any that really got you thinking, or that you really liked?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the first session I went to, which was to do with marketing, specifically analyzing your marketing data and coming to a conclusion about what's going to improve the overall experience for customers. And it was like a scientific process, right? So you go through the hypothesis, A/B testing, statistical significance, that sort of thing.
Excellent. Yeah. Cool. And we still have one full day. We're just getting started at WordCamp Europe today. Do you have a plan for today?
Yeah, so I'll be at our booth for quite a bit of the day, as we still have lots of people stopping by. And it's great to just hang out with the team, because we're a remote company, so we don't get a lot of FaceTime with the team. And besides that, I've got a few more talks lined up. If I'm honest, I don't remember exactly what they are, but they're on the schedule, so yeah.
Yeah, there is a lot of content here to enjoy. Excellent. Well, so are you familiar with the WordPress community outside of this event? Have you spent time with people online? Or is this really your first
this is
time
really my first getting into it. I did a video which recently on the channel this year, which maybe it's a little bit of a controversial topic, but it actually had a positive spin. The video was titled, "Is WordPress Dying?" So that was when I learned a lot about where WordPress started, a lot of the large contributing members of the community, as well as some of the main stakeholders and everything. And so now it's great to meet all those people in person. like Yoast and everyone else. So yeah, I think there's a real positive spin because at the end of the video, I'm saying like, well, actually no, it's not anything close to that, and the community is stronger than ever.
Excellent. That's
Yeah.
great. That's a relief to hear, and I think definitely true. And so, yeah, what do you think you'll do after this event?
I might
have we
just
got you?
sleep for a whole day.
That's fair. That's me
and
too.
Put my feet up. It's a lot of energy to go to something like this, but I'm a very social person, so I quite enjoy it.
Nice.
And maybe recover the voice a little bit. But I hear there's an after party.
There is.
So maybe I'll be going there, of course.
Excellent. Good. Do. WordCamp
Yeah.
Europe always throws an excellent after party.
Nice.
Good. How about after WordCamp Europe? Do you want to get more involved? Have we got you into the WordPress community now?
Yeah, well, I'm actually networking with a lot of video creators because that's my space.
Nice.
So it's been great to meet people who are also making YouTube videos or have channels for their companies, like I do. And so my goal is to continue to talk with those people in a more formal way, so we can bounce ideas off each other and get a better idea of how to make videos that service the community in a way that they respond to, because that's ultimately what it's about, like helping people to solve their problems.
I love it, and that's that feels very. I hear a lot of WordPress community in that we love bouncing ideas off of each other and solving problems. So yeah, cool. Well, I am curious. Remind us, where are you based?
So currently based in Poland, but as we are remote first, I have the freedom to sort of choose a home as it suits, and
cool.
Yeah, there's some ideas in the future to travel a little bit as well.
I love travel.
But we really like our base in Poland because we got a great. We invested in like a chair and a desk and stuff, and actually going to be getting married later this month.
Congratulations!
Thank you.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. My fiance works in marketing, but she's not in the WordPress space. But we've been really enjoying our trip here. It's kind of like a pre-honeymoon or something.
Yeah, yes, do the pre-honeymoon, do the post-honeymoon, do another honeymoon down the line. Great. Where would you like to travel to?
We have plans for Turkey, Malaysia, Vietnam, and later on, at some point, I have a bunch of family in New Zealand, so we'll go down there too.
That's amazing. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Well, do you think one thing that's fantastic about the WordPress community is that we are global, and so are you planning on going to any other WordCamps down the line?
Yeah, it depends on the timing of things, of course. But yeah, absolutely, our company is invested, financially in the WordCamp scene, and they're willing to help us to travel to the different events depending on location, as well as just getting together with the team. It's a great excuse to do that as well.
It really is. It's, my company is also fully remote, and so it is lovely to be able to travel and see each other in person. That time is really special. And you said you did some team activities earlier this week. You went on a boat.
That's right. Yeah. So they we got onto this like retro yacht.
Retro yacht.
Yeah, I don't know what the best word is. It's old school, but it was really cool. The captain was a really nice guy, and we also had some great food and drinks, and I got to go swimming. And I put on the face mask, and I was looking around at little fish and stuff.
Gosh.
It was good fun.
The water is so clear here. I really love that. So yeah.
So we sailed along the coast of Athens, so you could see the city from there, and as well as some of the little small rocky islands around. And yeah, it was good time.
Very cool.
Very good time.
Cool. I'm not even sure what else can we talk about here. What's on your mind?
You said your company is remote. What is your company?
I'm with Automatic, and I'm over in the .org division. We work on the WordPress project full time. I'm head of programs and contributor experience, and so I have the good fortune of working with WordCamps all over the world. So very much my passion there.
Is this? Are you doing other interviews this week? This weekend?
Just this one for this purpose. So, but yeah, one of the things that I really love about these events is being able to chat with people and catch up. And so, yeah.
And I'm going to turn a question around on you. Did you have any talks that you've been to that you really liked?
I haven't yet. I did sit in a little bit on the performance panel, and so that was excellent. I heard really good things about the diversity panel. And then later today, I am definitely looking forward to Matt and Josefa and Matthias's talk as well to see where we're going.
You mentioned the panel. Yesterday I went to a panel on the discussion around partnerships. And we're still being the smaller company that we are at the moment, so we haven't really discussed all like the partnership stuff, but we left that panel kind of wondering, like, okay, there's a few companies we were going to think about the greater partnership, because the affiliate side is fine, but then if you invest in the partnerships, I think that's where the community starts to show itself.
There's a lot of opportunity in especially in this group and in the WordPress community for that. So it's cool that you're coming here and then starting to think about what opportunities you might want to pursue. That's really nice.
Katie says like if I'm making the YouTube videos, that's fine, but even if I wasn't doing that, she'd want me doing something else in the marketing space, because we're just trying to work out like exactly where we are, and we're trying to expand the blog, expand the channel.
Nice.
So yeah, I mean, check it out if you're
Yeah.
interested in the plugin WordPress plugins, especially WooCommerce plugins. That's what we're doing the most, and yeah.
Nice.
So.
Well, there are a lot of content creators here, and that's definitely something WordPress needs. I'm curious, did you attend Contributor Day by any chance?
No, that was our tourism day, but I didn't know where I would fit in on that being my first time.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm certain that next time I've got a lot more to like contribute in that sense.
Okay.
But yeah, I was still just kind of feeling the waters this time.
I understand that. Well, I hope that after this experience, maybe the next time you come to another WordCamp, that you can participate in Contributor Day, and I would personally love to help you figure out where you want to fit in and all of that. So.
Oh, that's awesome. Thanks.
Yeah.
I feel like I've got a lot to learn still, like about just all of even just all the different businesses that are here. I'm still not familiar with, but it would help me also in my video creation to know the people who are making the products that I'm going to be talking about, because then I can even have a more direct line of information as well. And so that's a really powerful tool. Like in the creative space, especially making YouTube videos, I never want to make a video that's about something that's wrong. You know, I want to be accurate. I want to. So yeah, there's a little bit of like. That networking is going to go a long way towards understanding the products that I'm going to be referencing and talking about in future videos.
For sure, and contributing and helping to build WordPress is a great way to really get to know it really deeply. So yeah, for sure. Cool.
Yeah.
I also love bringing new contributors in, because I think it is a big space to get into, and even if anything new that you come into, there's a lot to learn, but those people do bring a lot of really fresh perspective that we need. And so I always really love to encourage people to lean into all the things that they don't know and help us figure out how we can do it better.
Can you tell me a bit more about Contributor Day? Because I didn't hear much about it before.
Oh, okay. Excellent. I love this. So Contributor Day is when we get all these people together in a big room, and we have people help us build WordPress. We build WordPress together. And so there are a bunch of different make teams. Yes, of course, core, which builds the core software, but also like design, marketing, community, documentation, training. And so all of these teams that make WordPress what it is. And so for me, that's really like the heart of this community, where we're all working together towards making WordPress what we want it to be. And so, as you might imagine, with such a big project, it is a lot of work, a lot of coordination, all of that. And so and so there's a lot of spaces to figure out how we do this all together, and that's what Contributor Days are for. And we, of course, we regularly do this online as well, but it's just like a big team meetup. It's nice to do that in person.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, I understand we are out of time here soon, but are there any parting thoughts you want to leave us with here?
Yeah, well, if you're at WordPress then you're probably not watching this online. But yeah, check out the Barn 2 YouTube channel if you want to see my work and the work that we're doing at Barn 2. And yeah, keep following the live streams if you want to see what else is happening at WordCamp.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And perhaps did I get you on Contributor Day? Maybe I'll see you at the next one?
I hope so.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Thank you so much, Armchair WordCamp Europe WordCamp Europe folks. I will see you next time.
Welcome, everybody, to session number 3 of today, track 1. Thank you for being here. So for our next talk, we are going to have 2 mics in the rows. The talk goes for the first around 30 minutes, and then we have some time for questions. So if you think of any questions, feel free to, at the end, I'll tell you when, go to the mics. So today we're going to have Kathy Bosco talking about 15 ways user experience impacts businesses' success. She's joining us from the US. She works with top talent worldwide, helping them use the best possible UX research to build their businesses and implement it in their projects. She's been, over the years, WordPress core contributor. So please give a round of applause for Kathy, who's joining us today.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to have my notes because I have a lot of important data and credit, and I don't want to mess anything up, so don't be distracted. Today, I want to remind everyone that the most successful organizations are research-led. They reduce risk for their projects and their organizations, and they optimize with a bias towards action. There are very heavy costs associated with delivering a poor user experience, and we're going to talk about what those are and who they impact. We will also count down 15 ways user experience can influence business success. You're going to need your phones. So grab your phones, have your phone handy, and feel free to take pictures. We'll start with the uncomfortable part first, where I'll talk a little bit about me and give you some context on where my perspectives come from. So 5 years before the internet became available in households in the US, I graduated from college. I was the first person in my family to graduate from college, and I went to art school, and it was a huge disappointment for my entire family that I would waste university on fine art, but in the end it turned out to be the right path for me. In 1997, I opened my studio. I studied drawing and sculpture and performance art, so I figured I could make a living as an illustrator. I was optimistic. Opened the studio in 97, completely analog, so just drawing. By about 2003, my studio had become half analog and then half digital. Around 2003 was when the Adobe Creative Suite became available, and that's when I sort of transitioned to a graphic designer. Of course, WordPress 1.0 was released at that time, and by 2005, my studio was completely digital. I had to make a website for myself to get my illustration portfolio online, and sure, as soon as you can make a website, everyone in your town thinks you're a web designer and you can make their website, so that's just sort of how my career evolved. Another inflection point that I've witnessed was in 2007 when the iPhone was introduced and everybody was mobile and bringing the internet with them. WordPress REST IPA came out in 2010 approximately, and by 2012, I was at a point where I was collaborating with other developers and front-end engineers, and SVG animation was really an exciting part of the work we did, and scaling up my projects. And then we started creating mobile apps for customers. I began to realize that myself and all of my clients were heavily dependent on WordPress. And it became a huge sense of responsibility to recommend that to people. Their livelihoods depended on it. So I began to contribute back and participated with the design team and making core contributions, and actually made lifelong friendships and colleagues that I could collaborate with, and we subcontracted work with each other. In 2018, I also worked on the WordPress governance project. And by 2020, I collaborated with 2 other designers, and we opened up a UX design collective. I mean, all of my businesses were not successful. I mean, some of them were kind of successful, and some of them were, but it looks like I was a huge success. I pretty much learned everything the hard way. But the next inflection point is sort of where we're at now with AI. So it's been very interesting to see all these inflection points in my career. I'm the senior manager of UX research at Pantheon. So let's talk about user experience design. CX, so many acronyms, right? Customer experience research, user experience writing, end-to-end user experience design. One of the reasons I highlighted user experience design is because I'm surprised by this. I still have to remind a lot of people that visual design is only one aspect of user experience. And research is really just critical thinking. We all do research. We all do discovery. And everyone making decisions that impact the user experience or the customer experience are making design decisions. So design is something we all make design decisions, no matter what our roles are, if we're developers or designers or project managers. I'm less interested in roles people have, and I'm really much more interested in the work that they're getting done together. As a famous quote, I've got to read the quote from Albert Lee on the future of design in startups. Companies with the highest investment in UX are referred to as design unicorns. They saw their sales increase by 75%. It's a lot. We know the costs associated with poor user experience. They're costly. Before we identify those 15 great ways we can influence business success, let's review quickly some of the costs. They include lost sales due to demos and free trials that don't convert, or retention issues because the product is just too complex to use. Support costs due to problems users can't resolve without asking for help, or due to complexity that makes it hard for them to figure anything out on their own. Productivity costs are very expensive, and that's due to users needing to go through extra steps just to do very simple things. Developer costs. Poor user experience is due to having to work on features that don't produce value because nobody's using them, or having to redo work because the previous version didn't meet the user's needs, or users couldn't figure it out. There's resource costs as well. Product managers and team members can be spending too much time in damage control mode rather than working on new value for customers. We've all been there. They also a cost of focusing on escalation issues instead of working on new capabilities. These are very costly for organizations. Businesses that invest wisely in user experience research and design deliver useful and compelling experiences for users, and they positively impact their company's success as well as the experience for the end user. Okay, so let's do the countdown. 15 ways UX impacts and can influence business success. It shows up like companies are able to solve problems and reduce risk with evidence-based techniques together. We can foster a culture where continuous learning is valued. The best jobs are jobs where you learn together and you grow in your career through project work. Teams that do a great job with user experience can attract and retain the top talent for their companies. They can communicate better with customers, and they can show up the competition. Solving the right problem with the right solution is the secret sauce. I love this hill chart. This changed my life, this chart. This is a diagram by Ryan Singer from Basecamp, understanding users' needs measured in time and progression towards a feature delivery. So when we look at this chart over time, the whole 50% of this side is research and discovery. We are working from, we know nothing about the problems our customers are facing, to the middle where we understand the problem we want to solve. And then the second half is getting to the right solution. When we really understand the problem we're trying to solve, the solution is really evident. If you're really struggling to find a solution, you're probably not as focused on the right problem as you need to be. And then the last section is getting it done, pushing code, A/B testing, creating prototypes, that sort of thing. So moving from the unknowns to the knowns, half the job is research and discovery, and we all rush through that far too much, I think. And so this changed my life. It gave me opportunities to make impact through value delivery. Delivering value doesn't change over time. Tools change, technologies change, everything's always changing. But if you in your career can focus on your ability to deliver value, you transcend a lot of that. I have another quote. According to a study done by Forrester, which is a secondary research analyst research, every dollar invested in UX brings $100 in return. Now, this is an average figure, but it's an ROI of an impressive 9,900%. Okay, back to the countdown. Coming in at number 10, we can unlock revenue for innovation or unique allocations when we're doing great user research. We can lighten the load on our support teams. We can easily report outcomes to impress stakeholders and investors. And we can increase existing business. So that would mean renewals or upsells. And we proactively decrease long-term costs. How do teams do this? How do they do this for their clients or their products? They use frameworks. They use scenario-based user groups and other models. we'll look at some of those. This is important. If it's not secure, performant, and accessible, it's not usable. We shouldn't ship it. This was a motto of our team, formerly known as UXATT. We created this usability diagram. Monique Doubleman and Jackie D'Elia and myself built this as a framework for which we would work through. We would work with clients who met this criteria, and we made sure we held ourselves accountable to these standards. Ethical, sustainable, and inclusive was the foundation of anything that we worked on or produced or shipped. It had to be secure, performant, and accessible. And we used the 10 interface usability heuristics to measure the quality of our work. If it was websites, it had to be findable and discoverable. And UX writing was really important. There's a lot of hats we had to wear. I'm slightly dyslexic. I was not in charge of UX writing, but it's incredibly important to user experience. All of our projects were research-led. We look at projects through 3 levels, too. We look at projects through the interface level. So one example I like to share with people is the Google Sitekit plugin. The interface is incredibly delightful to use. It's very clear, it's very informative. We look at that experience on the interface level, and it's very usable. So the interface level, one view at a time. The next level would be the journey level. And when we review software or look at software, we look at it through the journey level. So an example of that would be Level has the Alley Collective. And it might be the journey a customer takes through a subscription from when they sign up and the courses they take, and if that journey has an endpoint or if they come back. So the journey level, the interface level, and then the relationship level. And this is really powerful, especially if you plan on being around for a while. The example I'll share about the relationship level is the Gravity Forms plugin. Back in the day, it was the first paid plugin I ever purchased. And it was a big deal at the time that I'm paying for a plugin, right? But that plugin was incredibly valuable. I could sell products through it. I could do a lot of things very early on. And I sold it over and over and over again to my clients. And they loved it, and they bought it. And then later in my relationship with Gravity Forms, I saw online that they did this huge accessibility work on their plugin. And they marketed with that. And I was able to, they even shared what they did, so I was able to inform some of my development teams how to do that work. And so my relationship level with Gravity Forms and that trust I have is the 3rd level we look at things through. The purpose of UX research is often to support decision makers with the valuable information they need to reduce risk in many areas. Even organizational UX research is important work. This brings me to a possibly well-known model. It's called the exposure formula. I didn't invent these models. Oh, we all want to remove friction, shorten tool time, and increase goal time for customers, of course. This is important. We know from research that everyone spends at least 2 hours every 6 weeks exposing their work directly with customers. If you fall below that, the quality of your work drops off. You can do more than that, and you can get some improvement. But this was like a magic threshold. The key is to interact with someone, ask them to show you how they would do something using your software, and be in a place where you can ask questions. It's very humbling. It could be done on Zoom. It doesn't have to be in person. But not only will it improve the quality of the software you deliver, we know from research that as teams go through periods of growth, they lose contact with customers. And they also lose the meaningful nature of their work, their sense that what they do improves someone's life in some way. And this is really important. I find that the developers and the engineering teams that I work with really need to have that connection and know that their work is meaningful to people. And this is one way you can keep that healthy and thriving. There's a famous Amazon button story. A simple change of copy and the addition of a continue button on this retailer's site netted an increase of $15 million in sales in the first month and $300 million in the first year. And you can read more about that from Jared Spool's article. User experience matters, and it really influences business. Okay, let's continue the countdown. We can increase long-term sustainability for our organizations. We can improve cross-team performance. Coming in at number 3, we can reduce churn. We all want successful business metrics to report, and we all do research. Hopefully just enough research. It doesn't have to be research theater. This can be very scrappy. But we also know that not everyone has the same amount of level of skills for research. So let's take a moment of reflection. Literacy. It's defined as detailed knowledge of what differentiates good quality from poor quality. Pretty literate. It reflects that motion from unconscious incompetence to conscious incompetence. Painful. I thought I gave all my friends these biscuits, but I put way too much salt in them, and now I'm aware of it. It's like that painful thing. And we loop through this on all the different things we learn. It's not just one linear time you go through it. Fluency is defined as a repeated practice of procedures to create good quality outcomes. And it's the motion from conscious incompetence to conscious competence. I know the things I didn't know before, and I've moved out of that awkward, painful state of conscious incompetence. And then mastery, defined as comprehensive knowledge and craftsmanship for intuitive work. You move into unconscious competence. I think of my grandmother making biscuits from scratch. She didn't have a recipe. She could do it like this, but she couldn't really teach me how to do it because I didn't have a recipe, and she didn't have one either. So that intuitive way of working feels really good, but be careful. You want to be able to teach what you're doing as well, probably. We all loop through this over and over and over every time we have to learn something new. And everything's transient in technology. We're always going through these stages. It's exhausting. Our work requires a lot of endurance because of this. Courage and bravery and resilience. It's important to stay informed about theory as well as technical achievement. So I hope to unlock an opportunity for us to be intellectually and emotionally honest with ourselves about the value and the quality of the solutions we deliver to our customers, to their end users, and to each other as well as we work on WordPress core. Research is a team sport, and there are many kinds of research. I won't go through all of them, but this is one of the trifectas of joy that I like to work under. And that's where we have UX research, working with structured data or telemetry, and voice of the customer. And these have different inputs, and when they come together, we can measure our work, we can expose our work to customers, and we can test it towards growth. This is an example of a customer acquisition cost diagram. So by using frameworks, we can hold ourselves accountable and make really informed decisions about how we move forward and how we choose not to. So the customer acquisition cost diagram is how we measure the cost of customer acquisition, how it's paid back over time, and then measure that data towards lifetime customer value, and that will help our teams avoid risk. So there's lots of different frameworks, lots of different researchers provide support to organizations with. That includes primary research, structured data, analyst research, strategic marketing, corporate research, A/B testing, win-loss marketing, all kinds of research is happening. And if you're not aware of it, get excited about it. It can really help you further your career to have some strengths in your research. Oh, I went too fast. User experience research is best measured by its impact on the roadmap. This happens by way of features ratified for the roadmap as is, features altered based on insights derived through research, or features removed from the roadmap entirely. These are the key takeaways. We know the heavy costs associated with delivering poor user experience. The most successful organizations are research-led, and they reduce risk and optimize with a bias towards action for their teams. Towards, and coming in at number 2, is increasing new customer base and increasing revenue. We do far too little research or discovery, and this forces teams to have to spend way more effort compensating for not having the information they need. Okay, you're going to need your phones now. Some field research for WordCamp Europe. I have this 6-question, 2-minute survey. No spam, you don't have to give your email. We will share the findings from this with the community. Essentially, the survey is based on the way we each interact with WordPress, and it's designed to surface any questions we currently have or any observations we have made about the usability or the technical requirements we need the platform to meet for us. Again, you will not be spammed, and we'll definitely share the results out, and maybe we'll unlock some useful insights. I'll share my deck slide out with links to the survey as well after this and the hashtag social channels. There are 3 potential reasons that customers fail to convert according to Laura Klein. They don't understand what you're offering them, or they don't want what you're offering them, or they are not willing to pay what you're asking for what you offer them. Luckily, these problems can be addressed, and there are important steps towards achieving this, and it all points back to spending that time up front, working on identifying the right problem to solve with the right solution. Don't rush through the research and discovery. It's way too costly. And that concludes this presentation. Happy to take questions.
Yes.
Thank you.
I took my phone out. I was in the middle of that. But yes, so thank you very much. That was really nice. I loved it. If anybody has questions, please remember that the microphones are on the sides, so you can walk over to them to speak up, because this is a very interesting topic, and we all need to learn a little bit more about UX. It's everywhere. Everything needs it, especially in what we work, what we do. So thank you for doing what you do, what you say. I have a question that maybe relates a little bit to what you said last. Is how can people become a UX researcher? Because we are all, but I am sure there's more to learn.
Good question. So I find typically people land at UX research from one of two areas. They either lean into UX research from design, which is my path, from a designer into designer researcher to full-time researcher, or they enter into research through academic research. So they may not have anything to do with WordPress or technology or anything, but they bring rigorous research skills to projects. So either of those two paths, which is very productive if you can have multiple, origin points for your research team. Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have more questions? Because otherwise I can keep asking. And for people that are maybe not yet in US research, how can they, where can they go, or how can they integrate a little bit more about learning more examples of?
Yeah, the Nielsen Norman group online, I mean, I didn't invent all these frameworks. There are lots of great resources to learn about the 10 heuristics. I think the most important thing you can do is just expose your work to people trying to use your software. Just dive in. Yes. You don't have to have a fancy education or, super analytic chops. You just really need to get in there and watch people struggling to use your software and be humble.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we have some questions over there.
Hello. So, as a former graphic designer, now as a developer, I wanted to ask you, what's the best practices when you're doing the research? I mean, okay, we have surveys, but is there anything else except surveys?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm using a survey as a last resort, to be honest. The surveys are not as reliable quantifiably as actually doing a semi-structured interview with someone. So I do semi-structured interviews with customers and also with stakeholders, the developers, the people making decisions about particular feature work that's underway. A semi-structured interview, it sounds fancy or jargony. It's just a series of questions that we're going to ask to answer our research question, like, is this usable? And we ask them some questions, and then in every interview, I ask them to show me how they would do something. And we usually have them show us how they would do something through a prototype. So Figma prototypes, you don't have to invest a lot of money. But every time I interview someone, if we include them showing us how they would accomplish a task, it's gold. So at least 5 interviews per topic. That's the core of it.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice presentation.
Thank you.
I want to ask, most of the businesses out there are feature factories. So how do you convince them in a sentence to stop creating unvaluable features and invest more time to provide value?
Nobody listens to me, I swear. Really, being able to measure the whole, if the whole team in the company does not measure their work and the impact of their work, it's a bit of an uphill battle because we're just growing towards feature bloat, and the experience rot is just gonna keep going down, 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 down. And so we use really direct language. Sometimes in my role, I'm sort of a people pleaser by nature, but sometimes in my role, I have to really address and ruffle feathers a lot and say, this is creating a very complex situation, and we have to get people to stop doing it. And if your teams you're working with are spending at least 2 hours every 6 weeks watching people try to use their software, they're going to see it themselves. You don't have to convince them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Beati. Please give her a round of applause. That's for you. Thank you very much. That's awesome.
Okay.
Okay, so before we continue with the next session, there are a few announcements. First, at 1, so later today, right before lunch, there's going to be a group photo in the central area, so everybody, it's nice to have everybody together for the group photo, so I'm informing in advance in case you're wandering around. I'm Maria, by the way. I always forget to introduce myself. If you haven't claimed your swag, please do so. I've said this many times because I'm really passionate about the game. There's postcards that you can swap around and you can collect them all. You have 4 and they're all the same. But interact with people, exchange it. There's 4 different motifs and you can earn more in the community booth, where they're also going to tell you about how to contribute to WordPress, what you can do with the community, how to become a volunteer like me. Everybody in blue shirts is here to help you. So go, the community people are awesome. And I have a question for you, and if you have the answer to that question, you can tell it to them, and they'll give you another postcard. So, when and where was the first WordCamp ever? That's the question that you have to answer. When and where, so both, for an extra postcard. There's going to be another question coming up later, and there are 2 questions that we shared yesterday, so 4 postcards to be won overall. Ask people, interact. Please visit our sponsor booths as well. Remember that they are the ones that make this possible. Ask them what they do. If there's a plugin that you don't know, or if a service that you find interesting, ask them. They're here to also interact with you. We have Tai Chi at 3 p.m. There's part of the wellness track. We have a hike at 6 p.m. also today happening. So if you want to take advantage of that, that's also happening today. If you have any feedback about the sessions, in the website you can also enter europe.wordcamp.org/2023/feedback and tell us what you've thought about all the sessions. I have a whole bunch of announcements, but I'm going to keep some of them for later. Our next session is starting in a few minutes, so if you want to grab a coffee or just walk around, go ahead. Okay, I guess one can hear me now. Welcome to the last session of this morning. I'm very excited about this one. Therefore, I'm going to do it the other way around. I'm going to do a couple of announcements because then you're going to want to rush to lunch. So I know you. You're going to... Yes, exactly. That is my first announcement at 1. So that's before lunch. We're going to make a group photo, and I want to say this right, in the outdoor plaza at 1. So please head out over there so that everybody is in the WordCamp Europe photo. After that, lunch will be served starting at 1 in multiple locations, level 0 and -1. There's, as you probably already know, areas reserved for halal and kosher meals in the -1 level. Then I also wanted to remind people to go get your swag at the table. There's in the info desk, lost and found. If you have found something lying around or you've lost something, go ask them. Anybody with a blue shirt should be able to help you. The game card, does anybody know? Who knows about the game card? Oh, I don't see everybody raising up their hands. So this is the postcards that you receive in your swag bag. We want you to trade them. We want you to go talk to people and get all different 4 motifs and the extra ones that you can take also if you find out about the secret questions. Yesterday, there were 2 questions. I'm not going to repeat them. I'm going to say only one today, which is, when and where was the first WordCamp? If you have the answer to this question and you go to the community booth and tell them, they'll give you another postcard, exclusive for the question. So, and if you don't know the other questions, ask around. Okay, so our next panel is about WordCamp Europe Globals, the future about WordCamp Europe. I am very, very happy to introduce and welcome to the stage our former global leads of the last 3 years of WordCamp Europe. So please give them a round of applause. These are awesome people. Come on, come on, come on. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, thank you so much for joining us. As mentioned, we are WordCamp Europe global leads of the past 3 years. So today we'll be talking about what we want to see in the future of WordCamp Europe, hopefully. And we will be also exploring some shared challenges that we see come up year on year and trying to identify which ones would be great to focus on in the future when new organizers and new global leads take their place. Now, obviously, we are global leads of the past, so we can give some insight, but it's even more valuable if you all share your insights as well. So we'll be doing a short discussion between ourselves, and then we're going to ask all of you to get involved in a Q&A session for the second half of this session. So when we invite you to come and do questions, please come up to one of the mics, and you can join in the discussion as well. But first, shall we do a quick introduction of each of us? So I'll go first. My name's Tess Coughlin-Allen. I'm head of growth at Atomic Smash. We're an agency based in the UK. Yeah, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Bernhard Kau. I live in Berlin, Germany, and I work for Insight, a German WordPress agency.
Hi there. I'm Leslie Malecki. I am founder of Corner Shop Creative, which is a US-based web agency that builds WordPress websites for charities, nonprofits in the US. And I'm back in the US now. I lived in Europe for 10 years, but have moved home recently.
Hi there, my name is Moncho, José Ramón Padrón, a country manager of SiteGround in Spain, and also mentor of WordCamp Europe and super deputy in the global community team.
Hello, I'm Rocío Valdivia. I'm from Spain. I've been involved with the WordPress community since 2009. Since then, I started organizing WordCamps, and I've been part of the global community team at WordCamp Central in Automatic for the last 8 years.
My name is Taker Reijega. I live in Spain. I run an agency in the Netherlands called Level Level, a full-service WordPress agency.
Yes, thanks. So, shall we start the discussion by exploring some of the things that we'd like to see in the future of WordCamp Europe, and perhaps in the WordPress space more generally too. Who would like to go first?
Start. Some of the things that we have been facing, in the last years, I mean, we are just a little small representation of the previous global leads of work in Europe, because this is just the last 3 years, and Jonas is missing here. Hi. Yes. One of the things that I'm especially not concerned, but I think that we have to be aware of, is to bring the new generations, the young people, to the WordPress community, to the open source values, to work. And Work in Europe can be an amazing door, to introduce them. So I think it's something that we need to have in mind, especially for the future events. And how can we bring that new generation that is, like in another wall? Yeah,
Yeah, so true. We were talking before, and I said that I was 27 when I was a global lead, which is quite young, really. I think it's an anomaly, or it's unusual. But I think that you bring so much value by being different, right? So I could bring a different perspective, just like all types of different diversity, we can bring a different perspective and make it an even stronger event. Yeah.
I think that's one of the things that I'm most excited about the future of WordCamp Europe's, and really the future of any flagship WordCamp, so be that US, Asia, hopefully other continents get involved as well, is the expansion of folks who get involved and the expansion of considerations. This organization, each WordCamp being its own organization, does an incredibly thoughtful job of taking care of the people who come. So we're thoughtful about food, thoughtful about accessibility, thoughtful about diversity on stage, all of these things. And it's only getting better. Each year, it's better. And that's what I'm so excited to see, is that that thoughtfulness continue and grow.
Mm-hmm.
A flagship event has its brand for itself. It's big enough, big advertisement. But I think that the truth, it could be better if we focus on meetup groups, because that's the root of everything happening in WordPress, and everything starts in a meetup group. There's a local WordCamp, and people that know WordCamp Europe, WordCamp Asia, WordCamp US, because they heard something in a meetup group, or they see something in social media. So maybe a way to do it, it's just working on the root of everything, that I think it's our meetup groups.
Innovation is a factor as well. At the end, Work in Europe has been opening doors, during years, innovating, trying new things that after happening in Work in Europe, they have become like an example for other WordPress events in the world. So I think that keep trying innovation, but always keeping in mind that this is like a community-driven event, it's important.
Yeah, on that topic, one innovation that I really liked seeing was in WordCamp Europe that was in Berlin, the efforts for sustainability and the way we use signage and recycled signage into speaker gifts. Do you want to speak on that a bit, Bernard?
So, before. Hello. Okay. So in Berlin, we try to be really as sustainable as possible. We did it in many different ways. It began with the food, like we used single-use things for serving the foods, and then we also thought about, okay, what are the things we have to print? Like here, you have lots of signage, so you are able to find the rooms. I saw that here they are using paper for like the room signs, so that's a better material than plastic. In Berlin, we used lots of roll-up banners and large banners above the rooms. And from those materials, we made bags. So we recycled all of them, and we sent them to a company who employs disabled people. And they were cutting those in pieces and then making bags out of them. And I think we got like 150 different bags, and we gave them away to some contributors of other WordCamps that follow WordCamp Europe in Berlin. And this is something we really wanted to do in the future again, but when Corona hit, somehow this idea got lost. And last year we didn't do that. And this year, I think as well, we don't do that, but that might be something we can do again, and not just for WordCamp Europe, but also for other WordCamps.
When I think about what you all did in Berlin with that and then Corona hitting and this idea of innovation, I'm really proud of how WordCamp Europe transformed during COVID. That the Porto event was put on hold, and in quite a short period of time, the whole team just refactored and said, right, we're doing it online. No problem, we got this. It was an amazing event, and then the next year we were a little bit better at it. We had, learned from our experiences the previous year. But in terms of innovation, that was fast and necessary and entirely successful. But then to come back to Porto in person and just slide right back into being together and having that community spirit again, just incredible.
On the topic of sustainability, I think it's really important to realize as organizers that we have an example. We as a flagship event, we kind of set expectations for next events, but we also inspire the smaller, the more local meetups, the smaller WordCamps. So I would say that it is, as a global lead or as an organizer of one of the WordCamps, it's of utmost importance that you realize that you're setting an example, that you're basically maybe even, how do you say that, opening doors for other smaller WordCamps. And that's something with the sustainability. There's also a challenge because we are global leads from previous years. Next year, there's a completely new team with some people that were involved in the previous year, but maybe they don't personally carry the same values as we did in the previous year, or the same sort of thought about sustainability or about diversity or about any of the other topics that are so important for a WordCamp.
That's why it's so important to keep people from the previous years, for the next years, and sharing their knowledge to the next ones. Because even if we have a lot of documentation, and that has been like a big theme for years at Work in Europe, is like we organize events and we have like a minimum of documentation, but not everything. So basically, there is a lot of word to word, sharing knowledge from one to the next ones. So the role of the mentor, this year is Moncho, and next year will be as well. The role of the mentor is very important. It's like to keep, to keep the values, to keep reminding the global leads, which kind of things are like really, part of the soul of these kind of events.
And also, like in terms of sustainability, at WordCamp Asia in February, there was a new channel introduced in the Make Slack for sustainability. I think the first initial reason to have that channel is more on the sustainability of the software, but sustainability goes into other things as well. So having sustainable events is another way where we can be more sustainable as a global community. And having a channel like this, and maybe in the future documentation on how to not just make your WordPress event inclusive and diverse, but also how to make it sustainable. Which are easy things you can do, and which are the ones you can do if you have more time and more like team members and maybe a larger budget. So it starts really small, but every event, even on a meetup level, they can do some things that are more sustainable.
Yeah, and speaking on sustainability, but switching the meaning slightly, when we think of, or like the longevity of WordCamp Europe, we also have to think about that transfer of knowledge and mentoring of new cities that apply, like new locations where we want to host WordCamp Europe, because that's a difficult process, the application process, and it's a challenge that they might not have been through before. So, I mean, how can we bring better sort of mentorship, do you think, into that process?
For sure, we need something like that. This is not a call for next globals. Sorry. But it's true that every time a city is applying for being a host city, it's not a simple process. So, because the organizing team needs to take a decision on numbers, figures, and a compromise of a already former team, a team that is working in a city. The truth is that it will be really interesting receiving more applications and open the possibility of having help from the organizing team in order to follow the process and having information about how to fill in the form, what are the previous. Even we can write a really good blog post, which is okay. I think it's better to have meetings, and this is something we can do, and I think it's necessary.
And I would love to say to the audience here and to anyone who is listening, if you're thinking about, hey, so a work in Europe can happen in my city, of course. I mean, if you have a group of people, it doesn't have to be, because the local team doesn't have to be huge. But if there are like 4 or 5 people in your city committed, to help organizing work in Europe there, you already have, a good application. You can have a good application. We will help you, because the rest of the team of Work in Europe is global. It's from all around Europe. And we will, and the rest of the team takes care of most part of the work. So basically, if you have doubts, if you're wondering, if you're thinking could be a possibility, just raise your hand here or later. Just stop us in the corridors, talk to us, to any organizer working here who has experience, and we will be super happy to help you, to guide you, to advise you. So we want to keep seeing Work in Europe in the future for many years. So we need host cities.
Mm-hmm. And I think because when we can provide that guidance and share our insights, we also give future organizers the opportunity to innovate. Like we were talking about innovation, they don't have to worry perhaps so much about some details that we've already done. We don't have to reinvent the wheel every year. We can build on from the successes of past events. And then, like I said, give people the freedom to innovate, which I think is really special, and will change the future of WordCamp Europe in beyond what they would be able to do otherwise. Okay, have people been thinking about their questions? I hope so. If you have a question, can you please walk up to the mics, and then we'll take it in turns to answer those. Lovely.
Don't be shy, we don't bite.
Thank you, this is really wonderful. My name is William Jackson. My wife and I, Aida, we were the teachers for this year's kids camp. And from our understanding and the reaction from the kids and the parents, it went very well. And we're just encouraged and excited to continue to do this and teach about WordPress, teach about the community, but also integrating STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, math, and the metaverse and AI and other elements. So I would like your opinion of the value that you see in continuing having a kids camp and then also expanding it from kids to youth and teens and young adults. So thank you.
I love that. That speaks to one of the initial points actually that you
Thank you so much for the amazing job that you're doing with the kids. Please, I would like to really thank you. I admire your job, by the way. Thank you so much. I saw it for the first time in WordCamp San Jose in Costa Rica. So thank you first at all. I agree. This kind of contribution that you're doing, I would love to see it keep expanding. So maybe training new organizers, new people in other cities. We could do like a program, for example, for training other people to do this kind of workshops for kids, for young people, and to see it in more events. I think that would be amazing, especially because if one of the big issues that we're facing is how to bring the new generations here. The average of the attendees are increasing. We're getting older somehow. So we need to see more children. We need to see more teenagers sharing these values, the open source, the freedom, the open internet. So how can we share that? These kind of initiatives are so important. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about initiatives for training more people to do what you're doing right now. And thank you.
I'm doing my part. I brought my 1.5-year-old daughter. She's too young for your kids camp, but I'm sure in a couple of years she will join it.
I like to say that the first time I saw you was in San Jose in Costa Rica, 2017 or something like that. It was amazing. But not only for kids to learn something like design a website or starting a new blog, but just for the fact they know how an event is, and what the grown-ups are doing in this time, in this case in an open source related project. And so, congratulations, because you are doing something very special and you are doing very well. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And I love to think about all of this like planting seeds. Admittedly, I'm a gardener, so I think about everything related to plants. But what you're doing is planting seeds. And whether those germinate and bear fruit eventually or not, there's a value in planting them. So thank you for that. I think we plant seeds at WordCamps all the time, right? We're planting seeds of future volunteers for future organizations, future volunteers who become organizers, future volunteers who then become team leads and global leads, future seeds that are ideas for eventual camps. And this effort to train our kids, make kids welcome at these events is hugely important and potentially, to Rocio's point, hugely important for the future of these events, that it will make it more sustainable.
Okay, great. We have another question. Can I encourage anyone else who would like to ask a question to walk up to the mics, and we'll get to you next. Please go ahead.
Hi, I was a teenager a few years ago.
Yes, welcome.
Hi,
That's excellent.
nice to meet you. I want to say a particular hi to Jose and Ocio. Nice to meet you finally. So I will have a thing or two to say about, no, just a thing. I want to be fast today. About improving the, how can we say, the age, to help people, the young people, to attend the WordCamps. Basically, I'm not a teenager. I lied before. I'm 21 now. As far as I know, I'm the most younger person in the Italian community, in the WordPress. I think that one of the reasons why WordPress community have, at least for Italy, I don't know others, but I have seen that there are places like schools, state school, that they are actually explaining how to use WordPress. But many times people doesn't really never says anything about what's behind the scenes. So I think it's important when you do a course to also talk about the WordPress community, says the teams, because otherwise it's really impossible to expect that people can say something else. Yeah. Second things, and I'm stopping because I know people says I'm long, and right now I'm actually long, so I'm sorry for people, is fun. I was actually in a school where people was not there for technology. It was not a technology school. And my teacher has started to explain WordPress starting by HTML and MySQL and PHP, in general how this works. Just PHP and MySQL, just in general. But the point here is, when we have an audience, maybe that's not so much expert about WordPress, or maybe they're not so much passionate. I think the most important thing is to motivate them, show them how fast and simple is contribute to that. Otherwise, I think it's quite difficult. I'm not saying to the people here, because I know people here are just general, but I hope that other people that can see this recording, they maybe can also see that. Sorry for my long discussion. Sorry for everyone.
Thank you for sharing.
Well, I like something to say. Thanks for your questions. Related to the younger people. Well, let's say maybe we need to study at what age it's important to have the first contact. No? But I think the most practical at this moment could be in schools, I don't know in English how to say, but in high school, universities. There are a lot of brands that we can learn from, like Cisco, Microsoft, Google, that they have presence in all schools everywhere. Well, that's power. They have money and really big in marketing teams. For example, everyone who has an idea for a startup, maybe they have a check for Google to start with something like that, to start in an easy way. So a lot of current sponsors of WordCamp Europe are doing efforts in schools and universities. But maybe it's not enough, just only the brands. For example, hosting companies, we have normally programs for students, for universities, free hosting and things like that. But maybe it could be an effort of the marketing team of the community to start to do something related to schools, to universities. Just throwing an idea.
You want to say?
I think there's also, related to that, there's a bit of maybe a communication, marketing issue here. Like, we all know about this community. We are here, and probably next year we're...
But it's a bubble.
But it's a bubble. We live in this WordPress, or WordCamp bubble, sort of. How can we break that? How can we make sure that more people know about or see it as a sort of a really open event, like going to a festival? I'm not saying this should be a festival, but for anybody that feels like, oh, I just buy a ticket and I'm going to enjoy myself. I'm not sure if WordCamps, with all the best intentions that we all have, that we're really showing that it's open to anyone.
I agree. I think we are in a bubble, and most part of the world doesn't know this community, the values we share, what we're doing, all the potential and everything. And we have so much work to do in that sense. But that's great at the same time, because we have so many opportunities to keep improving and to start initiatives, because many people, when we are here, the sense of any open source project is that wherever you see a bug, you can jump in to fix it. Any of us. So if you see that there is potential, for example here, to create programs locally, regionally, globally, to start, like sharing the word about our values, our projects and everything in schools, high school, primary schools, whatever, let's start it. If one person takes the initiative, I'm totally sure that many people will follow. I know that in the US, they started like many years ago an initiative that was something about WordPress University or something like that. WordPress Campus, I think, yeah. I don't know what is the state of that right now, but they were, the idea of that project was to bring WordPress to universities and to campus to teach in workshops and things like that, and I love it. But sometimes if there is no momentum, I don't know how it is right now, the project, but with momentum and people, willing to do something like that, sometimes you just need to start it. And I totally agree that education is key here. And if there are people enough to start initiatives to bring, to WordPress to the education, we can really make an impact.
Mm-hmm. And on the point about bringing more people into the process of contributing, I think it's a good idea to mention that at Contributor Day, you could go there and just have discussions and share your insights. So that's mostly what I did this weekend on Contributor Day. I joined the new Diversity, Equality and Inclusion table, and I used most of the day discussing identifying, ways that we might be able to improve, or just acknowledging the challenges that we're facing. And I think there's real value in that. And younger people who, if they're not ready to fix a bug, they could be encouraged to come in and give their outside perspective. And that actually might help us solve a lot of key problems. I think we should move to the next question.
Yes, hello Global Leads. We have learned a lot from you in the previous years. Thank you very much. A quick note on sustainability. We are still very thoughtful on that, and there is going to be a report coming in the next days about what we did on that field. My question to you is, I would like to pick your mind on the next generation WordCamps notion, let's say. How does this affect WordCamps, WordCamp Europe? And in my mind, maybe I see a turn to a little bit more specialized events, maybe a little bit more enterprise events. Would that offend the community spirit of WordCamps, because I would hate to see that happening. And what do you think about that?
I think we've seen in the past that WordCamp Europe in its essence hasn't really changed a lot. We've introduced new things. I mean, in the beginning in Leiden, we had 2 tracks. We had a small sponsors area. There was a contributor day, but it was really small. And then we grew to 3 tracks, and then we had the WP Cafe. First we had the Tribe meetups, then WP Cafe, then in Berlin we had the wellness track, so we added new things, but in essence it was a conference with 1 contributor day and 2 or 3 tracks and workshops and all of that. So I think it's still that same focus, and it's not just like business enterprise oriented, it's the whole spectrum. My favorite talks are not the ones talking about code and design, but it's talking about people. Like yesterday we had some amazing panels and a talk about women in tech. These are the talks I want to see on a WordCamp Europe or WordCamp US or WordCamp Asia. I think the special ones that are like in discussion now by the foundation is more for local WordCamps. I don't see WordCamp Europe to become one of those experience. Maybe we can experiment in like 1 track. Let's say one of those tracks is focused on a specific niche. Let's say enterprise. We have an enterprise track or something like this. Or we have an AI track or whatever we want to have. But I think in general, it won't change that much. And for many people, WordCamp Europe is more about the community. I know so many people who don't attend a single talk, not because the talks are not great, but because they come here to meet the community and the people. We have people from, you said, 100 different countries. It's like the one event to join if you want to see all the people you know from social media in one place. And I think that won't change in the future. Maybe the schedule will change a bit. Maybe we focus from year to year on another like special group, but I think the community aspect will still be the same.
In my case, so for anyone who is not aware or for giving context, the new generation of WordCamps or events that he's talking about is a new initiative and proposal that has been published in the global community team of the WordPress.org team some months ago, and basically is a proposal for encouraging organizers from all around the world to start experimenting more, innovating more with events, and trying new ideas with bringing new WordPress to more people, getting out of this bubble and trying new stuff. So, Takis, what you're saying, I think this is a great opportunity for us to expand. We are in a great moment because after pandemic, many things has changed, the world has changed, and we need to keep evolving. And I think this is a great opportunity to say, okay, let's forget, not let's forget, but let's break, this image of what a WordPress event has to be, like a WordCamp with this format, with that format, with this topic and everything. And let's try new things. Let's get to other people. Let's get outside. Let's really. I would love to see more people saying, okay, we don't need to use even the word WordPress, but we want to bring it to people. More focus on marketing, more focus on agencies and all of this. But of course, keeping our values. That's what makes us special. That's what, keep us all of us here,
I like to say that maybe it's because the things I'm doing on a daily basis, because of the company I'm working for and the things I do. There are some objectives to accomplish. So we want new formats. We want to change or going more to content niches, which it's perfect. But who's the target? Who's the target? What's the change? Okay, we want to change things. Not because this is not working. As you can see, this is a flagship event. It works. A lot of, nationalities, a lot of people coming from all around the world. This is a succeed every year in a row. So if we want to change things, let's ask maybe why and who are
to get to more people, to get to other audiences that right now we are not getting to.
So
I think
go for them. Let's go for them. Maybe it's not a question of content or a question of, there are many things to do, but this initiative that is already posted in the blog, it's really interesting. Good question, man.
Yeah, thank you for your question.
Thank you, and it's been great having you all in Athens. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Would you like to ask your question?
Yeah. Hello, Rodolfo from Business Bloomer. I'd like to do a little follow-up about content. Our Berlin global lead said 2,800 people come here not for the content, come here for the community, for the sponsors, for the parties, for just staying here in real life, right? And I think, though, that if I had to log an issue on WCEU WordCamp, that would be content. And I think there is an opportunity to bring people from outside WordPress if we shifted the focus onto beginners who never use WordPress, to developers who want to learn much more difficult things when they're here. And of course, the workshops are great, and the 3 tracks, I love the fact you can choose. But I think if there were a vision about content, that could change things. So I'd like to know what's your plan for next year's WCEUs, and do you see content as important as sustainability and inclusions, which are so important as well? But I think content is where we need to work.
I can totally relate to that question. I brought my whole team here, basically. Developers, designers, working on enterprise level. And they need different kind of content, maybe, than that is in the different tracks. I'm not judging on the content and the tracks, but it is a mix of talks, of workshops, to cater for the largest audience possible, to make sure that everybody is able to learn something, whatever level you are, basically. But I can totally relate to the question, because if you pass that certain level, then it's just repeating the same sort of information, and how valuable is that? And that's when you end up in the hallways, chatting to other people, networking, which is equally interesting. I think the proposal of, to experiment more and to focus on different niches, different topics, maybe a topic-focused WordCamp, could really solve that or help with that. What Bernard said earlier, a WordCamp Europe where parts of the tracks have themes or are more focused on a certain niche or an industry. And that's actually what's happening already this year, I think, with WordPress today, WordPress tomorrow. There's already sort of a theme that the talks were kind of selected to see if they fit within that theme on one day or the other.
As a former contenting leader, I like to say that we did that and we are doing this, inviting people from other communities or other sectors. SEO, metaverse, it's something that is happening every year. Maybe we can take the advice and do it in a more big basis, let's say, inviting more people. But every year, at least we have 1 or 2 people. It depends on every year's content leader to decide how many people we invite for around. It's true, if we only talk about WordPress or WooCommerce, there is a portion of the reality we are losing. It's true. And as a content team leader, at the beginning of every organization year, and this year also, we set as a list of objectives. No? What we want to accomplish, what's the people we want to reach. And we did in the past, inviting, for example, Aleida Solis, an SEO specialist, people from the Joomla community, from the Drupal community. We like to see people related to open source projects, but it's true, it's a way of inviting people from other sectors, industries, that can make richer the agenda. Thank you. Yeah, good advice.
And I would like to say as well that if we really want to make a change happening at work in Europe, I would love to invite everyone to answer the survey after the event, because we have every year we check Whoa, hello, sorry. Every year we check the results of the survey, and the feedback is super valuable. But if they're only saying, hey, thank you, which is awesome as well, but we need this kind of opinions and to see different point of views in order to keep improving. So please answer the survey and give us the feedback, or give the feedback to the next organizers, to keep having these ideas. For example, if you have proposals or ideas or suggestions about, a possible other format or other way of, kind of people that we could invite or things like that, please share it, because we welcome any ideas.
And you are welcome also to join the content team leader as organizer.
Yes, yes,
I
please.
knew that was coming.
Please apply.
Please apply and join us to improve the content of next year.
Yeah, and I will pile on and say, don't wait for the strategy to be set before you bring these topics. Submit them as a talk. Encourage other folks to submit them. Make that change happen, because that's how WordCamp happens. We're not making WordCamp. You all are making WordCamp.
We all.
So come make it.
Yeah.
I would like to stir up this conversation a little bit, because we all agree and all that. How are we going to invite people from other industries, from interesting speakers on different topics that are not part of the WordPress community, so they don't feel that connected, they are willing to volunteer their time to be on stage? How are we going to invite them? Should we not pay speakers, or at least their travel expenses? I've been on stage. I know how much time and effort goes into preparing a talk, making sure that it, that it appeals to the public, and that it that you have a message to bring across. How are we going to solve this when we kind of want our speakers to be volunteering their time?
Extra budget.
I want to say that right now there are initiatives and companies, several companies, they sponsor some speakers who cannot afford it. As part of the Fight for the Future, well, it's not, of course, part of the program, but, many companies support the project in different ways, and some of them support economically some speakers, or, or even organizers who could not afford it otherwise. So that's an option, and maybe, other initiatives can be created in that direction.
I think we need other initiatives than that, because there's funds, for underrepresented groups to pay for their travel expenses and the time preparing for a talk. But at the same time, if you want to have like this pro speaker on marketing or SEO or whatever from a completely different industry, he's not gonna, how do you say that, apply for a fund or a grant somewhere to speak. No, he just wants his expenses covered.
Yeah, I faced in the past the situation of inviting someone to apply, or inviting someone directly, and of course the question is, okay, how are we going to cover the expenses or something like that? The reality is not. So most of the things we are doing right now is for the exposure and the opportunity you have to be in front of, well, as we are right now, near of 3,000 people, and a lot of advertisement. But sometimes is that not enough. So maybe something related to the budget. Maybe if Juan is here, this is the guy of the money, and he's saying no. So let's think on something else, like a sponsor for other companies. But there is always a chance to do it, and that can complete one of the questions he gave us, to inviting people from outside and how to cover this. Yeah. Thanks for your question. I saw you stand still.
Keep joining us next year.
Yeah, we have only a few minutes left, so we'll try and get through the next questions a little bit more quickly. Would you like to ask your question?
Hello, so I'm Jason Owe. I'm the sponsors team lead since last year, and I'm happy to address my question to such an experienced panel. You were talking earlier about passing on experiences and sharing common values from one global lead generation to another. I'm curious about one thing. Can you tell us a bit more about how global leads are selected, and if it was different in the past, depending on the year you were organizing the WordCamp Europe? That's all.
I've been a global lead and I have no clue how it works.
So in like the first WordCamp Europes didn't have global leads. They might have a lead organizer. And then I don't know when exactly it was at least in Paris that the former local lead became the single global lead in the next year. And this continued all the way up to Berlin. Like Milan was local lead in Belgrade and he became global lead in Berlin. And I was local lead in Berlin. I was supposed to be global lead for the next edition in Porto. And by that time I was saying I cannot do that alone, I need more people. So then we introduced having more global leads. And I cannot tell you exactly how Tess and Jonas, who is unfortunately not here with us today, how they were chosen. Oh, okay, Milan chose them. And he asked me if I would like to have them to be the other two global leads.
Basically, traditionally has been the former global leads have been selecting the next global leads based on their experience working with other team leads. So normally, the team leads of the previous years, if they have done a great job, and
management skills.
Management skills and other kind of skills, the globals select the next ones.
Maybe that's why I was not asked to pick the next global lead, because I'm not into managing at all. So I cannot tell you exactly how it works, but I mean, if someone from the organizing team wants to be global lead, they probably have to say that they want to be global lead. The same is true for team leads. I never wanted to be a team lead, but I had to be one for Berlin. And we always try to identify people from our teams to be maybe the team lead in the next year if we want to step down. And I mean, finding good team leads and finding good global leads is tough, because it's a commitment of 9 months organizing, and being a team lead or a global lead, it's even more work. Like you have easily 2 or 3 meetings a week, at least as a global lead with your teams, and then some other works as well. So it's a big commitment, and if you're willing to do that, then please step forward and announce that you are willing to do that. And you've been in the team for a while, and you've shown that you are a great team lead, and probably other people saw that as well. So, yeah. I cannot tell you how the next global leads were chosen. I don't even know where it's going to happen, but if you see there's need for change in that process to be more transparent in how that's happening, we should definitely talk about that.
But as Bernard just said, I want to really highlight this and emphasize this. We thank our volunteers at a WordCamp Europe, and I'm sure at the other flagship WordCamps as well. We thank our volunteers for the time they've spent. We should also very carefully and purposefully thank our organizers, because that team donates many, many thousands of hours to making this event happen. So we get to come here and have fun because those folks did, on top of their full-time job, the job of making sure that this event can happen. And it is those team leads, it is the team members, it is the global leads. It is an enormous effort. And so you all deserve a big thank you for making this event happen.
Yeah,
Thank
should we
you
give a
so
round
much
of
for
applause
bringing
to the
us here.
organisers here? Thank you. Okay. We're going to have to wrap up now. I'm really sorry we can't get to additional questions from you, but we'd love to chat to you afterwards, or put you in touch with other organisers, current organisers, to chat and explore the topics you want to explore. One final thing I think that we could say is that if you go to the closing remarks today, at the end of the day, there will be a call for getting involved and organising a future edition of WordCamp Europe. And if this is something that sounds interesting to you, I mean, we can all vouch for it. It's like a really amazing experience. It's really tough, but gratifying, and your skills and experience would be really well received, and we'd really like for more and more people to get involved and help pave the future of WordCamp Europe. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, applause. Thank you very much, all of you. Another round of applause. These people are awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, wait. Photo. There's some PR happening.
Oh.
In the meantime, while that picture happens, there's an update that I have. because we're having the group picture in the outdoor plaza at 1, there's like a 50-minute delay on the launch so that we have time for the picture and getting back to lunch. So lunch will be served at 1:15, just so that people know.
Okay.
And if you want to take pictures, you can take pictures. If not, you can also move to the outdoor plaza where the photo is going to be. Thank you very much for coming. If you have any questions, people in the blue shirts can help.
Oh, yes.
And thank you to our global organizing team.
I'm Bob WP with Do the Woo, and I am here with the amazing Michelle Frechette. Michelle, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks, Bob. How are you doing?
Doing great.
Good.
Now, Michelle, I know is like huge in the community, and I mean, how do you describe yourself in a nutshell when somebody says and they said, "Oh, I have 10 seconds." Who are you, Michelle?
I like to think of myself as a facilitator and connector of people. So if you want to meet somebody in the community, I could probably find a way to introduce you. If there's a gap in the community that can be filled, I try to help find a way to fill it.
Yeah, you're there for us, so.
Yeah, I try.
Yeah. Now, community, the
Yes.
impact of community.
Yes.
I mean, we're at WordCamp Europe. There's literally thousands of people here.
Literally
What
thousands,
is
yeah.
the impact for the attendees? What do you view as the impact for attendees, the impact for you, and how much that overlaps?
Sure. So there's very many things that WordPress does well. Of course, we have software that works very well. We have an ecosystem that's built up around it. But my favorite thing is the community. The community is what really sets us apart from almost any other organization, any other field, any other tech, anything like that. It's the people that come together, the people that help one another, and the sense of camaraderie, even if you don't even speak the same language. And here we are in Europe, and there's lots of languages and lots of accents around us, of course. But knowing that you could have a conversation with somebody that could help move their business forward, or help them find their place in the community, help them figure out how they want to kind of get into contributing to the open source project. And I think that's one of the magical things that happens at WordCamps. And it happens at your small local WordCamps where there's maybe 75 to 200 or 300 people. And it absolutely happens at an exponential level when we come to WordCamp Asia, WordCamp Europe, WordCamp US, which we're talking about thousands of people at. The opportunities are just immense and numerous, countless, actually, countless, yeah.
Right.
Sure.
So what advice do you give to somebody? I mean, this can be somewhat intimidating for a lot of people,
Oh, for
especially
sure.
in technical. It's like you work at home, you're by yourself, you don't talk to a lot of people all the time, interaction. What is your advice when somebody comes to especially a flagship WordCamp like this,
Yeah.
and they walk in and they literally see hundreds of people? Give us some words of wisdom there.
Yeah, sure. So what I like to say is in the weeks leading up to WordCamp, start to pay attention to what's happening with the hashtag. So for this, it's hashtag WCEU. Pay attention to who's talking about it and the people who are enthusiastic about the community so that you can start to make some connections before you even step foot in the door. And so one of the things I do is I reach out to people I don't know well in the community, and I say, hey, let's grab coffee, let's sit together at lunch. I'm looking forward to seeing you. And then when our eyes meet, we have that connection already in place. And then what grows from that is they'll say, oh, and have you met my friend Bob? Have you met my friend Michelle? And so we end up growing our communities and having that network and those connections with one another that we wouldn't have had if we hadn't taken that first step into the door and met thousands of people.
Yeah. And I always wondered, what we never talk about is the impact of a WordCamp once you've left it.
Right.
What are the lasting effects? And
Yeah.
a lot of people, it's like, wow, it's almost overload.
Yeah.
But there's this also time to start really condensing down what happened.
Yeah.
What do you think are some of the things that are post-WordCamp impact?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things that happen. There can be something called post-event letdown, where you were on this mountaintop and now you're home and it's just you and or you and your family, or in my case, me and my cats, and and you feel like, but now what? And almost like a little bit of sadness, right, that falls in after that. But you keep reaching out to the community because you're not in communication face to face. Doesn't mean that you can't be talking on Slack, be talking on LinkedIn, be talking on Twitter, exchanging phone numbers, exchanging email addresses, and having those communications, continuing those relationships that you started or continued at WordCamp that can continue beyond that. One of the other things that I think that's beautiful about what happens here is there's opportunity for business growth and business connection as well. We often hear a few weeks or months after WordCamp that there were mergers and acquisitions that happened, and those conversations began or continued at a WordCamp to be able to go forward with those business decisions. So if you're looking to grow your personal network, you're looking to grow your business, you're looking to sell your business, it's a great place to kind of make those things happen and then follow up with those conversations once you get home.
Yeah, and you've touched on it a bit. So there are resources. It's like you don't have to go to WordCamp after WordCamp after WordCamp to stay involved with the community. What are those other resources out there to help you feel connected still?
Yeah, so there's meetups, right? So meetup.com, you can find a local meetup. A lot of meetups still post-pandemic are online. So like my meetup in Rochester, New York is online, and we have people from all over the world who attend our meetup because we have topics that are interesting to them and they want to be involved. There's also the Make WordPress Slack. So you can join that, anybody can join that, and you can start paying attention to what's going on in the community, communicating with one another. There's other Slack communities. There's a WordPress for women. There's Black Press for black and brown face people. There's the LGBTQ community. So there's lots of opportunities to continue to be involved, either in smaller subsets or all of WordPress itself.
Yeah. Well, you know, you and I could talk about community forever.
Forever.
But I know that there's other people that have a lot of great things to say.
Absolutely.
So I've had lots of conversations with you.
Yes.
Thank you again.
Absolutely. Find us online. We're happy to continue the conversation.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I thought the food here has been amazing. So my name is Siobhan McKeown. I'm the CEO of Human Made and one of the original founders of WordCamp Europe, which was 10 years ago. And I'm really excited to be here on this stage just to introduce some of our great speakers. So our first speaker is Felipe Sintra. He is from Brazil, but he lives in Portugal. And he's going to be speaking to us about what is new in CSS. I hope you all enjoy.
Hello, everyone. How was the lunch? Good? I just want to check if everyone's awake. How was the lunch? To say, just scream just to see that you are... Great, great, great. So today I will talk about CSS. I have a lot of content here. I will try to not rush, but I will just keep a few parts that's kind of like old stuff, but the new stuff I will put more focus on that. And start our presentation today about what is new in CSS. First, I think some of you know me, some around Europe. I have been in different places in Europe, different WordCamps, but I'm a front-end dev lead. A company is called Digital Method. It's a learning platform. We actually don't use WordPress at the moment, but I apply loads of things that I learned on the Gutenberg editor, and I just use in my daily projects. That's super cool. And also, I'm Google Developer Expert. So if you want to find me, or if you take pictures, please tag me. It's @Philippe. And on the side of my picture, some of contribution that I made to WordPress translation. The most recent one, learn.wordpress.org, and events I was organizing in Dublin and São Paulo, and also speakers in different places. I love to hang out with you guys. And so, let's talk about what's matter. Today we're going to learn about Caruaru. Caruaru is my hometown in Brazil. I have learned a lot with you in the past 7 years, and I will just talk a little bit about my town during that presentation, just to represent and share a part of me, because I have been different places in Europe, and I just love how everyone's welcome. And for sure, we're going to talk about CSS. And actually, I'm here in that picture. That is a party that we do every June in Brazil. It's the Saint Days. I think the folks from Portugal also celebrate the same season. Like they have the Saints Day and they have São João. And that was a São João night, and I was in front of the stage, and you can see how I enjoyed that party, because I just did the front line. And so, let's talk now about CSS, and then we're going to come back to Caruaru, and I will share more about Caruaru. And for today, I'll just split in past, present, and future, so things that I can use for a while, and things that are new that I can already use, and features that are coming soon. And also, we're going to talk about WordPress. And just for you understand, I think it's one behavior that probably some of you have, that it's just look for new features and see and think that, oh, that's cool, that's new, but I will just use that in 3 years or 5 years, because we are just used to that. So the difference between the Internet Explorer 6 and 7 was like 5 years. And if you lived with for the PNG, the transparent PNG that didn't run in Internet Explorer, and you need to do a fix, all those crazy fixes that we have on the web. For example, Clear Fix, that was a problem to fix the floating, was for until last year at the top 20 selectors on the web. And it's still there. It's still on 10% of the websites. We still use Clear Fix to solve the problem about layouting. And I hope that that will disappear. I think the WordPress and the Gutenberg editor helps a lot to take out these from our lives. And how the things work today. Today, we have that specific scenario. We have Chrome, Edge, and Firefox releasing new features every month. And we have Safari with regular updates as well. And some of the updates are related to the OS. And we have the good news that the Internet Explorer 11 is gone. Yeah. And I think everyone was like that. And after Internet Explorer 11 was gone, and we were like, oh, but we have those browsers release new features every single month. And I would just like name A, E, and D are different features. And then which feature I should apply for my project? Because none of all the browsers has the same feature implemented at the same time. And then was the time that I realized, okay, those new things are super cool, but I actually can't use yet. And then we have loads of tools to fix that problem. But the ideal scenario is not we use tooling to solve that problem, but also who make the browser, kind of like, can you guys get together and decide what you should do? And actually was that what happened. Like, I think 2021, a committee called Interop, they got together and they decided what's the roadmap for the new features for CSS and HTML. And that's why now we have some stable release. And when you see something new, they're like broadly adopted because they just get together and say, okay, maybe it's nice to implement those features. Just an example that 2022, those are the lists that they implemented, like layers and colors, dialogue. Dialogue was an item that I was in Ireland 3 years ago. When I saw dialogue for the first time, I just showed my friends. I said, oh, we don't need to implement a pop-up anymore. We just can use dialogue. And they just look at me and say, oh, but we're going to take like 5 years to use that, just like looking for the default behavior that we have in the past. But actually, dialogue today we can use in all modern browsers. It's available for all modern browsers. And some of those features I will share with you today. The other important initiative now, that is the most recent one, is draw a line to say, okay, those features are safe to use. So they're like, we all implemented, but the previous 2 releases, we are already using them. And they are working together to document those things. Or the W3C documentation, or inside MDN, have a clear sign that you can use those features safely. And the idea for that baseline project, it's also to create a line for each year and say, okay, this year you are safe to use those features. And just going back to Caruaru, my hometown, this some of the pictures from Caruaru. As you see, we love music. We love like how to do the Sun's Day. And I will just use this website example and show a few things that I just noticed, like when I was like talk with other developers that I constantly see in different websites. And for that, we'll just like pass quickly on that because we're gonna cover the new stuff. But those are some common problems based on the problems that we didn't know yet. Oh, should I use that? Should I be safe and use those features? And what's kind of common, see that not everyone knows that they can use that. And they are like with a huge support already. So the problem here are the header, the image is kind of distorts, and the card image, maybe you want to do that, like uneven situation that you have different aspect ratios. But let's say that you want to apply the same aspect ratio for all the images. And the third item is back to top. It's something that I saw a lot, just someone installing a plugin to do a back to top transition. And maybe you can do with CSS, maybe you don't need any fancy solution for that. And the 3 solutions for that are object fit, aspect ratio, and scroll behavior. The scroll behavior, it's a simple solution, but kind of just to show that sometimes you don't need JavaScript to do that. So object fit, you have an image with a specific container, and then you set that container, okay, I want to just cover that whole area. And when I do that, that image will behave as a background. So, and I also can define the border center, that is like the reference for that image. And when that image resizes or do something, the proportion will be there. And we just want to have behavior as a background. We have a few good things about that. That's number 1, the image will be on the DOM. The browser knows when should load that image. We can use in that image, for example, lazy loading or fetch priority that we're going to improve our performance. And also accessibility. We can also describe that image. When we have an image in the background, we don't have the capability. We can use way area to describe that, but it's not something out of the box that we're going to have that. And just for those features, here are the version that you can use that. As you can see here, is a Chrome for a while, we already have that, Firefox as well. And when I was talking with friends, they didn't know how to implement that. And then I can also, that's just like a before and after. You can just see the image here, like how stretched the CDR, and here it's like how stable that image are, because the container just tries to fit in that container. And if I want to combine those two items, I can use also aspect ratio. Aspect ratio, it's useful for you keep the proportion of the image, but also any container I can apply for a div or for iframe. And I can use, for example, to do a resizable iframe embedded from YouTube that is like responsive. I can use, instead 1 by 1, I can just use 16 by 9, and that iframe will be responsive. And if I combine those two items, so in that case, here I have the aspect ratio and the object fit together, and I can just have one image 1 by 1. For sure, we can do that on the back end to solve those things, but also we cannot decide on the front end as well how we're going to show those items. Scroll behavior, it's another solution. It's just a simple solution that will avoid JavaScript, but you just need that selector. And for that example, I just create a video, use the site editor, and I just tag the cover image with ID, and I just link with the image. I will just play the video here for we see. And I won't talk so much about the site editor, but if you want to learn about site editor, there is a website really cool that's learn.wordpress.org. Please go there, visit, and get that amazing content there. And here I just include that CSS that I showed before. And then when I go to my page, I just scroll to the bottom, click on back to top, and we have this smooth transition. That will improve. There are a few things that I will show you at the end of the presentation that we're going to see how that will improve that. And now, okay, that's the past things, like things that, for example, I saw that not everyone knows, but now let's talk about the present days here. So, what's using the blocked themes already? Please just raise your hands. Cool. Cool. It's getting there. It's getting there. So the nicest thing about the new block theme that I can have like a file that's called theme.json will be kind of my styling brain, like kind of the rules of my game, and I can find some features on the theme.json, and I can connect those two items, the CSS and my site editor. And one thing that we can do, for example, we can find properties. Here it's a shadow. I just set this shadow on my theme.json file, and I can get that same definition here and use on my CSS files. I can like reference the variables for example, shadow pink, so I can just call here WP preset shadow pink, and I just use the same structure across my theme.json and my CSS, and I can reuse that in my UI and have a consistent UI. And then it's one item that I really love, because I was working on a project, and I love to have that before, because we have like different views, and we want to have the font adapting accordingly my viewport. And for that, before, I used this crazy math with like Sass to do that fluid typography, when today we can do that with only CSS. And clamp is the function that will help us to do that. So basically, I have a function that has 3 parameters. The first one is the minimum value, the last one is the maximum value, and the middle one is the kind of the ideal value that I will navigate between those 2 gaps. And that functionality, it is available now. Not now, I will just go there, it's 6.1, but this is just comparing the before and after. The project that I did before was like there, I have like different screens, and for every single font and size and spacing, I need to define here, that font goes from 18 until 52. I just put a small font. It's not for read, just to see the size of that. And just think about do that for all the fonts, for all the spacing, and when I can just do that with that line. So that's a CSS clamp that's available in CSS. And the good news that we have clamp on theme.json. And how we can use that? We use that on our theme.json file, on the typography settings, I just set fluid true. When I set that, I'm capable to go here at my font size. For example, I have this font medium, and I just set here the min and the max value, and then I will have that fluid text on my block theme. The other cool thing that we can do with clamp, I can define my spacing using clamp. Also can be the other way around. I can just set a value using clamp for my spacing, and I can have those gaps defined and also adaptive to the viewport that I'm using. So if I'm on a mobile phone, I can have this minimal spacing. If I'm on a big screen, I can have more space between my elements, and I can just use the power of theme.json to have that across my team. Okay, and now that's more like on the CSS side, and those are the features that you can use today. Just remember that here are the versions that you can use, kind of new, some recent ones, but container query, we had before, as we learn how to work with media queries, now we have container queries. And how works container queries? Container queries, I will just show example here, that's is where we see that in action. Let's say that I have a block, and that block I will just define. Okay, when you have a large space, you're gonna have two columns. Doesn't matter where we are, which device you are, when you get that area, just be two columns. But when you have a small area, just be one column, content after content. And here, I just have a card that will just check when the container has a size that is until 407 pixels, we'll just set as one column. And just imagine that you can create your blocks and tell to your blocks each scenario that we adapt them. When you have a bigger size or a smaller size, you just know how to do it. You don't need to care about how the layout is doing that. So kind of we have an independent structure inside your block. The item number 6 that I would like to show today is layer. That's a common scenario. I was talking with a friend during the conference, and we are just saying that if everything is important, nothing's important. And that code here, we have 206 important selectors. So I think that there are a lot of important things here. But sometimes that happens because we have, for example, a bootstrap or something that we need to overwrite every single time. And layer, what that feature does is we create layers in our CSS that I can define the priority for those items. So in that case, I can tell that the least important one is the framework layer. So it's my bootstrap or my Tailwind CSS. And then I can define other layers. And something that I want to see in the future, I was testing, playing with the site editor, is when we use the site editor nowadays, here's just an example, but when you use the site editor nowadays, everything is important. And if someone has some issue or something to implement to, for example, see a way to use editor to not use important for the CSS that came from the editor, please talk with me. I would be interested to know and help with that. But what's that example that I did? So if I set here the least layer, that is the editor, so it will be the most important one. I don't need to set any important over that CSS because the browser will know that, okay, that's the most important CSS in that page. Cool? And this one wasn't any actual improvement, but I see some face say yes. For a while, I used to go to my CSS file and write this, mean width 600 pixels. And I was like, that goes until 600, or it's after 600. And I just want to test you. Who thinks that's the first code here? Just raise your hands. Say that line on the top. Just say, raise your hands. Yeah, we still have a split audience here. Who thinks that line here represents this one? Just raise your hands. Okay, I think actually it's the first one, but it's still not sure. Always when I ask us, it is the second one or the first one, but it is the first one. And just as a small improvement that we as developers just help our lives to, okay, I don't need to stop and think about that. It's just like, I know how to code. I learned that's the sentence that we do, like greater and equally than 600, and we can do range as well, right? And that's a feature that's available in all the browsers today. So far so good? Yeah? And as we saw there, we have loads of items that it's already helping we build our layout. But we can use some of those items, for example, clamp and other items inside our theme JSON. But I want to see, for example, things like layer also coming to life inside the WordPress ecosystem. And for those items now, that are in the future, some are available in most of the browsers, and some are like not available anywhere yet, but we just want to share them and see how we can use in the future those projects. But before, if you want to make sure that, for example, I want to try that, but I'm not so sure that I can use that feature, for example, we can do a media query to check if our browser supports that feature. So I can just do a check, for example, if my browser supports nesting, and then inside nesting, I just use nesting CSS. And you can do for other type of features as well that I will show today. Number 8, that's for me, it's like I was like waiting for that for so long. It is has. Has is a selector that check if the container that I'm doing, this pseudo selector, has an item with the rules that I will define inside there. And here, for example, that first selector, I just checking if my card has item with the class feature. So if you have like a store or something that you display item, that you have like a sales code or something that when you have that sales selector, you just include that like fancy label that say, okay, this item is on sales. Before, to do that, we need to use JavaScript or PHP to just check if we have that item. And now we just do all the things with CSS. It's not cool? Yes or no? Are you with me? Yeah. Yeah, and so if you're from Brazil, or if you have been in Brazil before, those are my favorite foods. That's for Northeast. So I think the folks from Freitas was talking with me. When he saw for the first time those pictures, I said, yes, I know that. I said, yeah, you know what is good here. And so here's just an example. So when I have a card, for example, I have my post that has a feature image, I can do something. When I don't have a feature image, I can also set a different title just to fill that area that's supposed to have an image. And let's say that, I don't know, if the content doesn't have anything, only a title, I can also do something. And those checks are only with CSS. And I can check if I have that item, but also I can check if I don't have that item. Let's say that I don't have an intro. So if I don't have an intro, I can do a fancy card. Or if I don't have a feature image, I can do something else as well. Now, there are like kind of like a better version there are things that are coming that we'll check for other things. For example, CSS variables, if the language, if we have the language direction, and that's just the first version of HAS. For modern browsers, the new versions of modern browsers, we are doing checks, for example, CSS variables as well. For example, if I have a value that is like discount true, I can change the CSS, the presentation of that card, just based on that variable as well. But that item is not available yet on Firefox, but we already have on Chrome and Safari. Safari this week, we had the WWDC that they have a full presentation over CSS, and they talk about HAS and new stuff that they are planning to do with HAS as well. And the item number 9, it's nesting. It's again, it's related to organize my code. And if you work with SAS or LESS before, I'm pretty sure that you have used that. And now we can do CSS nesting on CSS. Again, I hope that Firefox also get in the game to use nesting. But what are the advantages for we use CSS nesting? The advantage for use CSS nesting that I can just set the CSS for that block. So if I want to do maintenance or anything, I know that everything is just contained inside that nesting selector. And for example, in that item here, I have my post block, and I have the style for my taxonomy tag. So I know that I will just apply that CSS for that taxonomy tag that is inside my WP blog post. So, and we can play around, we can use like related like selectors. That was the item that I showed on the previous slide that I was like, check if we have support. Basically, we are checking if our browser has support for that type of selector, and then they will just check for the support for nesting CSS. And now we saw like the things that are almost there. There are the features that are almost landing in all the browsers. This one is kind of new, are related to two new CSS, not CSS, but two APIs, the Web Animation API and the CSS Animation API. And basically, we can do scroll-driven animation. So if you have worked with parallax before, you need to use JavaScript to do all the effects to check if the user is scrolling in one specific area. That feature is available on the Canary of Chrome, version 116, and that works in that way. So I have this cover block. When I was scrolling, my cover block will just do animation to fit 100% of the area to 5% of the area. You can see we have a few images like doing animations. And also, we have this progress bar on the top here. And all those animations, it's only CSS. I just use CSS to do that, right? And I'm pretty sure that if you love animations, I would love to see in the future all those like template builders, like when you talk about animation, just solve them with CSS. No JavaScript, because like when you, I'm not like, always I talk about JavaScript. I'm not hating JavaScript. I love JavaScript. I work full-time with JavaScript, but just to divide in the proper way. So the painter paint the walls, the electrician take care of the cables in the house, and it's what happened now. So that evolution of CSS, we have what is related to CSS, like layout, so keep those things there. What is related to the electrical part of our application, keep those things there as well. And just for we check how I did that, so I have my container block that behind there I just put like a main header that I use to do the animation, and I have set my animation, and that animation it's from 100% of the height of the viewport to 5%. I just set the animation there. That's Until here is nothing new. The new parts start happen here on those 2 lines. And what I'm doing here, I'm going to the animation timeline and setting that, okay, that animation will run over the scroll. And when I set that, if I don't set this animation range, my scroll timeline will be back top to bottom of my page. That will be the timeline of my animation. But we can define here the animation range and set, okay, I want that animation to happen from 0 to 9%. So in that case, I don't need to scroll until the end of my page. I just scroll until 9% of my page, and then I will have the full animation. So the cover block that we have on the top, so if you look at the, let's try to play again. Here I'm 100% when I start scrolling. When I get in 9% of that whole area, the animation here is already completed, right? And only the scroll still happen back to top because I didn't set the range. So if I didn't set the range, the animation will go until the end of that content. And other feature that we have as well, for example, we can also define do the animation when that container appears on your view. So we have different ways to acting with that. So it's a really powerful API. I really love to see there, and I really love to not have all the JavaScript to doing there and just like, okay, let JavaScript do his job and let's just take care of the view part with CSS. And so, and I have loads of features that I would love to show. I think I have a few faces here from Rotterdam that I did that presentation there, and I just changed the content. The friends from Pontevedra as well. So there I have shown a select menu there, and in Lisbon I have shown the text balance. And we have plenty more new features available, like, or coming or popping up. It's a really exciting time if you want to work with CSS. And also, if you see those features that can help WordPress to do, like, okay, how we can improve WordPress with those new features, please open an issue on GitHub and, yeah, talk with the people. Tag me as well. I'm on Slack available as well. And here, that link is the panel of the Interop 2023. So the list was already defined. So the time that they defined that list, it's from July until October. And there was a funny thing that last year I was here in Athens, and I showed the image set feature. And I was just super happy to show everyone, oh, you can use image set on your background, and you can show different versions of your image, and your website will be fast. And then after my talk, I went to test that on Chrome, and didn't work. And I was like, what? Yeah, all the browsers supported, not Chrome. And then I would say, okay, I need to talk with people how we can have that on Chrome as well. And then it was the time that I discovered Interop. Was the time that, okay, I think that talk was born in the WordCamp Athens the last year. And then I start talk with the Interop. I have raised an issue over the image set. And the image set was the item number 11, like, in the vote. And I was super happy to, I just open, like, and say what I would like to see. And so it's open to everyone. Everyone can go there to the GitHub and say, I would love to see, for example, a better scroll smooth API, or I would love to see a better way to set my background image. And everything's open, everyone can participate there. So if you wanna participate, let's just be like on the timeline to check when they will open new features, and just be part of that as well, because I think that everyone that is here can help for we make that environment better. Cool? How so far? It's great?
Yeah. Thanks for a great presentation. Can you hear me? Oh,
yeah.
Just started when it came on. We've got about 5 to 8 minutes for questions. So if anybody would like to ask a question, you can come down to the mic. If you have more than one, ask your first one and go to the back of the line. Thanks. We'll start with over here. There we go.
Testing, test.
Hello.
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 Thank you for the talk. I have a question around, so you mentioned the container queries and layer. And I know that at the moment, Gutenberg doesn't support container queries. It doesn't know how to parse the CSS. And although I've personally, as a developer, can go in and I've written a pull request, that's just one particular feature, and there are all these other things coming. Is there anything that you would recommend for WordPress and Gutenberg in general to stay on top of CSS new features to make sure that when we do decide to adopt them, that they're ready and we can immediately use them?
Yeah, I think one that I mentioned at the end, I think image set was, I raised an issue on the GitHub repo for Gutenberg. For example, we do that on other template, like page builders, that you can set an image for mobile version, an image for desktop version, because that's some browsers, not some browsers, some websites that when you set up, I think there is a specific scenario that I think you set your background for the cover image as fixed, and then that image is not an image tag anymore and became a background CSS. And then we just set one large image size, and then when you have a mobile user, the LCP just go way far. I think it's the other item that I would love to see as well, like image set and kind of like managing that thing to have like optimized LCP image. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? I think we've got another one here.
Yeah, hi. Oh, sorry. So I have somewhat of a philosophical question, I guess. There's been a lot of frameworks coming out lately that allow us to write predetermined selectors so we don't have to learn or use all the nitty-gritty or the details of CSS. So 2 questions. First is, are those frameworks making us a bit lazy? And second question, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Oh, and also a third question, how many people in here still write raw CSS as opposed to using some kind of framework?
Raw CSS.
Raw CSS? Oh, wow. Good, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I think I do love frameworks. I think that when we got, for example, it was the first time that I showed nesting, for example. People say, oh, that's what's going to kill SAS. I was like, no, we won't kill SAS because SAS has hundreds of features that you can use, not only nesting that makes SAS. But, for example, nesting can be a reason for you not using SAS and not have like a build pipeline for those styling. That's cool. But also on the framework side, they don't need to worry about nesting anymore. They can invest their time in other new cool features. And I think that's one good thing. I do love frameworks, and I use frameworks every day, but I think it's important for we see what happened behind the scenes, because if something goes wrong, you're not like CSS blind. Something that I know with, for example, my friends that they start with React. They never told JavaScript. And then when they have a problem in JavaScript, they just panic because they didn't have enough exposure to JavaScript. But I think, yeah, we need to use both, but use consciously, yeah.
Great, thanks. I think we've got time for one more question over here. Is the mic working?
Ilana, please.
Thank you. Okay. So,
what amazing voice.
Thank you, Philip, for this talk.
Yeah.
I have a question about Clamp.
Yeah.
So as a backend developer, I don't spend much time with CSS, but when I do, I try to read all documentation and understand what I'm doing. And with clamp, I found a problematic this middle value. So I understand the first value is the minimum, the third value is maximum. The between value is so confusing. So do you have a human understandable explanation about that?
It's kind of, for example, I will try to elaborate that in a good way. Like, for example, let's say I'm here in the WordCamp. We speak today, and I have the whole week here in Athens, and I have my minimal values of beer, that is like before my talk, and I have my maximum value of beers, that is after my talk. But during the week, I can go easy and flexible, but I can't go too much. And then the middle value is like the flexible part of those two ranges. And personally, the easy math that I do, it's like put like a flexible value on the middle value. That is like 5% of the viewport or 10%. That will be a value that I navigate between those two items. So in that case, the 5% of the viewport will be based on the size of my screen. So everything will navigate based on the size of the screen.
Okay.
So it's a space between. It's like, it's ideal value, but like always, okay, I can be flex between those 2 points.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, everyone, and thanks, Philip, for a wonderful talk.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thanks, everybody. I've got a quick announcement before you all go. It's the time for the last WordCamp card game. So I'm just going to remind you of the rules, just in case you missed the opening remarks. So every attendee has got a set of 4 postcards in your swag bag. You should mingle, you should network, meet new people, and trade your cards. The other 4 postcards you get from the community booth after responding to a question. Are you ready for the last question of today? Who suggested the name WordPress to Matt Mullenweg? I'll repeat that one more time. Who suggested the name WordPress to Matt Mullenweg? That was a good use of my pub quiz voice. So if you missed the questions yesterday, you can still go to the community booth and ask for the previous questions. Also, if you want to do a bit of Tai Chi, there's a session at 3 in the wellness track. So see you for the next session.
Good day, my name is Wendy. We are here at WordCamp Europe, and I am here with Asfana Dia. So, would you like to introduce yourself a little bit?
This is Afsana Dia. I'm one of the organizer for WordCamp Dhaka, and also I was one of the organizer for WordCamp Asia last year, and also I was one of the organizer for WordCamp Europe 2022 as well. I'm
Very impressive list.
Yes. And I'm the CMO at WP Developer. WP Developer is a WordPress product company. We have around 5 million WordPress users who are using our product.
And you
Yeah.
are growth head of
No,
growth.
I'm
I
the
saw that on your
CMO.
website.
I'm the CMO of WP
Oh, the
Developer. Right?
CMO,
Yeah.
nice. And what? Sorry for my ignorance, but what does the CMO do?
So I manage the marketing and business development there. So I started the company when it was starting. So we help to build a team, grow the product from scratch, and within just 5 years, we have got around 5 million users for WordPress.
Nice. Well done. And you are here at WordCamp Europe. You
Yeah.
have visited many Do you know how many WordCamps you visited?
I think it's more than 15.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah.
And so you organized WordCamp Asia a few months ago.
Yeah.
Do you see any similarities between WordCamp Asia and WordCamp Europe?
Well, I see a lot of familiar face from who attend. That's pretty similar. I saw the same faces in WordCamp Europe last year, WordCamp US last year, and WordCamp Asia this year.
Right. So we have
But
like chronic WordCamp visitors. Good to know. Good to know.
but if we talk about from the organizer perspective, since I was one of the organizers for WordCamp Europe last year as well, so I can compare WordCamp Asia and WordCamp Europe a bit.
Please.
So I often say my friends that actually I love WordCamp Europe so much because this is more mature community with properly planned and streamlined process and planning in the organizing team.
Right.
But for WordCamp Asia, this was the first time WordCamp flagship
Because
event.
you organized it, but then COVID happened.
Yes.
And then you had to postpone 2
Yes,
years.
yes.
And then in January, February?
February,
It
yeah.
finally happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, super.
So I was not in the organizing team.
Oh, okay.
In first time, I joined later. I joined right after I finished WordCamp Europe last year. So I was leading marketing team for WordCamp Asia. What happened is like that's the first time, so we didn't had anything ready. We had to do everything from the scratch, which is actually difficult comparing with WordCamp Europe.
Yes.
It's like everything is already planned and processed, so it's
Yeah.
a lot easier.
Yes. And you don't have a checklist, this is what we need.
We had to make the checklist for WordCamp Asia.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and what would you think, considering the both WordCamps, they're both flagship WordCamps, you've been to WordCamp US, what do you think would be the biggest difference between the three?
Well, I have
Except for location, of course.
Yeah. I have been to WordCamp US last year, but I would say I didn't get the full feelings of WordCamp US because last year it was very small, only probably 600, 700 people. So that's not the full gesture of WordCamp US.
Like a contributor day at WordCamp Europe.
Yes. So I actually can't judge WordCamp US, or I cannot compare, but I really love how the European community come together from different countries and do the job. I mean, when I was in WordCamp Europe organizing team last year, I didn't know where it is going to be this year, but I have guessed because I saw the commitment and dedication from Greece community, what they are putting back in 2012. So it shows that they are preparing themselves to do better for next year. So even if I didn't know, I could guess easily.
And did they live up to the expectations?
Yes. I really love WordCamp Europe 2023.
So what has been the best part for you so far?
People, of course.
Of course, the people, of course. I mean, who wouldn't love the people?
And I also love the Athens and this venue. This venue looks awesome.
Yeah, I agree. It's super big.
Yeah.
But it is nice and spacious, and
Yes.
it's really bright and light, and yeah, I agree. It's really nice. All right. So you already gave a talk earlier.
Yes.
You were on a panel.
Yeah.
You are now on the live stream.
Yes.
When did you meet the people you were talking about?
Today.
Because it looks like you have done nothing but work.
Well, I was there in the contributor day.
Okay.
So
okay.
I made a lot of friends already in contributor day because I'm from the community team. I'm one of the community deputy for Make WordPress.
Okay.
So I made all of those friends in contributor day already.
Right.
I made them in the social event before
Of
the
course.
WordCamp.
The party.
And I actually made a lot of them individually yesterday after the talk. So
Ah, nice. Oh, smart move. And you work at a company with and you have quite a demanding job, I can assume.
Yes.
You do a lot for the community. You organize WordCamps. Do you do anything that is in your life in general that is not WordCamp or WordPress related?
I have my husband with me.
Okay, but you met him at WordCamp?
No,
Oh,
not
thank
really.
goodness.
So I got married last year.
Congratulations.
It was so hectic with WordCamp Europe, WordCamp Asia, and I got married in between.
No,
Yes,
no.
yes.
Like a big wedding?
Yes. So my friend,
You had nothing to do.
I had a very big wedding. My friends joke about this that my wedding was bigger than WordCamp Europe. We had around 4,000 people in total. We had
Excuse me, you said 4,000?
Yes.
Whoa.
We had 5 days event. It's kind of tradition in Bangladesh. So we had 5 days event, and altogether we had more than 4,000 people.
I'm surprised. So you actually did WordCamp Asia, and then you did the 4,000 people
Wedding 5 days, 5 days event. I did
Europe.
my wedding shopping from Dubai, and I also traveled. I think 9 countries last year.
Do you ever sleep?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Okay. We found the trick. So the trick is not sleep. Okay.
My average sleeping hour is like 4 hours now.
Oh, I would be dead if I had to live, get by on 8 hours of sleep.
Well, for me, I personally feel like sleeping is wasting time.
Right.
I'm missing out something. I mean, even I like to read the books instead of sleeping more. Do I sound crazy?
A little bit, I must admit. But you're just too hungry for life. I think that's it. Hungry for life and knowledge and sharing and getting to know all the things.
And stay alive. I mean, I enjoy my job. I enjoy community. I enjoy my family. And I also spend a lot of time with my family as well. So
and
I
then you
sleep
have
less.
me, who spends most of her week under a blanket by herself, not seeing anybody. But well,
Yeah.
choose your life.
Choose your life. Yeah.
choose your life.
I mean,
Choose
I feel like I don't know how much time I have, so I have to utilize whatever I can. I want to enjoy my life fullest.
Oh, I love that. I love that spirit and mentality. It's really super inspiring. So I have one more question. It is not related to your life, but to the situation we had here at WordCamp Europe, where a lot of people from India and Bangladesh and Nepal applied and were not able to get in. Do you have thoughts on that?
Well,
Is there anything we can do? We're sending love to all the people that are not here.
yeah, and also I have one tips that I would like to share because I also hold a Bangladeshi passport, which makes it difficult to get the visa for many countries. But what people can do is like they can really build their travel portfolio before applying for Schengen or US visa, because this visa requires to see that you actually travel and you will return back to your country. I never faced any issue. I got this Schengen visa approved in 2 days. I had my passport in my hand in 3 days, probably because I travel a lot. So it is easier for me. So for the people who are applying from Bangladesh or India or Pakistan, they should travel to other countries like Singapore.
Go to WordCamps.
Go to WordCamps. Go to nearby country like Malaysia is going to have WordCamp in September. Nepal is going to have WordCamp in September. There are several WordCamps happening in India as well. So go to the nearby countries, make your portfolio, then apply again.
Right. That is actually a very good tip for people to make it to WordCamp Europe next year, or maybe even WordCamp US, or any other WordCamp that is in a harder to visa country. Yeah.
Cool.
So is there anything you would like to let the world know and get out in the world about maybe WordCamp, maybe WordPress, or open source, or?
I actually joined a panel discussion last month which was in Bangladesh. It was in Sylhet. So I said one thing for WordPress community, that start contributing. Even if you contribute for like 1 hour or 2 hour per week, start contributing, get connected with the community, and it will help you in many ways you cannot imagine.
Yes.
So
that sounds like a best tip. So it is time to wrap up.
Thank you so much
for
Thank you
talking
so
to
much.
me. Thank you so much for watching. We are finishing up. We are moving on to our next talk. And we will have another live stream interview after the next speaker. So see you later. Bye.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice break. Great. So I'm really excited to introduce a speaker who's going to talk about a really important topic, which is accessibility. This is Mitchell Leiber, who comes from the Netherlands, from an agency that I've always admired called Level Level. And he's going to talk to you about accessibility meets style, a design revolution. Thanks, Mitchell. Give it up for him.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? It's a really big crowd today. Not really used to that. Thanks for being here. I'm going to talk about accessibility meets style, design revolution. Who am I? I am Mitchell. I am a digital designer at Level Level. But I'd like to talk a little bit about my history first. I think back in the days, the earliest, as far as I can remember, I've always been a creative person. My earliest memories include drawing with a pencil, painting, making art projects at school, name it, everything. And I think a lot of you people, as a child, were kind of the same like me, because who didn't love to draw as a kid? Now, the older you become, most of the people lose that interest. But to me, it never really did. Actually, my love for art only grew stronger as I got older. I kept drawing. I made beautiful portraits of people. And I loved art, to look at art, architecture, you name it, all around me. But as time flies by, I was drawn to digital art and digital design. Technology advanced, there arose new opportunities, and my old traditional skills actually got lost because I did everything on a laptop or the computer. But people still try to see me as an artist, and I often got the question, Oh, you're an artist, right? Can you draw me like one of the French girls? Okay, sure. Only to come up and let them down with something like this. Okay, anyway, years later, now I find myself as I call myself a digital designer. You could also call me a UX designer, experience designer, interaction designer, visual designer, web designer. It depends on who's asking. But the most important thing is I try to create my designs with a mindset of an artist. I like to make designs that are functional, user-friendly, accessible, but also aesthetically pleasing and visually compelling. To me, it's not enough to make something that simply works. I really try to make it a piece of art. But now I hear people say, a web designer is not an artist. A designer is a problem solver, you maniac. I think people know who they are. Of course, that's true, but why can't we be both? Be the problem solver and be an artist, and combine those two skills to come up with the best and most beautiful creations. I had a lot of animations, but it's not really working. That's okay. But wait a minute, if we look at the problem solver and the artist, and I was talking about the professions a little bit before, we could see the problem solver as a user experience designer and the artist as a user interface designer. The user experience is about the experience, and user interface is about making something a little bit more pretty. So if you combine those professions, you've got the user experience, user interface designer. Someone who can do both. We should use the skills of both to come up with the best and beautiful designs. So we should solve the problem first, make it accessible and user-friendly, and then make it visually appealing. So go ahead and throw all those artsy designs, visuals on your designs. Problem solved, right? Well, not really, because more and more websites need to be accessible, or even by law, it's becoming the standard. But a lot of people still have a very black and white stance about accessible design and especially accessible websites. Accessibility and aesthetics are often seen as conflicting goals. You can't have them both. So accessibility is the more important one, and they go with that one, and aesthetics really gets neglected. Some people say the more accessible an interface is, the uglier it becomes. And that kind of hurts my feelings. But that's why I'm here today, to show you that accessible sites can be beautiful and creative on top of being user-friendly. There's no need to sacrifice aesthetics to create beautiful websites. So, aesthetics and accessibility should go hand in hand and not fight together to create a best combination. You just have to find the right balance between the two. Now, if we're talking about the balance, I created a very beautiful scale, which I'm really proud of. Not. Let's try to talk about aesthetics first. So let's pull down the scale to down and weigh down the aesthetics. What are aesthetics anyway? And why is it important? It's really about the visual attractiveness of a product. It's a visual or sensory qualities of a design that are intended to evoke an emotional or a psychological response to the viewer. You know that feeling you get when you look at a piece of art or architecture or a website that's saying like, I really like this, or a piece of clothing or whatever, that it really fits my feelings. That's what we're talking about. And in web design, it's more about look and feel. So it's about using different colors, spacing, use of images, typography, and different design elements. So, what makes a website or something beautiful or visually appealing to you guys? Could it be bright colors, or the use of dark mode, lots of white space, lots of spacing, bold and daring, warm and calming? There are a lot of different things. Not everyone is the same. That's really interesting, because everyone has a different perspective and preferences. And that's really influenced by our background, our cultural background, and our social backgrounds, as well as our personal experiences. Because what I find pretty doesn't mean you have to find it pretty as well. It's my personal taste, that feeling that I was talking about. But there's also something called generalized aesthetics. And to make it a little bit more simple, you could think of it about in trends, as in fashion, architecture, design. So I got some examples for that. In the art, it's like expressionism. And this was actually my face when I heard I could give a talk at WordCamp Europe on the main stage. Oh my God. And you got the Renaissance artwork, mostly my process when designing something, all those faces. In architecture, you got like Art Deco, beautiful shapes, brutalism, really robust and bold buildings, but also in fashion, with like the 70s, with a lot of pastel colors and really daring polka dots. Anyway, the trends come and go, but common elements are often liked and pursued. I like that, me too. Let's wait a little bit. Such a trendsetter. But that's also in web design. We got like examples for minimalism with a lot of white space, a lot of spacing, mostly pure white and a few images. Neomorphism, not really sure how to pronounce this, but I hope I'm right. This is actually not a really good example for accessible design, because is it a button what I'm seeing? Is it what kind of contrasts are here? Is it selected or not? Also brutalism in web design, really daring, against the mainstream, against the rules. Also not really accessible, but I like it. And who doesn't remember the pretty little bookcase, the realistic bookcase from Apple with the skeuomorphism? That was like a trend to make things realistic. Last example is dark mode, which is actually a good one because it's accessible as well. It reduces your eye strains when you're reading something, like a long read. And it's good for the environment because it uses less energy. So you can really get that feeling that there are different kind of feelings with aesthetics that people can get. But aesthetics are more than just superficial decoration and making things pretty. They can serve a critical and crucial function, because a well-designed website can really help establish creativity with your visitors, making them more likely to trust your brand, differentiate your brand from competitors, create a positive perception, and really communicate your identity. But most importantly, it really makes the visitor want to interact with the website, explore it, and of course, hopefully make a conversion. Early impressions matter. The visitors form initial impressions within seconds. I think if you walk around here at the sponsor booths, you could see attractive booths, and you're really attracted to go to those booths. So this is also something with aesthetics. They could really play a key role in shaping your impression. If the impression doesn't stick, you could lose your visitors. And if a website looks unprofessional or outdated, visitors may assume that the business is not trustworthy or that the products or services are of poor quality. But instead, if a website looks sleek, modern, and visually appealing, visitors are more likely to view the business as professional, credible, and trustworthy. So I've rattled on and on about aesthetics. I guess you can really see that I like this, and I think this is really important. But let's go back to the balance and the scale of accessibility versus aesthetics, and we really pull down the accessibility one. That was accessibility is really heavy. Accessibility. That's really about making sure that everyone, including people with disabilities, you can use a website or app. I think a lot of you people know what accessibility is about. This could mean things like easy to read texts, good clickable buttons, enough contrast between colors, images that should have alternative text so screen readers could read them. And when I first heard about accessibility, I was quite skeptic about it, because I really thought, doesn't this limit my creativity and prevent it from creating stunning websites that would stand out from the rest? And so goodbye creativity, make boring websites, yay. And I wasn't alone. There are a lot of people that still think this way. It's a question I get asked a lot, actually, even from businesses. From how can you create stunning websites but still follow the accessibility rules and be still creative? But it's actually quite the opposite, because once you start working with it, it could actually be really fun and challenging. It doesn't have to block your creativity. It can really thrive your designs, and it opens up really new possibilities. It can expand your creative toolset, your brains. So you could approach designs in a more innovative and creative way. You're really forced to think deeply about the user experience, to create innovative and creative user-friendly designs, which would lead to new design elements and techniques which you actually never even considered before. A few examples. For my architects, we used high color contrast colors, larger font sizes, which could really improve readability. And it still is bold and modern and gives the architectural vibe, which perfectly matches with my artistic views. You can really think outside the box. It encourages you to think outside the box to find new ways to solve problems. For example, you shouldn't really rely on color alone. I hope you could see this. For Almere, it's like a website that sells plots. We used a legenda with statuses of those plots, if it's sold or if it's available or if it's soon available or if it's reserved already. So we used colors, icons, and text to show the status of those plots. You should really optimize your website's navigation, making important information easy to find, which will improve usability and functionality. And alternative text for images makes your websites more accessible, and it really improves SEO. And I mean, who doesn't want that? These are just a few examples of what you can do, but most importantly, it's just the right thing to do. Everyone should have equal access to information and services online. And by designing with accessibility in mind, we can really achieve this. So now what? We talked about aesthetics, we talked about accessibility. How do we make a website that's good looking, and how can we ensure that it's accessible for everyone? Let's go back to the balance. We changed the nails to a frame. We need to make sure to find a good balance between these two and have them complement each other and not conflict with each other. I like you too. But let's make it simple. We could also see accessibility and aesthetics as something different. Accessibility could also be the functional elements of your website, and aesthetics could also be the decorative elements of your website. Now, what are functional elements? Elements that are essentials to the functionality of the interface, which must be fully accessible to all users. These is like the core of your website. This just has to work. These elements could include colors, accessible of course, typography and the right use of headings, the heading structure, good clickable buttons, also contrasting buttons, and to me it's important to show the hover states as well. Perfect input fields for forms, even with labels, that's really important. And easy to use navigations. These are just a few examples which just have to work. If a button isn't easy to click or a form isn't easy to fill out, users will get frustrated and may leave your website, which could be a job for a problem solver. This is really the essence of functional elements. So what are decorative elements? These are elements that are purely aesthetic in nature and do not serve a specific function within the interface. It's important for your identity and recognition, but your site can work without it. A few examples: background images and elements. For Nature Today, we used those cute swirls and colorful blobs. For a podcast platform, Listen, we used the audio element to get the feeling that you really can listen to something. And even the WordCamp Athens website right now uses a lot of those visual elements that I'm talking about. Icons could really help. For example, these are some tasks that you could use and people could really see, oh, this is a task I could do. Also here, these just add like a visual cue from you can do something like this. But also animations. For Amsterdam Sinfonietta, we created a really slow animation on the background and some content elements that slowly appear when you scroll through the website, which perfectly fits their branding. But animations is a difficult one. Slow moving animations can be used as long as they are not the primary way of conveying important information and do not interfere with the user's ability to navigate the website. We can provide users with the ability to turn off those animations or just adjust the speed, or we could use the reduce motion function. Don't you know how? It's better to create still elements to get the same effect, or you could ask a developer for help. Decorative elements add really visual interests, but are not essential to your website and can be removed or simplified without impacting the user experience. We can have more flexibility to make those elements accessible, and experiment with different styles and techniques without worrying about compromising the accessibility. These styles may not meet the WCAG guidelines, but we could still find a way to seamlessly integrate aesthetics with functionality. So again, aesthetics and functionality should work harmoniously together instead of clashing with each other. Let's put it all together with all the things I've said and quickly build a website from scratch. This is Pip, a creative photographer. He loves colors, but he's also a little bit mysterious, and he asked us to create him a portfolio. He gave us some elements like a logo, colors, images, a typography that he loves, and we started with a simple navigation, easy to find things, like a good title, a subtitle, maybe a search bar so people could really see his portfolio, or search for his portfolio items. Add a few blocks of portfolio items, add some images. This actually could be it, but we want to make it a little bit more visual appealing. So the text will go over the images, add a background with it to make it accessible, change the font type. You could really see a different kind of vibe already. Now we can add more style elements that he was talking about with the colorfulness, but this is a little bit too bold for Pip, so let's tone it a little bit down and change the font because he really didn't like the font anymore. This almost feels perfect. It just doesn't really give that mysterious vibe that he was going for. So let's make it dark. This really gets the mood going. Last but not least, we could also add some animations. I hope this one will start. I hope you guys could see it. It's a little bit dark, but there are some elements that are slowly moving, and the use of hover animations gives a really different dynamic and not that static feeling. I think this video is stuck. No. Okay. And this really fits his identity and feeling he was going for. Yeah. This was just a super fast example of a website, and we could do so much more, even with WordPress templates or themes. So let's conclude. Accessibility really is important. It should be the default, but we really can't neglect aesthetics altogether. We can go full accessibility mode and copy and paste popular designs or themes that work, and it would be way easier from the design perspective, which is okay, of course, but it could be a disaster for your business. You don't really have an identity or personality to convey that identity to your users, to beat your competition, of course. You will be just one of those in a million. I think maybe you all saw images and websites like this, which is okay, of course, again, but is that really what you want? So it's really time to put a renewed focus on creating websites that are both functional and visually stunning. By preserving and finding a balance between accessibility and aesthetics, we can really revolutionize design and create exceptional websites that truly stand out. Sparkles, fire. This takes too long. And that's really a win-win for everyone. And that's kind of my wrap-up. Thank you so much for listening.
Thanks, Mitchell. That was a really great reminder of how limitations spark creativity rather than like limiting them. So I thought it was really wonderful talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we've got about 10 minutes for questions. If anybody's got a question, if you go up to one of the mics, and we'll fit in as many as we can.
That's okay.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm interested, do you still feel that you have to convince businesses of the benefits of accessibility, or is that something, you know, with Level's reputation, do they come to you for accessible websites, or are you trying to convince them of it?
At Level, you mean?
Yeah.
We don't really have to convince the businesses anymore because we are known for accessible websites.
What advice would you have for us at other businesses who are trying to make the case to our clients that they should make their
well, you
website more
should
accessible?
really focus on the mindset of the business. Of course, business is king. The business owner is king, but you should really teach them that it's really important to make an accessible website as well. And it's even good for business because if you are one of the few who have an accessible website, you could get so many more visitors, even people with disabilities. I think that's one of the tips I could give.
Great, thanks. Any more questions? Have we got one here?
Yes, yes. You have a lot of ready-made tools that you can install on the website that have accessibility functions. So how do you think about that, and is that not the solution for us who don't want to do accessibility?
It could be like plugins, you mean? Or
yeah, plugins, yeah.
There are a lot of accessible plugins. You could use them, especially if you use WordPress templates. But you could also start with a blank accessible theme and then add the visual elements later on if you need those.
Yeah, but you also have the external services that you can just plug into a website and then suddenly they have some accessibility.
Then I should, maybe this question should be given to one of my colleagues because I'm not really a developer or a plugin user. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
If there are any questions that you're maybe afraid to ask on the microphone, you could always just tap me on the shoulder and ask then.
Great. All right, thank you so much for your talk, Mitchell.
Thank you.
Okay, we're just getting ready for the last session of today, which is going to be with Matt, Josefa, and Matthias. Just an important note for Matt's Q&A. If you're watching on this stream, you can submit questions via social media, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, and if we can, we'll ask them along with the other questions. So enjoy your break, and we'll see you back here at 4 o'clock.
Oh, my name is Remkes de Vries, and I'm here with Anna Moragli.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
You have been presenting a talk on a very interesting topic for a lot of people. So how did it go?
I think it went really well. It was a really nice crowd. We did some interesting questions and answers about Google updates and how they go over, and also presented some nice stuff about Google algorithms. I think they liked it a lot.
Good. Yeah, 'cause I was going to say, if you can explain a little bit more about the topic. So it's about SEO and the impact of Google.
Yes.
Specifically, losing rankings.
Yeah, losing, I mean, there are a lot of Google algorithms going over. They're almost like every 3 to 4 months a new algorithm update.
3 to 4 months.
Yeah, and once in a year there is a really big one that most of the time is changing completely the landscape.
Yeah.
And people, they got really upset when they got losing rankings and traffic from it.
I can imagine.
So, yeah, I think we should talk more about it and learn people know how they can actually, face these updates and how to protect their websites.
Is it something they specifically do that gets them losing their ranking, or can it happen to anybody?
Well, it depends. They might have done a variety of things to get there. It's not like the algorithm itself or the update itself. It's like a variety of things that you might already have done on your website to end up losing traffic. Because Google is not like the big punishing guys go over and no, they are not. So they are not going to go over and punish website owners.
Yeah.
It's part of their mission to provide the best search experience. This is what they do. So updates are part of the job, actually, I would say.
For anybody having a site to understand what Google wants to see.
Well, there's a big, a big amount of things, but a good and really well website structure is going to help.
Yeah.
A website that loads quickly is also important because page speed is
performance a lot.
Content, quality content, and helpful content. It's really important. Backlinks, other sites talking about you.
Yeah.
And what are these websites, of course? And yeah, I think overall the user experience, it's a really important thing right now.
What would you say that the biggest mistake is? If somebody's hit by the algorithm, I think it's how you say it. If somebody's hit by the algorithm, what is the biggest mistake that you encounter with your clients? Because you have an SEO agency, right?
Yeah, correct. Search Magic.
Yeah. So what's the first thing that you go like, this is the first thing I check because it's the worst? Which one would that be?
The backlink profile, where they get backlinks from.
Yeah.
Because they might have like any bad or shitty backlinks from not related websites or websites that they are bad quality. Some website owners might go to the trap to buy backlinks in a bulky way, and that it's definitely a trigger to,
So Google doesn't like that?
No, I think no.
So how do you remove backlinks? Because you have no control over that.
Yeah, that's actually a good question. You can't, there is like, you can remove all the backlinks.
Yeah.
We used to have the disavowing of backlinks. Right now, Google algorithm is smart enough to ignore them themselves.
Yeah.
And if we got like a really big amount of bad backlinks, this is a case that we start removing backlinks. But we're in the current position that Google is really smart enough to disavow themselves, ignore them themselves.
So you need to be conscious of not getting bad backlinks.
Yes.
But if you get a lot of them and you didn't do it or buy them.
You might got an attack from a competitor or anything else. It might not be your fault.
Oh, that's some shady stuff.
Yeah, actually, yes.
Does this happen a lot?
I think to big companies, yes. I think it's a practice, yeah. Another thing you can do is to take care of all the technical stuff.
Yep,
because technical SEO is really important right now, especially everything related again to user experience. Loading time, core web vitals, all of these I think are really, really important right now.
I agree. as an SEO agency, you obviously encounter these types of problems you need to solve. Um, if we look at the inverse, if we look at the opposite, you also get companies that have probably not a really good profile just yet, but you help them build as well, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So what's a great example of something that you've made happen? You don't need to name the client, but
Okay.
like a case, like they came with us with this and we ended up doing this and now they're there.
Okay,
You have a
so
good example.
yeah, I think I have two examples here.
Okay.
We were working right now with a fashion e-commerce store.
Yeah.
That they came to us and they had a really, really bad backlink profile and an overall shady, let's say, backlink profile that it wasn't their fault.
Yeah.
And also they had a really terrible technical SEO get done on their website. It was a Magento, but it was terribly set it up. So we did
You moved them over to WooCommerce.
No, no. What we are in a kind of transition right now to WooCommerce. That's the ending plan.
Oh, okay.
So we will do that. Magento is pretty complicated right now for them.
Yeah, I understand.
And also we managed to create some content, do some good technical SEO, and now we're in a really good position to have almost 200% increase in revenue.
Those are nice figures.
That's really nice, and that could be only in 4 months. So I think it's really important.
Is that normal? If you do things right, that it can turn around in 4 months?
Yeah, definitely. If you have like a right process in place,
yeah,
you can definitely move things faster. The typical range of SEO results could be 6 to 8 months, but 4 months for me is really good.
And I think you shared something in your talk as well, right? On a tool that people can use?
Yes, actually, we created a spreadsheet, step by step, that we combine data from Google Analytics and SEMrush, study historic ranking data, and create an overall spreadsheet and like a table that could actually help to analyze any traffic drop and find the patterns and learn how to deal with them.
And is it difficult to do?
No, it's pretty easy.
What kind of skills do you need?
To create the spreadsheet?
Yeah, to work with the spreadsheet?
No skills, just to know Excel. I have detailed out all the steps one by one.
Okay.
All the formulas that I'm about to need.
They're already in the spreadsheet?
Yeah, they're already in the spreadsheet. They're also detailed in the presentation.
Okay.
I was creating actually the spreadsheet while I was creating the presentation to make sure I have detailed all the steps.
Yeah.
So anyone can go to the presentation, can do it themselves.
Nice, and that will be made available when it's being published on WordPress TV.
Yes.
So, is this your first WordCamp Europe?
Yes.
And how do you like it so far?
I love it. I mean, the organizing team do amazing job.
They do.
It was a really nice experience. We really enjoyed going around the booths and talk with people, connect with old colleagues also.
Yeah.
And I don't know, overall it was a great experience. The games, I mean, the games were the best.
There's a lot of games here. Right.
Yeah. I also enjoyed the part that some games are connected, so you were going to one booth and then you have to go to another one, and another one, and it was a really nice experience.
Good. What is the I asked WordCamp Europe, and right before we went online, you also mentioned you went to WordCamp Athens in 2019.
Yes.
What would you say is the biggest difference?
The space. It was the exact same venue.
Yeah, it is.
And I was really shocked when I realized that in this event you have the entire venue, like the whole building. And on WordCamp Athens, we had only like 1 out of 10 of the space. It was like really tiny to what is happening right now. And actually when we were in the WordCamp Athens, I was like, ooh, a big venue, we have a lot of space. And now I'm like, really? Big difference. But of course, I think here you have much more attendees.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
So what would you say to anybody who's never been at a WordCamp, who's kind of looking at this and go like, maybe that's too many people for me. Maybe that's, I don't know.
He should come.
They should just come?
I think there is a really good vibe around here. All the people are really pleasant to talk. They're open to conversation. You're not going to feel that it's too crowded, oh my God. And I'm introvert myself, and I'm having hard time to talk most of the times. So
doing well.
thank you. But here I really enjoyed connecting with people, which is really rare for me.
Nice. Yeah, I think that's I think you're explaining correctly in terms that yes, there's a lot of people. Yes, it's a big venue, but there are areas where you can sit and separate. Have discussions off in the corners and stuff.
Yeah. You can also find new tools, new opportunities, and it's also, I think that's important, it's not only for developers, because people many times think that this is only an event for developers. This is really wrong, because there are different kind of areas around here. There are content marketers, designers, people from all different kind of areas.
Yeah, it caters the entire spectrum.
Yeah.
So what are you taking home to your company most?
I don't know. Probably all the nice tools I discovered and talked with today.
Yeah.
And the really good vibe we had around here. I would probably miss that also.
What is your favorite tool that you've discovered?
There are many of them. I don't want to name just one.
Okay. So, but you're saying if and when you go, it's fun, it's nice learning, you get to have a very wide groups of friends, learn different things. So I've got one more question about your presentation. So what was you had questions at the end, right?
Yes.
So what was the question that you went like, ooh, that's a good one, I wish I put it in my presentation?
How much time it takes to recover from traffic drop?
Okay.
That was a really good one.
And roughly?
Roughly, it might take 4 to 5 months.
Okay, so similar to starting from scratch, because I would imagine it is similar-ish to starting from scratch?
Yeah.
Can you hurt your entire profile so bad?
It's not similar. It depends on how much traffic you lose, because there are some cases that they may be like, oh, we lost 20% of our traffic. Okay, fine, manageable. This is more than 70% of their traffic, and it was a total disaster.
I can imagine.
And they still haven't recovered from it.
Wow.
And it's 2 years now that this happened.
Wow. But they didn't hire you.
No.
See?
But at the same time, I wouldn't be their SEO when this happened.
Sure.
This guy might had a really hard time.
I understand.
I don't want to know.
Good answer. Good answer. So the recovery time, that's long. If 2 years, that's a long period. Wow.
Yep.
So is this something that every site should do? Is it like maybe what if I have 500 visitors a month? Does it still have benefit to pay attention to this?
What do you mean in terms of SEO or?
Yeah. Do I still need to worry about bad backlinks and
yes,
bad
you should
SEO
worry.
and stuff like that?
Yeah, you should worry about SEO in every little step. And if I had to advise every website to do one thing, that would be technical SEO. No matter the size, no matter the business, no matter the industry, no matter whatever, you have to do technical SEO.
What are good examples of technical SEO?
Websites.
Yeah.
Canva. Canva.com.
Yeah.
Is extremely good. HubSpot also, I would say.
Yeah.
And yeah. Nothing else in my mind right now. I would add this as the two top.
Yeah, and as if we look at technical SEO, because perhaps somebody listening, watching us now doesn't really understand what technical SEO means. I think most folks understand what SEO means, search engine optimization. What does technical SEO mean? Like, can you give an example of things happening in a site that are bad and are
Yes.
part of technical SEO?
So technical SEO is all the actions related to technical items. You don't have to be a developer to address them, but
Yeah.
you need to give them to a developer to fix them.
Yeah.
So some actions related to technical SEO might be to fix site speed, page
Yeah.
speed, how the page is loading. It could be internal linking, how the pages are interconnected
Yeah.
between them. It could also be duplication. That's the most simple one because you will know if you have duplication in your website.
Duplication, what does duplication mean?
Have the same content in different pages.
Yeah.
For example, have multiple product descriptions that are similar or
Yeah.
might be the same.
So if you have an e-commerce store and you have 10 different products and you're roughly using the same product description, that sort of
You
thing?
might have like a product that it's coming in like 10 different colors and have 10 different product pages.
Yeah.
So the only difference to the product actually is the color, just
Yeah.
one word.
So it should be
So-
one product, 9 variations.
Yeah.
10 variations.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's the most simple version of
Yeah.
duplication, let's say.
Okay. So that sounds like technical SEO is indeed a very
Yeah.
important component.
The most important one.
The most important one. What's a good tool to monitor how good or how bad your technical SEO is? Let's say somebody watching goes like, I love what you're doing and I would love to be able to hire you, but this is just my hobby project. Is there places where they can go to find out how well they're doing?
Ahrefs for me is the best SEO tool out there.
Ahrefs.com?
Yes, it's not only for auditing, but it has a feature that you can add your website and get a weekly audit in your email.
Yeah.
Of
Oh,
the
that sounds
like,
nice.
yeah, of the biggest, let's say, issues that your
Yeah.
website has, and it's really helpful.
And I believe it gives you a health score as well, right?
Yep.
Yeah. What
Yep.
do you think is the minimum people should strive to reach?
70, 80.
70?
100 is for God. You can't get 100. It's really hard, especially if your website is big.
Yeah, yeah. And what's a big website? Is that traffic or is it a lot of content?
Both traffic, but pages. For example, 10 million pages website is a really big website.
I would say that's a big one, yes. Oh, wow.
But I would say everything above, let's say, 100,000 pages,
Yeah?
I consider it as a big website.
Yeah. I would agree. I would agree. That's a lot of content to maintain.
Yeah. A lot of products, too.
Yeah, yeah. So how did you get into this?
By accident, actually.
Isn't that the most
I was
beautiful
just,
version?
yeah.
Yeah.
I was 19 years old. I was just trying to find a job.
Yeah.
At this point, I was just wanted to go over content marketing, and I went to a growth marketing agency.
Yeah.
I got the first interview, and they were like, "Ooh, we don't have any content position open right now. We have junior SEO. Would you like to try it?" And I was like, "Yeah, let's go for it." And that was it.
I've never done that before. Sounds like something I could do.
Yeah, actually, at this point, it wasn't. It was like I don't know, something that I couldn't do, but I was really eager to find out more
Yeah,
about
yeah,
it.
yeah. I understand. Nice. But you moved to your eventually having your own agency.
Yes.
And where are you based with your agency? Does your
We're
clientele come
based,
from a specific part of the world?
We're based in London.
Yeah.
Our offices, the headquarters, say. But we have clients from all over the world.
Yeah.
We have clients US, UK, Greece, Spain, and Dubai.
Wow.
And the team also is fully remote at this point, and
Yeah.
we are split in UK, Greece, and Poland currently.
Okay. Were you always remote, or is that because of the recent?
We are always remote.
Okay.
It's
by
just it's working, I think, better for us at this point.
Yep.
Everyone is more happy. They can arrange better their schedule. We don't have like a specific, let's say, time to work. You can be responsible to set your 8 hours work. Because, for example, we have the morning owls. We have some team members that they start working at 6 a.m. in the morning. And we have some team members that they might start later. We have some specific meetings during the day for sync. and for planning.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But that all the teams should attend. But other than that,
So it's by design.
yep.
Yeah, I understand. I'm a big fan of remote as well.
Me too.
If and when, where you can.
Yeah.
So, one last question. What is the #1 tip that was not in your presentation
Yes.
that you would like for everybody to know?
About SEO.
Could be
Do
anything.
technical SEO, guys.
Yeah.
Immediately, like yesterday.
So
And
it's that important that you just
yeah,
mentioned.
and also take care of your users. It's not about the search engines. It's not about the machines.
Yeah.
It's about people. And this is what Google goes for it as well. So focus on users and user experience, and you won't lose. You only win.
That is excellent advice. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Back to you.
Hi, everyone. Great to see you all. So, about 11 years ago, myself and some other people here sat down with Matt and Andrea from the WordPress Foundation and pitched them on the idea of WordCamp Europe. And a year later, so 10 years ago, we had the very first WordCamp Europe in Leiden. And I would just want to say personally, it's been a really beautiful thing to see how it's developed over the years and how amazing this event has been. So I want to thank Matt and the Foundation for putting their faith in us and taking that leap of faith, and to thank all of the organizers over the years who've carried the baton on. So thank you all. So, back then, 10 years ago, we were talking about 10 years of WordPress, and I can't quite believe we're now talking about 20 years of WordPress. So I'm going to pass it over to Matt, Josefa, and Matthias, who are going to speak to you about variation on a theme, 20 years of WordPress. Thanks.
fancy as walking into your own starting music.
Oh my goodness. Howdy, Athens. Wow, what an amazing WordCamp. Wow, this has really come together. It's been so incredible. And gosh, what a venue.
I know.
I feel so honored to be here with all of y'all, with Joseph and Matthias here on stage. We have so much exciting stuff to share with y'all. And I think we'll let you dive into it.
Happy to kick us off. Hey, WordPress, I don't know if you heard lately, but you are now 20 years old as a project. Congratulations.
Woo!
Before we get started, I do want to give us a couple of updates from things that we've talked about over the last probably 6 months or so, a little bit from last WordCamp Europe and a little bit from State of the Word. The first thing that I want to talk about is actually our WordCamp reactivation. So you all obviously are part of that, but last year at this time, we had held 8 in-person WordCamps, and as of right now, as of this WordCamp, I believe, we're on track to have 25 WordCamps in the first half of the year, which is more than we had all year last year. And that's because you all are doing all of this with us. Huge thanks to the community team. Huge thanks especially to the folks who are helping all of our organizers relearn how to do all of this wonderful connection of our community.
Yeah.
And if you are one of our long-term members of the community, or you just are really interested to learn how you can get more knowledge and understanding of how we try to make WordPress be organized and functional and working together, we have the Community Summit coming up in August of this year on the 22nd and 23rd, so just before WordCamp US, where we all also should be, barring any emergencies, because never say never. If you would like to attend that or want to raise a topic of your own that you think is incredibly important for the community to be discussing right now, or if you want to apply for travel assistance or to our company's support travel assistance, you can do all of that over on communitysummit.wordcamp.org. If I said that too fast, don't worry. We've got social folks who are putting that out there as well soon on the hashtag WCEU 2023. We also have a little bit of update on Five for the Future. So that was a big topic last year. And so far this year, we've seen some pretty healthy growth, not only in active contributors overall, but also in specifically individual pledges to the Five for the Future program, as well as company pledges. So again, thank you all for your constant support of this excellent project. And we're going to touch super briefly before I hand it over to Matthias on extending the ecosystem. We've been talking a lot about one of our big goals, which is to get open source alternatives to proprietary systems into as many tools as we can for the WordPress project. A quick update on Openverse. That project has been with us for a while. I heard it. You can applaud. We love WordPress. Extra special exciting announcement, we finally got it onto its own home, openverse.org. We have nearly 8 million images and audio files on that.
800 million.
800 million! That's way more exciting.
Yeah.
800 million images and audio files on it, which I think is incredibly exciting. And then, of course, in 6.2, we made it available in the editor. So you can hit for /openverse/media, and it comes up as an option. And that's super exciting for me, of course.
Live translations are powered by
Sorry. Before I get to this one, I'm sure all of you have heard about, at this point, Playground, WP Playground. Anyone? Woo!
Yeah.
For the last remaining 5 of you who have not heard about it, you are now going to hear about it. It is one of my current favorite explorations that we have going on in the WordPress project.
Live translations are powered by the new WordPress Playground API. You can now build WordPress applications that run instantly in the browser and don't require a PHP server. To get started, go to playground.wordpress.net and use URL parameters to pre-install any theme and plugin from the WordPress directory. For example, a pendant theme. Once you're happy with the result, embed this live playground on your website using an iframe. And if you need even more, JSON blueprints allow you to provide step-by-step WordPress setup instructions, run any PHP code, pre-install custom plugins, import site content, and more. This is how live translations are set up. And for even more control, use the JavaScript API. And what can we build with WordPress Playground? Let's take a look at a few inspiring projects. A live plugin demo on your website, just like live translations. A pull request previewer, like this one for Gutenberg. An interactive PHP code editor that enables learning directly in a browser and even on your mobile phone. A local development environment that works either in a terminal or as a Visual Studio Code plugin and starts WordPress on your computer even if you don't have PHP, MySQL, or Docker installed. Learn more at developer.wordpress.org/playground and start building with WordPress Playground today.
Yeah. But before we jump in, I just want to say how incredible this is. I mean, when WordPress started, you used to have to download a zip file, upload it to a server, configure MySQL, like all these sorts of steps. And one of our innovations was the famous 5-minute install that we tried to, shorten the installation time to be faster. But literally now with WordPress Playground, for those who don't know, it runs WordPress inside of your browser. So it spins up a whole virtual instance using technology called WASM. So we went from the 5-minute install to like a 500 millisecond install. Like literally, like it's... I'm so excited for how, I'm sure many of you at Contributor Day got to play with it and how easy it makes. So the things we just showed where you can like preload themes, translations, this is now like an instant developer environment for anyone who wants to play with WordPress. And as billions and more people come online on new devices, all of this runs on mobile phones too. So literally you can run WordPress on your phone in the browser, which is ridiculous.
It's amazing.
Sorry, I just, Playground, I said it in the state of the word, but Playground just blows my mind. It's the closest thing to magic I've seen in my years working on WordPress. But now...
It's also worth mentioning, because I am a big celebrator of all of our wins, I would just want to mention that this has been featured as like a WordPress experiment in all of the Google I/O and Google I/O Connect events.
Oh, nice.
Yes, and so like they're paying attention to what we're doing, and I think that's great. So congratulations, all of you, for that fantastic work with this fantastic magic.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to hand it over to a face we all know, Matthias Ventura. What do you want to tell us about Gutenberg today?
Thank you, thank you. I think the other cool thing about the playground is that I think we keep finding use cases like day to day.
Yes.
I think some of the workshops were using it to like get people quickly started in the sessions and so on. So it's really cool to just see
Our table lead at Contributor Day stood up during his wrap-up and was like, "It turns out it's contagious. We have 4 tables." It was great. I loved it.
Yeah, and the WordPress project as well is using it for like live translations and stuff. It's really cool to see. Yeah. Okay, I'll move on to the little G project.
The little G. This is the best term.
So we have a video to show you that I'm really excited about because I think it tells a bit of the story for now around 6 years so far between when we started phase 1 all the way to phase 2. And I think it's nice that it goes from words to blogs to full design. So we'll just want to show you.
Gutenberg.
you want to repeat your comment? Because there was music.
Oh,
playing over
that was all Gutenberg. Everything you just saw was created with Gutenberg.
Yeah, yeah. All the designs are like block designs or patterns or something, which is, to me, I was reflecting the other day, like since we started with wasn't really like something that we planned, but I think the way that it has opened up the ability for like the design community to contribute to the project directly without depending on like a developer to translate their ideas into a design. I think to me it's really rewarding because I started my journey doing themes, so it's like it really like speaks closely to me. And I'm really curious to see how like new generations embrace these sort of like the expressive capabilities that WordPress needs to keep evolving.
I don't know if either of you heard, but I believe that our theme group at Contributor Day created a new community theme from scratch using only Gutenberg the whole way through. Yes?
Nice.
Yes, Maggie agrees. Confirmation from the audience. That's typical WordCamp. I love it. Thank you.
I'll move on to the next slide, which is we'll talk a little bit about 6.3. We've been saying that 6.3 was going to be the sort of the wrap of these first two phases. Doesn't mean like our work is done, of course. We'll have a lot of things to continue doing. But it's like, I think we're closing a bit of a chapter here, so.
Can I interject with the 4 phases of Gutenberg?
Yeah.
If you remember when we started Gutenberg, we said there was going to be 4 phases. The first phase being when we Gutenberg for the block editor for editing post. Then we would go outside of the box and allow you to edit the whole site in phase 2. Phase 3 is going to be all about collaboration and workflow. And then phase 4 will be multilingual. So when Matthias refers to we're almost done with phase 2, and how many years in now, depending on how you count
Yeah,
it.
around
Depending on how you count, yeah.
How many? Well, I think the Parthenon was like 9 years, so I think like we're getting close to that.
I will always now refer to the Parthenon in our timeline for scale.
Great, sounds good to me.
Beautiful.
And one of the goals in 6.3 is also like to bring a lot of these features together into a more cohesive narrative. Like there's been a lot of features that can be seen sort of isolated. In 6.3, we're really trying to bring it all together. So I'll be talking through a small demo. Hopefully you can see some of the details. But this is stuff that you can already try in the plugin. We're still a few weeks away from the first betas. So if you want to try, you can install the plugin and play with it. One of the main focuses, we're introducing this sort of wayfinder tool where you can run commands and navigate to different pages quickly. Because before that, the editor was really sort of focused on single pages and so on. So now you can just navigate the whole site, customize, like get into the style book. We're introducing style revisions as well. So you'll be able to sort of compare how all your changes look, and in the sidebar you can see all the variations there. We want to add like a side-by-side comparison as well, but it's really like coming together to tell the story. I think the style book is also really interesting for some like enterprise use cases where they can sort of have a style guide and see like without getting into like a single post or so to see how the whole design of blogs is coming together. The navigation menus is we've been wrestling with it for a few times, and I think we're like finally consolidating it so that you can. Here it's showing like how to edit some of those navigations without getting into the nitty-gritty of the editor. You can do it from the outside. So that sort of balance is one of the main things we want to get here. You will see that it bounces between like this sort of zoom-out view of your site and getting into the site. So there are some activities that you can do without getting boggled down into the complexity of the full editor and stuff that you can do outside. One thing I'm really like excited about is this is showing the ability to sort of have like a more clear delineation between what is the content and what is the template. So if you're editing a page, you can like focus on the title, the content, and so on. If you want to edit the template, it's going to tell you like, oh, hey, this is part of the template. It applies to the whole site. So you can like smoothly get into that state and edit everything. But the delineation is a bit more clear, which is feedback we've been hearing from users, you all, developers, and so on. There's, of course, like a ton of refinements to just the interactivity, the drag-and-drop experience, performance. There's a whole lot of accessibility refinements that are really cool to see. We're introducing finally the ability to save your own patterns, so people can, you'll see it now, you can just have some design, you create your own pattern, you save it, and there's now a place to see essentially all the patterns.
Someone's excited. Thank you.
All the patterns on the site are going to be accessible from this sort of a slight zoom out view, where you can see the ones that are coming from core, the ones that are from the theme, and your own, like, saved patterns. You'll be able to see them in this sort of mosaic view, and you'll be able to edit them in isolation as well. So you can just go into and customize the thing and reuse it across the site. So yeah, that's about it for 6.3.
Just
it.
That's it.
So we'll be moving to Q&A now, I guess.
All right.
Now it is totally open for questions.
I'm going to do the logistics because that is obviously my job. So if you would like to ask questions, we have a stand mic there, like in the middle of the aisles. We also have one floating mic in case folks cannot get down here to these. If you are the mic holder, shout. Oh, there, Moritz is our mic holder in case.
You'll probably need to go up to the higher things in case anyone there wants to go.
All right.
And it looks like we already have some people lining up, but I actually have some prizes for the first 3 question askers. These are custom. An amazing designer friend of mine designed these little magnetic pop sockets that have the WordPress logo. So it just kind of, if you have an iPhone, it goes right on the back, and then allows you to...
Without all the sticky stuff on your phone.
So there's only a few of these in the world right now, and I have 3 of them right here. So do you have an iPhone? First question.
No.
Oh. Okay, I'm going to give it to you anyway, and then you get to re-gift it to someone who does.
Yeah.
It'll be like your magic token.
So, should I ask my question?
Yeah, please introduce yourself. Let us know who you are.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Milana Tap, again, from Serbia. And I have a question about sponsoring contributors. There is a platform, Open Collective, and they do all the logistic. And WordPress community has their own project there. So there are 2 important things for this platform. First, it has done all the logistic to support anyone, anywhere in the world. So that is not a problem anymore. The other very important thing here is that anyone, individuals and organizations can support, can give their finance there. So right now, we have a few individuals who are doing that. Thank you so much. And we have Automatic actually gave $2,000. Thank you so much for that. So my question is, this is all beautiful, individuals who are more fortunate, supporting others. But when you really think of it, it's us paying ourselves. So my question is, can you, as Matt, Giuseppa, Matthias, or you as Automatic, encourage other companies to do the same as Automatic did and make this more sustainable? And what can we as a community do to make these donations from other organizations consistent so we can, continue doing this? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I feel like I've looked at the Open Collective thing, but I'm not current on it, so I'll definitely check it out after this. Thank you for letting everyone know about it. I'm glad that we're already supporting it, though. I will say that I just want to add on, because that was more of like an introduction than a question. Yes, as we talk about Five for the Future, which for those who aren't familiar, it's this concept that for companies to maintain the commons of WordPress, we have this kind of social norm, social mores that companies, if you're getting something from WordPress, try to take 5% of that and put it back into the core or the community or the .org or the WordCamps or the whatever it is. And it's deliberately a little amorphous because how people might define it could be different. And definitely taking currency, hard dollars, and putting it back into a system like Open Collective is an amazing way for anyone to give back. But I also want to recognize, like, if people are taking, out of 40-hour week, 2 hours a week to volunteer, or companies that have 100 people and have 5 of them working full-time on core, all of these different methods of contributing, it's really the flywheel that makes WordPress work. And I think the reason that we've been able to say, because so many open source projects, including many who started around the same time of us, had a trajectory of like some growth, and then they kind of withered on the vine. And I think what happened was there was too many people taking from the commons and not putting back in. And so the community spirit of WordPress is, I think, one of the reasons it's been able to not just be successful, but actually accelerate over the years. So, yeah, thank you for telling us about this. And come on down, I'll give you this a little pop socket thing.
While that's happening, I'm going to add to the answer. Also, some of you who were here last year or watched the presentation last year also know that we created the sustainability channel right in the middle of the presentation. And that particular group has become a team, and one of the things that I asked them to do at Contributor Day this year was to help us figure out how to do that part of the question, how to answer that part of the question, help companies know how to find people who need to be sponsored, help people who want to be sponsored get paired with companies, because right now, basically, you go to me or Matt, and we help you find the other side of it, and that is not sustainable either. And so in case you didn't hear the wrap up for that, the sustainability team is working on sustainability as far as like the software goes, from an electricity standpoint, sustainability for our gatherings, making sure that we're using our materials to the best of our ability. And then I asked them to add in that part also, to make sure that we as a community remain sustainable for as long as we possibly can. Yeah.
Can we go over here?
Hello. My name is Birgit, also from Germany, and I have a question to our WordPress community leadership, you. How do you think we can evolve as a community in creating more diversity, equality, and inclusivity in our environment, in the whole WordPress community? We have the WP Diversity Working Group to encourage people to speak and make more, but I think more broader, and to also make kind of a deputy program to ensure that diversity and equality and inclusivity is met not only on WordCamps, but also meetup groups, but also in the contributing groups. So how do you think can we do better in the community, and what do you think as a leadership is possible to create some kind of committee or deputy program to ensure DEI initiatives within the WordPress community?
Me? Excellent. Firstly, thank you so much for your question, and also hello. So yes. So for folks who have been kind of listening to what we're doing in the WordPress project this year, and certainly who've been watching what Matt or I have been saying in events that we go to, we have been asking not only WordPress in our places, but also other projects and other events where we are part of it, to help us make sure that, like, where WordPress is putting its time and attention, it also has good representation. There were a couple of different events that I went to earlier this year where I asked them to please join us in that. But I do also understand that WordPress, too, as good as we have become at this, has plenty of distance to go. Because when you have things that are imbalanced, you always have to work to maintain the balance even once you've gotten to it. Like, the work is ongoing. And so there are many initiatives. personally don't know the names of all of them, but I know that I have currently a proposal on my desk for exactly this type of team. And I've been working with them kind of to review what they're proposing, review what would make that sustainable as far as a team goes, but also we have a couple of other initiatives based on the feedback that you all gave us about representation on the stage, representation in our contributor spaces, and also just generally making sure that we have some connection to the groups that we know that we're missing and the groups that we need to hear from that we don't know are missing yet. And so I appreciate this question and the fact that you all always work to help keep us accountable to that. And, you know, like you said, just because we have this answer, this thing, that project, doesn't mean that we think we're done with it. And so I hope that is an answer.
I'll also add that this is something, it's kind of an exciting question because it's not just, even if we create this committee or something, this is actually something that every single person here in this room can contribute to.
Yes.
And one of the things that makes me most proud is when I hear folks come up to me and say, I came to a WordCamp and I felt so welcome. You know, and there's so many, especially in these modern times when there's so much division, so much acrimony, to have a community of people around a shared ideal of democratizing publishing and open source come together and be welcoming. And so something every single person here can do is, you know, whenever you see someone who might, you know, seem like they're on the edges or might need some help or something like that, like, how can I make this person feel welcome? And just if every one of us is always asking ourselves that, we will continue to be the type of community that has all types of people.
And if I can give a fast example that I saw specifically for this event, there were people who are coming here or who are not here at all and watching via live stream who shared suggestions about how to do that while you are an attendee. So I think Matt Cromwell maybe was like, if you see somebody and you don't know that you know their name or they know your name, like just go ahead and proactively tell them who you are, introduce yourself, especially if you're in the introvert group. We have to look after our extroverts. We have to look after our introverts. But then also we have people who tweet, like, don't forget the Pac-Man rule when you go to WordCamps. Like, leave a space for someone to join. Like, people, even when they're not here, are looking out for the ways that we can make those small impacts. So absolutely, I agree.
And you want to come down and get a little pop socket?
Or can someone take it to her?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, people.
Hello.
My name is Matteo, M-A-T-T-E-O for the subscribers. Hi, subscriber. Hi, Matt. Nice to meet you. Hope you're doing well. Hi, Josefa. Hi, Mattia. Not E. It's M-A-T-T-E-O. Please. No, you're good. Sorry. Okay. So I wanted to ask two questions so much fast. I hope to be like as speedy as I can. First, are you Matt, Josefa, and Mattia? Are you going into the after party today? Second question is
definitely. I'll see you all there.
Second question is, I actually love all the updates that Gutenberg is doing. A real problem to me now is that I actually have all the tools to create a great design, but since I'm not a designer, I really don't know what to build. So are you preparing something like AI or something like that, or also suggestions, also approaches, because that's pattern are a good start, but I hope that that we as a community create something more for this approach. Oh, and for instance, congratulations for the videos. It was like an Apple event or something like that. So congratulations.
Yeah.
They're down here, the people who did that. It was beautiful.
Thank you for the question. I think it's a really like a great, like you mentioned like patterns are sort of in that area, but I think there's so much that we can do to, right now like the pattern gallery is really growing in size, but like really to use pattern as a way to teach design and to make sure that I don't know, if you're composing something and you write a few blocks, that we can suggest you like, oh, there's a pattern that is presenting these blocks in a certain way that combines this in a good way. I think there's a lot that we can do there. We haven't really, we started exploring like transformations you can do when you select multiple blocks. I think AI has really like there's a good place there to experiment with, because you can imagine like from what you're writing, like we can connect to this relatively large library of designs and sort of combine them in interesting way. Also transformations of them, like if you want to cycle between different patterns. I think that's to me, one of the ultimate goals of patterns is to like bring these tools to people. Like you say, maybe you don't have like a design background, but if WordPress can offer you like the best design from the community, from all the designers all over the world, like, and I think that's the other part, like it's also not like one specific design, but a really diverse set of design perspectives across the world. I think patterns are really the communication layer there, but I think we need to do more to combine them in interesting ways, surface them at the right time, guide you when you're creating a page, like these are the sections, these are like the elements that you put in this way or that way.
And do you know how many like block themes we have so far?
How many block patterns?
Block themes.
Block themes?
Oh.
Anyone down there? No, off the top of your head?
Over 300? Over 300, yeah. What do you think the future of themes is going to be?
Easy question.
Well, I think like part of what the video captures, I think, is that, or tries to capture, is that there's sort of like a shape shifting between like each theme into the next. And the idea there is to communicate that it's all part of the same sort of experience and UI. So it's like the whole point was to get people to not have to learn how to do things in so many different ways. So like it's not so much like having like one theme, it's just like you can combine them with like whether the patterns, the style variations, the theme, and it's all compatible with each other. You can replace the header of your theme with a header that you like from another theme, and it just fits.
Yeah. I used to hear from users that they would like the typography of one theme,
exactly,
but then the colors of another theme,
yeah,
and they were having to choose between them.
Yeah.
And
Like your sheep photo.
the sheep photo that
Yeah.
people loved in, was that 2010 or something? The photo I took at when I was with Donica in Ireland. But it was, yeah, I think it's actually going to be a real challenge for us that we need to figure out, because now that themes allow so much customization, is how to show that when you're choosing a theme, you can actually have almost infinite variations of typography, color, and sometimes even layouts from them. And maybe what we call a theme needs to sort of have like a baseline. Maybe it's sort of more about the layouts, and then the colors and the typography is always interchangeable.
Yeah, and with tools like the style book, you should be able to see like, oh, I really like the style that this theme has for the quotes, and I want to use that. Or I want to like grab like different, combine them in different ways. I think all of that is started to open up. Like we didn't show it there, but we have like some really cool flows for previewing themes and previewing styles. And the patterns that themes packages, I think it's getting into a really like interesting.
And with the playgrounds, now we can, we don't need just to have some static screenshots, you know, in the theme folder, you know, like we originally had. It can really be fully interactive previews, which has always been one of the coolest things that you can, for any WordPress theme, you can click preview and see your whole site totally reimagined. Well, thank you so much for that question. And I've got your... And again, if you don't have an iPhone, you now have like a magic token, so you can re-gift this to someone who you appreciate or has done something for WordPress or whatever.
Question on this side. Yeah.
Hello. First of all, I would like to say a massive thank you for each and every one of you who participated in this conference and who organized it and who made it so amazing. That's such an honor for us to be a part of it again. I'm a member of a web design studio from Ukraine, and you can only imagine how important it is to us to feel welcomed and supported on each and every step of the way.
Wow.
So thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm curious, who is here? You're here from Ukraine?
Yes.
Who else is here from Ukraine?
So, guys.
Wow! Wow!
Woohoo! Слава Україні!
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Thank you so much. So my question is, like the Gutenberg has been a hot topic for such a long time, and we've seen like a massive change that it created, and now every bit of information is about AI. So our company has been developing an AI software that will help basically any firm, a company who deals with customer support and make it automatic. So it's called Sapilot for everyone. And my question is, how soon do you see this Gutenberg and AI integration, and what should we expect in this term? Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In my entire career in technology, which is about 20 years now, I've never seen things moving as quickly as they are right now. It's really incredible, and it feels like entire years of progress are happening in weeks or months in the AI field. And so I think that some really cool stuff is shipping. Actually, just a few days ago, Jetpack AI launched with a number of blocks and everything. We're still figuring out pricing models and usage models and everything for this new technology. But the other exciting thing is that like the demos are amazing. Like check out the Jetpack AI stuff. And it's not just a demo, you can actually run it today and it can create content, and very soon it'll be able to like create blocks or maybe entire themes. You can already ask ChatGPT to write WordPress plugins and they execute.
It's weird.
It's read all of WordPress's code, it's read all the 55,000 plugins and themes. So it already knows us, you know? And that's why I think, I've said it many, many times, but I believe that the two megatrends of the next 20 years are going to be open source and AI. And they're highly complementary. Because when you think about it, AI is going to want to, as AI is building things, it's going to do it on open source frameworks and technologies. For obvious reasons, the same reason we all build open source. I guess the final thing I'll say is what's exciting is like the really cool stuff we're seeing is the worst stuff we're going to see. It's going to get so good so fast. So I think we're still on like the MS-DOS command line versions of this. But like literally later this year, I think it's going to get much better. And I think, you know, as we start to look to like this time next year when we're back, have we announced where WordCamp's going to be next year?
Nope.
Oh, I won't spill it then. What did they say?
No.
WordPress or automatic? It's a ship that leaks from the top. So I can't wait to see what's going to be around, and it's going to put so much power that it's a very democratizing technology. It's just like one of the most beautiful things about technology is like you know, Tim Cook's iPhone is not better than the iPhone that you or I have, and how amazing is that? So like we all have access at some level to these technologies, and you know, for free now on Bard, ChatGPT, other things, we can all get access to essentially the most advanced new intelligences in the world. And it does almost feel like we're creating a new intelligence, or I won't call it a form of life, but definitely a form of new intelligence. So if, you know, I think I said this, but you know, in 2016, I came on stage, I was like, learn JavaScript deeply.
That's right.
And that's actually gone pretty well, so thank you.
Good job.
We like basically most new code in WordPress now is JavaScript, and what we've done with Gutenberg and everything has been pretty incredible. And obviously JavaScript has become kind of the standard of most modern development. I would encourage everyone here in this room to be playing with these tools. Play with ChatGPT, play with other AI tools. The open source stuff is catching up really quickly, and I would encourage you all to be spending at least a few hours a week following up and just honestly just playing with it. It's an amazing personalized tutor. You can use it to ask questions. You can use it for rewriting your post. The possibilities are endless. And as you get better and better, just like in the early days, like some people were better at Googling than others, and that was kind of a competitive advantage, what they call prompt engineering, or talking to the AI and asking it what to do in an intelligent way. You can get amazing results. So if you try it out and it doesn't do what you want, keep trying, keep playing with it, and like look up some of these things. I feel like this capability is going to be as important as like literacy or typing or something like that, the ability to leverage these AIs. So everyone learn AI tools deeply.
We also, yeah. There is also a current, and I think currently active, discussion happening about AI in WordPress particularly. Someone on our social and/or things team will share that link, but there's an active discussion at the moment, so you can join that as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Adam. I've been doing some work on WordPress Playground, and I don't have a question. I just wanted to share something I'm excited about that I'm just starting to realize during this conference. Because WordPress Playground is WordPress running in JavaScript, it brings WordPress to all the devices where we could run JavaScript apps, which means you can build a native mobile application using WordPress Playground, ship it in App Store, a tablet app, a desktop app. My colleague Ella sitting over there, she's working on a notes application that allows you to write notes in Gutenberg and then synchronize them over all your devices. So we may see the entire WordPress ecosystem storming over all the devices that we're using every day.
Storming over devices.
WordPress will be everywhere.
Yes. Yay! So imagine building a mobile app that's just a WordPress plugin, and then you just ship it on all the devices. And, and maybe even creating it in Gutenberg by clicking things. And if you want to change how it looks, just apply a different theme. So just something I wanted to share.
Thank you.
Just spend a day in that brain.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I'm from Geneva in Switzerland. I'm a community contributor by organizing local meetups and WordCamps. My question is the usual suspect in Europe, at WordCamp Europe.
Is it GDPR or multilingual?
Yeah, the second one. So basically, basically, a lot of people is eager to know an approximate ETA for the end of phase 4, or when we will be able to use multilingual in the Gutenberg editor or the Gutenberg project.
Wow. Predict the future.
I think we said something on stage before. Do you recall? We said phase 3 was starting next year.
Phase 3 we're starting now,
but we're starting it this year.
Yeah. After 6.3, we'll start with phase 3 properly. I think there's enough overlap there that we can start getting a clearer sense of when phase 4 can happen. I think it's also good, like, for example, we're thinking about, like, well, I don't know, in like 5 years, where like AI for translation, where it's going to be, like, and how can we like make sure that we're building towards
for that
like,
leapfrog. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not getting too ahead of ourselves in the, but it's like, I think like maybe next year, like we can start with some.
And I think you have a community exploration plugin that's kind of taking a look at that. Not you, Patricia, you, Toby, next to you. I think that's right.
I know. That's great.
Sorry, everyone who's watching this.
Actually,
that was the worst.
You brought up my question from last year. I was planning to say, Matt, that okay, I can talk more about that thing with you after consuming at least one ticket tonight. I hope it will digest well, that ticket over. But yes, I get the feeling now that when you're talking about multilingual, you're talking about some machine translation and you want it to be good enough. But when I hear that, I tremble a bit, because to me, machine translation, yes, it is getting better by the week. But my view is, and a lot of people are with me on this, that it always needs to be checked by a human before you publish it. And therefore, I don't see a reason to delay the multilingual part of WordPress core too much, because it's more about making a decision and then just put it there.
And just to clarify, we're not delaying. So WordPress is fundamentally trying to be a content management system for everything. And so the complexity of multilingual becomes that now every single object in WordPress, categories, tags, blocks, everything, which right now is kind of like a one-to-one relationship, or the data types, has to become a many-to-many relationship. That's part of why we have to do collaboration and workflow before we get to multilingual, because we need to have workflows for how, when something is changed in one language, it flows to another language. So we're very much, now whether you're choosing machines or humans to do the translation, that's up to the site owner. I 100% agree with you that I think that for many, many, many publishers, across Europe, for many, many reasons, it will be human-driven. Maybe they'll use a machine to accelerate the human, but like you still want a person kind of saying like, this is the content that we're publishing on the website. You're not just going to take what's automatically generated. So it adds a multifactorial level of complexity to all of our data models. And doing that right is part of, is going to be the most complex thing we've ever done in WordPress. Yeah. And so that's why we're really, I would actually extend Matthias's timeline. I'm sorry.
Before we move on.
I think we need like 18 to 24 months of phase 3 before we can really start breaking apart the data models in WordPress. And we need to figure out how to do so in a backwards compatible way, which is going to be, because we go backwards compatible basically to like WordPress 0.72, so it's like 2003. So we need to figure that out.
Before we move on to your answer of that, Patricia, I want to help you reclaim your time and make sure your question got answered. I messed that up, I'm sorry. Did your question get answered with that?
Yes, thank you very much.
Oh, cool, thank you.
Yeah, no, I just want to say also that's why like it was important to like conclude phase 2, where we're like essentially making all the aspects of your website accessible to people so they can edit it. Once we model all of that, then we'll have a better idea of like how can we make all these objects also like translatable in multilingual ways. And we're still like at Contributor Day, we were like sort of tossing some ideas on how to connect custom fields with blogs. And so then like once we add that dimension, we also need to think about, okay, what's going to be the multilingual story of custom fields when they are connected with blogs. So it's important to get like the base layer in a good place, start developing some of these collaborative editing ideas, because I think many things will start falling into place much better. And also I think we really rely on all the community explorations that are already going around, like how to approach, how to do multilingual. It's not just, I think that really gives us a sense of like which paths are working best, what things are resonating with people, and so on. That's important to see.
And the architecture is going to be so tricky. Like I literally stay up at night thinking about this sometimes, because like, do we do it in a single site model and then make the data structures much more complex, or do we basically do a multi-site model where each language is like a separate WordPress in the multi-site, and then have some way to synchronize them and have workflow between them, and permissioning between them, so that they sort of appear as one site to the user or as a multilingual site, but in the back end we're doing essentially a multi-site, which I think might be a good approach, but I don't want to say that is the right approach, because I think we really need to spend many, many hours actually kind of building some of these different approaches and just trying them out, looking at all the plugins out there and seeing what, because performance is going to be so important. And so WordPress is getting faster and faster with every release. We want to make sure as we add this complexity that we don't slow it down.
Yeah.
Also, like the translation UI, there's really cool explorations happening on the WordPress side on how to translate the software itself, like more the interface, not the content. But there's a lot that we can take from that experience. That's something I think we can get going much earlier to get like information on what works for translators, what's the best user experience, and so on.
If someone can share that live translation link, I don't know it off the top of my head, or I would say it, that would be excellent. I don't know why I'm looking up there. Is someone down here? Folks, I keep gesturing to our committers and team reps that are down here to help me answer.
All right, question over there? Oh, we're going to go upstairs.
Thank you.
Hello.
Oh.
Hi.
Michelle. I'm up here. Michelle Frechette, New York. And my question has to do with mentorship. No panacea for inclusion or
Uh-oh. It's cutting out.
Yeah. If
you said, I heard you say there's no panacea for mentorship and inclusion. And
Sorry. There's no panacea for mentorship, inclusion, and getting the next generation of people into WordPress, but mentorship can be one way to help people into the community. I think we do a really good job of our release squads with shadowing and mentorship there. With my side projects that I have, I'm always being asked to add mentorship to those things, but my projects are small by comparison to all of WordPress. So do we have any ideas or plans for official mentorship programs in the WordPress community?
I do.
I'm dying to hear them.
Thank you.
It's a great question. Anyone want to take this before I take it, just in case?
Go for it.
Great.
You seem ready to go.
Wonderful. So, yes, I'm so excited. So, for the most part, when I talk to people who are currently contributing to WordPress or tried to contribute to WordPress and kind of took a break, one of the things that makes the biggest difference is whether or not they found someone to mentor them. They don't always call it a mentor. They sometimes call it a buddy, or they're like, oh, so-and-so is just like, hey, that looks like you are worried about asking dumb questions. Ask them to me. I'm happy to help. Like, those are always, every time I talk to contributors, the thing that makes the biggest difference for people who want to stay for a long time. And so we do. We have a trial program right now happening. So in our Five for the Future program, we have a trial, a pilot program, I think that's launching today. Did launch yesterday? Launching July 12th, where we have asked those companies that are part of the Five for the Future program, as part of what they're giving back, be mentorship of especially underrepresented voices, but anybody who's trying to get started as an individual contributor in the WordPress project. I think it's very exciting, but I also think it's going to take a lot of time and attention and resources to get it right. And so, for anyone who also feels like, gosh, I really succeeded because of this one person or these three people that really helped me to figure out where I was going versus where I wanted to go check it out. Someone's going to share it also on social media so that we can see the pilot and keep an eye on how we can help get that done. But absolutely, 100%, I will do that until we can't figure out how to do anything better about it. I agree.
Hi, my name is Jonathan. I'm a member of the training team, and I work with a few other contributors in the training team creating content specifically for our extended community, so plugin developers, theme developers, anybody writing code. And one of the questions I get a lot from folks is, does WordPress have an engineering best practices document, handbook, whatever the case may be? And I know that we don't, so I will usually send them things like WordPress VIP's engineering best practices, Human Made, 10up, all those enterprise level sort of agencies that have those best practices. My question is, do you think as an open source project we should have a best practices document? If you don't, why? And if you do, what should we start doing to make it happen?
Thank you.
I don't know, like my impression is that I think that it's very important to have like the ones you mentioned around like the extended ecosystem, having like a bit more opinionated things and see like more than the core project having like too strong opinions on some things. But it's a balance. I think like while we don't have like a super formalized things, I think it's important to have like I don't know, similar to like Apple's human interface guidelines, things that we can do for, well, these are the things that we have learned and we want to encourage others to do, like when you're developing a blog, when you're developing a plugin or a theme, we do some of those things through, but I think there's always a risk to become like too prescriptive and stifling some of the innovation and exploration and diversity that can happen in the ecosystem. So I think that's the balance that we need to achieve. I wouldn't be like super categoric on one way or the other. I think it's good to be thinking about it and bringing it up and also learning from like if there's something that, again, Human Made or other agencies or 10up are coming up that really works and it's really like we can bring it back in. But I think it's important to not be too, too stifle with those.
Cool. I know we're running out of time, but we have a lot more questions. Should we try to go through them quickly or how are we doing? Do we need to end right at 5, or can we go a few
I
extra
saw
minutes?
a shaking head and a nodding head.
Okay, we go a few extra minutes. So let's try to go through the remaining ones quickly. So we'll do the people who are still at the mic,
Okay.
and then those will be the last questions.
Okay.
So,
Okay, hello, I'm Toby, Global Mentor for the Polyglots. First, I have a quick question to the room. Who here does not have English as their native language?
wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So, the point I want to make with this is that for WordPress mission to stay true about democratize publishing, we really need to make sure that WordPress becomes available in a lot of different languages, and we are doing that already, and we are trying step by step, but it's hard to add more languages. But what I see now is that there are so many different teams struggling with how to get their content translated and these translations maintained. I'm talking about training, I'm talking about documentation, subtitling, developer, I mean, so many different things, and we need to create some new or additional way of handling these translations in an efficient and smart way. And my quick question probably to Giuseppe is, do we have the full support from the project? We may need financial support, we may need some organizational support in actually making this happen.
I mean, I always hesitate to say that you have my full financial support, which is what you asked. But in general, you always have, I mean, our polyglots always have my full support to make sure that what you need, that I can provide, that WordPress can provide, that the community can provide, that you should have it. I know that sometimes it feels like you all come to me with questions and I'm like, I'll come back to you. And then a week later, I'm like, hey, you might have forgotten, but I said I'd come back and here I am. Like, there's just a lot of things that are part of it. So I will not pledge anything that I will not be able to actually get my hands on, but obviously you all have my full support to get efficient stuff accomplished.
Yeah, so you heard her, right?
We're going to jump to another question, though, just
yeah,
because
sure.
we're
I'm
going to
just
go quickly.
saying we are going to need other people's support as well, because with only one person's support, it won't work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Language.
It's really great being here and asking questions again. I'm Courtney Robertson. I'm at GoDaddy. I am also a part of the training team. And last year at the same conference, I asked about getting multilingual working inside of Learn WordPress. Happy to report a year later, we've got many languages. It's not elegant. It's all in the same site, and it's not ideal. But there was a great meeting that during Contributor Day, I worked with Toby and a few others for improving that. So ask your questions because you will see progress. My question today, it revolves around, I was part of a talk in the WP Connect session on funding open source M5 for the future. And it's very, very deeply personal to me in my journey through WordPress and to where I am now. And I am one of the founding members of the WPCC, and I'm happy to have those conversations to explain further what's going on with that. I've had people ask, even last year, Europe was my first time to take a, last year's Europe was my first time to take a plane to get to a WordCamp. And there I met Sean from American Eagle, and he was sharing with me that it's hard to bring, from their organization, it's hard to bring contributors in to do something for a particular length of time, because without it being organized like they're used to internally working as a team in sprints, that gets a little bit lost. And this idea came up again yesterday, and could we do it in a way that is open and inclusive, that maybe organizations could be a little more, they would have more transparency of exactly where across our now 22 teams, we have 22 of them now, so across the 22 teams, could we see that Plug and Review was needing some more staff? Could we have a public way of seeing where the needs are across the teams, and maybe some initiatives that we certainly wouldn't want to be exclusive, but could bring some clarity or organization that for this period of time, maybe between the holidays, some companies have slumps at that time. Maybe between their holidays, they could dive in and do a thing during that time and then move on for a little bit and then come back again. So ways of creating opportunities in unique ways of contributing that would not be exclusive by any means. And again, I think elevating that transparency of what the teams need would perhaps open up more of that staff labor and funding directly to help contributors.
Yeah. I have a quick answer here, which is an idea I've been thinking about, and we'll try to keep this short.
Yeah.
So I think in organizations where I see this work well is you change what you measure. And one thing I'd love to get more on WordPress.org is some sort of like dashboards, essentially. Like we have the download counter, we have some stats for plugins and other things, but what if you could kind of look across the 22 teams, and each of those 22 teams had some metrics attached, and like a health metric, and this was how many WordCamps there were last year, or this year, whatever. Each team can define its own metrics, but then there was kind of like a red, yellow, green for how things were going. I think that would be really powerful, and then that would be fun and motivating, I think, for everyone working on it. And then also, if you're coming in and you're like, okay, what needs help? Look at the red stuff. So just wanted to plant that seed of an idea in everyone's mind. Thank you.
Hello, I am Kamrul Islam. I came from Bangladesh, and I have two questions. Teeny question. First one is, will you add volunteer badges on WordPress.org profile? And my second question is, can I take a selfie with you guys right now?
Right now?
Go ahead and take the selfie while I answer your first question. Oh, you're going to come up?
Oh, up here.
Oh, maybe don't come up on stage. You can do it from here. And I will definitely be at the party. And by the way, I love meeting people. I love taking pictures. So, all right. So while you're doing that, it's a quick one. Yes, we can definitely add volunteer badges to the profile pages. And I think actually WordPress.org profiles are going to get way cooler over the next year. I was just actually talking to Joost about some ideas around that earlier. So definitely something I want to work on. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rauf from Libya, and I have a couple of really quick questions. First one is, recently I started, with three of my friends, we started a web designing startup. And now that we're here in WordCamp Europe, I couldn't pass on the opportunity to ask the great Matt for his advice for us. Second question is, now with the release of Gutenberg, and now without bearing into mind that WordPress is a privately traded company, Matt, do you have any plans to take the company public? Yeah, that's it.
All Matt. That's all Matt.
And so to clarify, WordPress is an open source thing. Automatic is probably what you might have been referring to, is a privately traded company. And then advice for a web design startup?
Yeah.
Sure. So for Automatic, I'll just say that it's great having flexibility. So we're lucky to have great long-term investors. I do wish that more of the WordPress community could own a chunk of Automatic, and just like you can own many other companies in the WordPress space, there's something nice about that. So that's the one thing that would make me want to be more public. But other than that, I would say that the flexibility that's allowed for us to make very, very long-term bets as a private company is really nice.
All right, thank you so much.
As a web design company, I would say, I would repeat what I said earlier around learning to leverage AI tools. And also remember that what you're charging for is not how long it takes you to do it or what it costs, but the value you're generating for your clients. So charge based on that value.
Thank you so much, Matt. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And then finally, raise your prices. Almost everyone should raise their prices.
I think we have one last question.
One last question. All right, bring it home.
Hello, thank you. My name is Piotrek, and I just came from the sustainability workshop. And there is a very specific question that just we came up with. Is it possible to make one simple change in terms of where all the files for the WordPress repository are stored? So that would definitely be one step further to make it, more sustainable. Yeah, to choose the proper storage that would generate less CO2. So if that thing is possible.
To change where the WordPress is filed. So I'm not sure if I understand.
we were thinking about many ways of how we can decrease the CO2. So this is like minimizing the file size of the WordPress itself as a file to download, and then all of the plugins, all of the other files, everything that is running our ecosystem.
The good news is that Moore's law and other things is on our side. You know, WordPress is getting faster, more efficient. If you added up all the WordPresses in the world, it's probably like less than one like container boat or something of CO2 emissions. I would say I'm a technological optimist in this regard. There's obviously so much work we need to do around carbon capture and other things, but I think we are on the cusp of abundant clean energy, and that many of these issues we've been dealing with over the past 100 years, hopefully we can start to reverse. So that's my optimism. That's actually a good place to end.
Yes.
A very optimistic note. So
thank you. Matt, Josepha, thank you all. Stay around for closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks to Matt, Matthias, and Josepha. And thanks to all of you for attending. We're nearly finished. We've got a few more moments we're going to spend with you all. So the party tonight is at Lohan nightclub in Athens. It is at 8:30. Bring your badge. You need your badge, and you can get some drinks. And I'd like to introduce the organizers, Shard, Evangelia, and Jose. And I want you to give them a massive round of applause for this incredible conference. Thank you so much. Uh-oh. Looks like they're still getting mic'd, so I can stand awkwardly on stage for a few minutes while they're all doing that. Who's coming to the party tonight? I'll be there. Is it going to fit all of us? I hope it's a really, really big nightclub. Does anyone want to tell me their best presentation? We're going to invite all of the volunteers up. Let me go and check. Are we ready? Here we go. Welcome, Jose.
Okay. All right. I have one.
Some noise, huh?
Wow. Look at the audience.
So, you can hear me now.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay. Before I start with the closing remarks, because I like noise since I am Greek, can you scream "Opa" for me? Oh! Okay, that was good. Acceptable.
Yep.
First of all, I want to thank you all for being here, because without you, we wouldn't have WordCamp Europe 2023. This is basically the closing remarks, so we're going to wrap up the 3 days of the event. It was an amazing experience for us, the global leads, but also for everyone else, and especially for my local team from the team of Athens.
Thank you.
Because they have been preparing for a lot of time to host this event, and that made us really, really excited. So this is it. I can't believe it's over.
Yep.
I won't cry, okay?
Oh. Shoulder?
No. No, because I know what we're going to do next year.
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
So I think that
Yeah, so
That's
next
it.
year we will be in a few minutes.
Clicker's not working.
Let's start for something extra.
Can I get a new remote, please?
As long as the remote control works, of course, because we have something to show you.
Yeah.
Oh, now it works. So we were 2,545 attendees on the event. And in this picture that you will see now, there are 94 countries represented.
Wow.
Picture? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Just an idea of all the people. Not even everyone was in this picture, because yesterday I think there were more people. There could have even been more people on the picture, but it's already crowded. Thank you.
Use a lot of Zoom to find yourselves in that picture.
Okay, well, you can download the picture, I think, pretty soon from our photo album on flickr.com. Yeah.
So this is really impressive.
Yeah, it was.
You are really impressive, basically. And thank you again.
Thank you.
So for Contributor Day, the first day of the event, we have 658 contributors working within 23 teams. It was an amazing day with a great set of results. Congratulations to all.
And we always work with media partners and media supporters. We're 10 of them as media supporters and 11 media partners. And they sent all the awesome news of WordPress and WordCamp to the world, so everybody would know about this event. Thank you for sharing the news.
I was never good at mathematics. I always failed at that class at school.
Yeah.
However, I do like statistics and numbers. And what the world did with us these days is the following numbers that have to do with how many people we reached on social media and on streaming. So on social media, we had an impressive interaction. It goes to 23.2 million interactions, 14,000 tweets and posts on Twitter, and 2,000 times we have seen mentions on Twitter these days about WordCamp Europe. There was content like your pictures, your videos, and everything that you posted around the conference that was shared 4,000 times. Unfortunately, I didn't have much time to do that, but I will do it after the event.
It would have been higher if you had been clicking. Yeah.
And we have been liked. People liked us this time.
Really?
Like over 12,000
Even
times.
You? Even you?
In general, WordCamp Europe,
Okay.
you know?
Okay.
They don't like me often, but WordCamp Europe is likable.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Fair. Oh, during these days, we had an amazing schedule provided by 102 speakers from 29 countries. Thank you to all the speakers.
So, we want to hear your ideas, your feedback. And you can use it, our feedback form on our website, and share all your ideas, compliments, etc. It's on europe.wordcamp.org 2023/feedback. Please do so, and we'll use it to make it an even a better WordCamp next year.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be very helpful because the content and everything else depends on you, basically.
Exactly.
Oh, I went too fast, I think. Yes.
Yes.
We want to thank our great mentors because without them, we wouldn't be able to succeed in this event. because it's not only us, the globals, we have another 2 people that have more knowledge about the community and the event, so they are supporting us, they are advising us all the way since when we started organizing, and that goes back to March 2022.
Yep.
So it's a long time. And we want to thank Timmy and Moncho.
Moncho. Hey,
Moncho
Moncho.
is there. Moncho is there.
Are you hiding, Moncho?
There he is.
There he is.
Yeah.
No pointing figures.
Thank you, Moncho. And
you.
Timmy, I hope
Timmy.
you're watching at home. Thank you. Get well soon.
And of course, thank you to all the organizers. It takes a big team to create this amazing event. Thank you, all the organizers. I'm starting getting emotional.
We're really proud of them. I hope they're proud of us too. I don't know. But it was an amazing team this year. We faced a lot of challenges, but you know, we're here wrapping the event up, so we made it.
We all made it.
We all made it.
We did.
Thanks to all these people with the blue t-shirts.
Come on. Yeah, there we go. So we have 13 team leads running 11 teams. And I want to say thank you to all those team leads. Uros, Wendy, Juan, Matt, Steve, Laura, Matt. We have Marcel, we have Estella, we have Takis, we have Lena, we have Kostas, and we have Jason. Thank you, lovely team leads. Thank you very much.
We would like to start welcoming the team leads on stage to thank them properly, to appreciate them, and show our respect. So thank you, Attendee Services team. Uros.
Uros.
Thank you, man.
Now is the time that you call your team.
You can call in your team.
Yeah. My team. I need to remember the names. I tried this. So
Do the best, do the best. Try to do it.
Vagelis, Marietta, Alexandros, Nikola, Telma, Jose, Evelina.
Hey.
Sorry, on that.
Oh, and now the budget team, Juan Hernando, the man with the bag.
The budget team had a real fun event, and I want to welcome Evangelos, Kel, Emma, and Justina.
Thank you.
Hello.
So we have, of course, the communications, marketing, and PR team. Thank you, Steve and Matt. Come on, get your team on stage. Wow. All right, call them in.
So this year we've been co-team leads of communications, marketing and PR. So we'd like to welcome up some of our team right now. So we have got George, Mike, Kartik, Tom,
or Jorge rather than George,
We have Simena, and Tom and Mike.
My hero. And we did have an amazing content team that is basically responsible for everything that you attended as talks, workshops, and all that jazz. So I would like to see our two leads again for the content team, Laura and Marcel on stage. Now, please.
Where's Marcel? Oh, Marcel is here. I was expecting you from the other side. Surprise.
Thank you. Please come on stage. Kamalesh, Ryan, Francesca, Panos, Anshan, dear Mario, who cannot be here, Nate Finch, Mateos de Almeida Martins. And I also would like to thank Sabrina Saidan, Matt Held, Rahul De Salka, Jose Ramon, Padron Garcia, and all our amazing panel guests. Thank you.
Good job.
Another dream team. In this continent, we do like...
Thank you also to the community team, Estela Rueda.
Hi, everybody. Okay, so my team, let me call them Isota, Joanna.
Oh, you start forgetting the
Come
names
on,
of your
everybody.
team?
Rampage.
Come on, everyone. She's emotional.
Wahadi. Who am I missing? Benny. Earl. Who am I missing? Simona and Lisa. So I guess this is all of us. And we are missing Ohaya, somebody that worked with us, the designer of the Wapo, but she couldn't come. She couldn't be with us.
Thank you, thank you.
So, thank you for the design team. Lana, come to the stage.
So this one is responsible for our t-shirts, our branding, our website.
Yeah, she's doing the branding, the website, everything, the shirts, the colors. Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. So Deborah, Joanna, Sofia, Evangelia, Vangelis, Leonidas, Leonora, Jessica, Fotis, everyone. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
And because we have usually some technical problems and we need support,
Never happens.
well, we had to establish an IT team this year to take care of the tools that we're using and several other things we are constantly whining about when we are organizing. So I would like to thank our IT team, Padelis, Pascal, Fotis, and Nemanja.
And now, the incredible, amazing, well, other things. Local team, Takis. Thank you.
All right. This has been so amazing having a WordCamp Europe here in Athens. I cannot be more excited than that. Thank you very much, and thank you to my team. Nikos, Eli, Kostakis, Giannis, Iakovos, Panos, Fotis. Where is Fotis? Fotis, come here.
Έλα, Dream Team. Έλα, Dream Team. Μωράκια μου.
Thank you so much, guys. You have been an amazing team. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
And thank you to the people that managed to show us the money, the song. Thank you, sponsors team.
Salut, pote.
So thanks for the sponsors. So this year we had 64 sponsors who made it possible because we raised the money thanks to them, to the budget.
Yeah.
So the team is composed of Annemieke, Dean, Angelos, David, Lucas, Marion, and Marine.
Thanks.
Babies.
Thank you.
And also, thank you, all volunteers. Thank you. We had 142 from 40 countries. It's amazing. And without these volunteers, it wasn't possible to run these events. Yes. But I know there are a couple of teams waiting. Yeah, somebody mixed up the slides.
Yeah.
So you volunteers, you will get on stage afterwards because we have a few more teams.
So, that is the
Thank you, Wendy.
Volunteers team. We would not forget you.
Surprise.
So when you call in your team,
Thank you. This was for the
We forgot
unicorn
you.
joke. Okay, so I want to thank my team, Aida, Angel, Francesco, Jelena, Stefanos, and Sveta. Please come up. And we also have 3 people that are unfortunately not here, Stiana, Jose, and Gabenga, but they worked all year as well. So thank you to them.
I hope they're watching at home.
And now is the moment that we get to the stage to our amazing volunteers. Please.
No,
You're
we
just
have
one.
another one.
Oh,
No.
really?
Look, you see that guy over there waving?
That's good.
The thing is,
You see the guy?
No.
Yeah.
I will do it on myself.
Okay. There is a mix.
okay.
There is a mix up here. Of course, the photography
Berasco.
team is very important, and actually, we wanted to have all the volunteers on stage so the photographers could take the picture.
Thank
you. Have it your way, the way you want to do it. Kostas, you decide.
Thank you.
Which order?
I only want to call on stage my team.
Good. Go ahead.
That's it. Nilo, come on stage.
Okay, we have a photographer.
We have someone to take a photo. Don't worry. Nilo, come on stage. Pandelis, Nastia and Selena.
Oh.
And please welcome all the photography team on stage. Thank you very much.
I'm going to take this. Thank you.
No, it's safe here. Well, safe. It's there.
So basically, we are proud of them because they take our portraits for the social media. We're going to change Facebook, Twitter, profile pictures later. We wanted to have them taking more pictures, but we will do that later. Can I have a very, very nice smile for all of you since we're getting a family picture for WordCamp Europe?
Yeah.
We can do it.
Smile. Say cheese.
Cheese. We go.
Okay, I guess this is it, right? I mean, enough photos for today. We have enough of it, and now we can slowly proceed. Yes. Calling our volunteers.
Yes. Let's go, Bert. Volunteers, please.
Volunteers, join us
Get
on
on
the
stage.
Give them a big hand.
Thank you. Thank you all. To this side, to this side. Thank you all.
Thank you, volunteers. Thank you. Thank you. Stage is big enough.
Sir, you on the line number 3. You are a volunteer also. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
Milan, don't fall.
The one. Hey, Moncho, you are a volunteer also. Come. The one and only Milan Ivanovic and Moncho.
Ah, it's back. It's back.
Oh, it's a crowd, huh?
Yes, it's crowded.
Amazing.
So,
Another family photo.
Evangelia, it's your call.
It's my call?
Yes.
I know. We're going to take another family photo first.
Still more.
Okay, we'll do it.
Can you go up?
Wait.
Why don't you go up?
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, volunteers. Keep. Stay in the stage. Stay in stage. You deserve this moment. Please stay in stage.
So.
We want you near us.
Stay on the stage.
We are getting very emotional, and we need your help. We need your support.
I'm going to keep thanking people now that we are here because I'm good at this, okay? So we want to thank our closed captioning staff because they made the event more accessible. We worked again with a specialized human closed captioning company in order to provide everyone with the best captions in a live event and make WordCamp Europe 2023 even more inclusive. So thank you very much for being part of this and for giving us this kind of assistance. It was really necessary.
Yes, it was. Thank you very much.
Thanks also to the Megaron staff for doing the best they could to welcome every one of us. This was an amazing venue for the event. We are grateful for it. Thank you.
And also, thank you to the volunteers of the Red Cross. They have been a wonderful asset to this event again. They supported a couple of people. Thank you very much for your voluntary support. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for keeping us safe, basically. Yeah. And now we have to thank our sponsors, because without them, this event wouldn't be reality, because they have been supporting us, they have been funding us, and I'm going to start with our super admin sponsors. Thank you, Hostinger. Thank you, Jetpack.
Thanks to our admin sponsors, Bluehost, Elementor, Google, Ionos, SiteGround, Weglot, Goo, and WP Engine.
And we have the editor sponsors, Cloudways, PayPal, WebPros, and Yoast. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much also for the generous support of our author and small business sponsors. Because the small businesses are always part of WordCamp events, and it doesn't matter if you're not a huge company, you're still part of the WordPress ecosystem, and thank you for being able and willing to support us.
Thanks also to our micro sponsors. This year we had 103 micro sponsors. Thank you. Please be sure to visit the web sponsors until the end. Well, it's the moment.
Do it.
Yeah.
We did it.
We did it.
It is the time to say goodbye.
It is time for us to say goodbye. And we are very grateful to have the opportunity and to have the opportunity to help build such an amazing event as WordCamp Europe in Athens. And now it's time to click to the next slide and introduce to you the new global leads for 2024.
Juan Hernando.
Juan.
Where are you?
Bendy Huizenveld.
And Takis. Takis Mujulis.
It's on you now. Hi.
This is it. We're done. We're leaving.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Good luck with the bunch.
Good luck. Thank you for all your work.
We're going on vacation, all three of us.
I hope you have a good time.
Thank you. Let's go, people.
Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Anytime.
All right.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you, people.
I clicked. Is that it? Yeah, this is them. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. You want to go next?
No, you keep going.
All right. And now, the big moment you have all been waiting for, the revelation of the WordCamp Europe 2024 host city. It's going to be Torino 2024. And let us introduce to you the new local team lead, Laura. Hello, Laura. As is customary, I am passing the torch to you.
Thank you. And first of all, let me welcome Enrico for the wonderful video. Thank Enrico. Then I'm thrilled to host WordCamp Europe in Italy and in my beloved Torino. And the Italian community is ready to welcome all of you in our Torino. So my question is for you. Are you ready to book your trip and accommodation for the next WordCamp Europe? I didn't hear. Are you ready? We are ready to welcome you. I can't wait.
Thank you so much, Laura. And now, in order to make WordCamp Europe 2024 happen in Torino, we would like to invite all of you to apply for organizers for that year. Our call for organizers is already open in the new website, europe.wordcamp.org/2024, and we're waiting for your applications. We want all of you with us. Would you like to do that?
I need to do it? All right. Oh, sorry. Before we go to Torino, we need to party. Right? This is happening tonight. We are going, I need to read it, I'm sorry. We are going to have a 20-year anniversary party, so bring your best outfit. And the after party will be at the Lohan Athens Club tonight, starting at 8:30. You will need your badge to get in, and there is a hard limit of 1,500 people, so don't be late. We hope to see you all there. Are we moving on?
Yep. The entrance is limited to
1,500. I already told them.
And 2 free drinks and light snacks.
2 free drinks and light snacks. Woohoo!
Yeah.
All right.
See you in WordCamp Europe 2024.